Chapter 1. The Ceremony. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The Grand Hall of Ironhaven Town had been built 300 years ago to house the Awakening Ceremony, and in all that time, not one stone had shifted. The ceiling vaults were painted in gold and deep red, faded now to amber and rust, and the chi lamps along the walls threw orange halos onto the faces of the 16-year-olds standing in rows on the hall's main floor. There were 43 of them this year. Wei Liang stood near the back, close to the wall, in the second-hand robe his mother had cleaned and pressed the night before. The robe was too short at the wrists. He had not told her. Registrar Fong stood at the podium with the Awakening dais behind him, a 2-meter platform of carved white stone that had been charged with heaven chi every year since the hall was built. One by one, a 16-year-old would step onto it, and the heaven chi would interact with whatever latent potential existed in their meridians, and then the system would descend. Every cultivator system was unique in its specific configuration, but all of them shared the same core interface, a luminous screen visible only to the user, displaying stats, talent assessments, available skill trees, and cultivation guidance. Once a system arrived, it never left. It was, the registrar always said, a gift from heaven itself. Wei Liang had heard this speech every year of his life, because his mother's forge sat 3 buildings down from the Grand Hall, and every ceremony day, the words drifted through the walls. This was the first year he was inside for them. He had spent the previous night sharpening the blade his father had left hanging on the wall, not because he expected to use it, but because it was the only ritual preparation he knew. His mother had come into the storage room and found him at it, and said nothing, which was how she said most things that mattered. The first names were called in order of family standing. That meant the Jiang family went early. Jiang Fenghao walked to the dais like someone who already knew what was coming, which, Wei Liang supposed, he did. The Jiang family had cultivators going back 8 generations. Every male heir had received a combat system. Fenghao himself had been talking about his upcoming awakening for most of the previous year. He was tall, broad-shouldered for 16, with easy posture and the unhurried movement of someone who had never needed to rush. He stepped onto the dais. The reaction was immediate and visible. A pulse of golden light expanded outward from the stone. Jiang Fenghao's eyes went briefly unfocused, and then his expression shifted into something Wei Liang could only describe as satisfaction, the way a key feels when it fits a lock exactly. The registrar consulted the readout on the dais's outer ring. Jiang Fenghao. System class, combat. System tier, 5. The hall erupted. Tier 5 was exceptional. The average for combat class systems was tier 2 or tier 3. A tier 5 would place Jiang Fenghao in the top 2% of cultivators in the entire eastern region before he had trained a single day. His mother, seated in the family gallery at the hall's far end, pressed both hands to her mouth. His father, a broad man with the family's characteristic easy confidence, simply nodded once, as if a calculation he had been running had resolved correctly. Jiang Fenghao stepped down from the dais with the same unhurried ease, and Wei Liang watched him the way he had learned to watch people who were better than him at things he cared about, with complete attention and no performance of disinterest. There was something worth understanding in that ease. Not just the talent, the ease, the way certainty moved in a person's body. The ceremony continued. Tier 2s, Tier 3s, a Tier 4 for a girl named Su Wei who burst into tears and had to be helped off the dais by her mother. Each system arrival had a signature, a bloom of light in the student's unique system color, a shift in their expression that moved from anticipation to arrival, and then the registrar's announcement. A few students received support systems, healing, scouting, crafting. Most received combat. 2 received dual-class systems, which drew murmurs. 1 received a rare sage class that apparently hadn't appeared in the region in a decade, which drew near silence, which was louder than the murmurs. Wei Liang watched each one. He was not cataloging strategically, not yet. He didn't know enough to know what to catalog. He was watching the way he had always watched things that interested him, looking for the pattern underneath the event, the mechanism behind the result. Each system arrival was a data point. 42 data points before his name was called. What he had observed, in those 42, the students who received higher-tier systems changed their posture. Not consciously, but something in the system's arrival settled them differently in their bodies, as if the added guidance reorganized them from the inside. The students who received lower tiers looked briefly diminished, then rallied. He could see the moment when their systems began feeding them projections, and the projections were good enough to re-establish their confidence. No one left the dais looking the way they had looked approaching it. Everyone left changed. This was Wei Liang understood watching it, how the world worked now. Wei Liang. He walked to the dais. He stepped up onto the white stone and felt the heaven chi move through the hall. Not into him, he realized, just through the hall. He stood there and waited. The stone was cool under his cloth shoes. One of the chi lamps flickered. Nothing came. He waited. The hall went quiet in the way a room goes quiet when something has gone wrong and everyone is deciding whether to acknowledge it. Wei Liang stood on the dais for an extra 10 seconds that felt much longer and then stepped down. The registrar looked at the readout on the dais's outer ring, then looked at Wei Liang, then looked at the readout again. Something in the registrar's expression, professional, controlled, but not quite prepared for this particular moment, told Wei Liang that the man had done hundreds of ceremonies and never once written a dash in his register. Wei Liang, the registrar said quietly. No system detected. Someone in the crowd laughed. It was a short laugh, quickly suppressed, but it carried. Wei Liang walked back to his position near the wall. He kept his hands loose at his sides. His face did not change. He had grown up in a forge family with no cultivation history, had known for years that his chances were poor, and had told himself he was prepared for this outcome. He was learning now, standing near the back wall of the grand hall with the ceremony moving on to the next name, that telling yourself you are prepared and being prepared are two different things. The difference was physical. Preparation was a thought. Being struck was a body event. He had not expected the physical sensation of it, the way the hall's quiet landed on his chest like a weight set down, without warning. Zhang Fenghao caught his eye once across the hall. There was no cruelty in it. There was something worse, the casual, almost bored acknowledgement of someone noting the expected outcome. A tier, 5 looking at a 0. The ceremony finished. The 43 16-year-olds filed out into the late afternoon sun of Ironhaven's main square. Most gathered in clusters, comparing system screens, exclaiming over each other's talent assessments. Wei Liang walked through the square and turned down the side road that led to his mother's forge without stopping for any of them. He had 3 blocks to think before he arrived home. By the time he turned the last corner and saw the light from the forge's front window, he had arrived at something. It was not a plan, not yet. It was simpler than that. His father had never had a system and had worked iron for 20 years and made things that lasted. Wei Liang had watched him work. He understood, at some deep level below reasoning, that making something real required more time and effort without tools than with them. But what you made without tools was yours in a way nothing gifted could be. He did not know what he would make. He did not know where to start. But when he pushed open the door and saw his mother at the table with her hands folded and her expression already carrying the apology she was about to offer him, Wei Liang said, before she could speak, "I'm all right." She looked at him for a long moment. She did not believe him yet, but she was willing to wait. "Go wash up," she said. "I made soup." That night, after his mother had gone to sleep, Wei Liang went out to the storage room behind the forge. Against the back wall, hanging on 2 iron hooks his father had driven into the stone, was his father's short sword. It was not a cultivator's weapon, just a plain iron sword about 60 centimeters long, made from the same alloy his father used for workshop knives. The edge was slightly dull. The grip was wrapped in cord that had begun to fray. Wei Liang took it down and stood holding it in the dark for a moment. He tried to feel something ceremonial about this. He did not. The sword was a piece of worked metal. He was a blacksmith's son standing in a storage room after the worst day of his life. The gap between those two facts and any heroic narrative was considerable. He went to the small clearing behind the forge where his mother hung laundry. He stood in the dark for a moment, letting his eyes adjust, and then he started swinging. He swung until his shoulder hurt, then switched hands and swung until that shoulder hurt. He had no idea what he was doing. He knew that. He was a blacksmith's son swinging a tool in the dark, and whatever had descended on 42 of his classmates today was not going to descend on him tomorrow or the day after or ever. He knew that too. He stopped when his arms were too tired to lift the sword cleanly. He leaned against the back wall of the forge and breathed. Across the narrow alley, the window of the weapon shop that faced the forge was lit. An old man sat in the chair by the window with a jar of something and did not appear to be looking at anything in particular. Wei Liang did not know his name yet. He would learn it soon. He went inside and slept with the sword under his bed, and in the morning he was up before the forge fire. Chapter 2. The forge and the blade. Wei Liang's mother was named Lan. She had a forge worker's hands and a forge worker's practicality, which meant she did not speak unnecessarily about things that could not be changed. What she had said in the supine silence of the previous evening was nothing. What she communicated through the soup itself, thick, the kind that took 2 hours to prepare, was considerable. In the morning, she was at the forge before he was, which was unusual. When he came down, she handed him his breakfast without looking up from the bellows. "Your grandfather didn't cultivate either," she said. after a while. Your father's father. He lived to 81. I know, Wei Liang said. Living to 81 isn't the same as, I'm not saying. She paused. I'm just saying. Wei Liang understood. She was not telling him to give up cultivation. She was telling him that a life without it was a life. He appreciated the precision of the message. He also appreciated that she was not going to say it again. He worked the forge through the morning. His hands found the rhythm of it, the bellows, the hammering, the judgment of heat by color. His father had spent years teaching him to read iron. You could tell how hot it was by the color it threw off. Black heat meant not hot enough to work. Red-orange meant you had a few seconds for light adjustments. Yellow-white meant serious work. White meant you were close to ruining it. The judgment came from attention, from repetition, from caring what you were looking at, not from any system. He thought about that while he worked. In the afternoon, word reached the forge the way word always reached the forge, through customers. A weapon commissioned, a blade for repair, and attached to each transaction, delivered with the particular relish that gossip carries when it confirms expectations. The blacksmith's boy had no system. The blacksmith's dead boy's living boy. No system. Can you imagine? Wei Liang was in the back when the third customer set it in the front. He kept working the metal. His hands did not change their rhythm. That afternoon, between customers, he went to the storage room and looked at the short sword again in the daylight. It was a rough piece of work, functional, no artistry. His father had made it for cutting rope and branches, not for combat. But it was iron, properly tempered, and it held an edge well enough. He took it outside and tried to replicate what he had done in the dark the previous night, but more deliberately. He was trying to understand what swinging a sword was actually made of. Every movement had a source somewhere in his body. A shoulder rotation, a weight shift from one foot to the other, the angle of his wrist at the end of the stroke. He did not know the vocabulary for any of it. He broke it down to components the way his father had taught him to break down an alloy. What is this actually made of? The shoulder rotation came first, generating the initial power. The wrist rotation came after and extended the arc, adding speed at the tip. The weight shift determined whether the strike tracked accurately or not. If the weight shift was late, the blade pulled offline at the end. He spent 20 minutes on just the weight shift, moving from foot to foot, trying to feel where the balance lived. He had been at it for about 30 minutes when a voice came from across the alley. Your grip is too tight. Wei Liang stopped and looked. The old man from the weapon shop window was in his doorway. Daytime, Wei Liang could see him properly. Early 60s, perhaps older, with the kind of lean that came from a long time spent not eating enough. He had a jar in one hand and a look on his face that suggested he had not intended to say anything and was mildly annoyed at himself for doing so. Too tight, Wei Liang said. When you swing, the tension in your forearm is fighting the arc. The blade wants to extend naturally at the end of the stroke. You're fighting it. Wei Liang looked at his hand on the grip. He loosened his fingers slightly and tried the same stroke. The blade did settle differently at the end. A small extension he had been cutting off. The difference was not large, but it was real. He could feel the arc completing itself in a way it had not before. Better, the old man said, without warmth. And then he went back inside. Wei Liang stood in the alley for a moment, processing this. The correction had not been offered because it was helpful. It had been offered because whoever this man was, he was someone who could not watch a form error without addressing it. The same way Wei Liang could not watch iron being worked wrong without his hands wanting to correct it. The correction had come from reflex, not generosity. He continued practicing, with the slightly looser grip, for another hour. The difference was small but real. He could feel the arc complete itself when he stopped fighting it. He thought about that, fighting the arc. He had been imposing an idea of what the movement should look like rather than letting the movement work the way it wanted to work. That night he went to sleep thinking about the difference between a grip that controls and a grip that guides. The following day, he asked his mother about the weapons shop owner. She said his name was Shun Yuchuan, that he had been there for years, that he was reportedly a former cultivator of some kind, and that he was generally disagreeable. Don't bother him, she added. Wei Liang thought about the correction. It had not been the action of a man who did not want to be bothered. Or rather, it had been, but the correction had happened anyway. He decided to keep training in the alley. He trained in the alley every afternoon that week. On the second day, Old Shin said nothing. On the third day, he pointed out that Wei Liang was pivoting on his heel when he should be pivoting on the ball of his foot, and went back inside before Wei Liang could respond. On the fourth day, nothing. On the fifth day, a Friday, when the main market was loud and the alley was briefly quiet, Old Shin came out with 2 jars, set one on the low wall that separated the alley from the forge yard, and sat on a crate. Sit down, he said. Wei Liang sat on the opposite crate. He was not sure what was happening. Old Shin looked at the sword in Wei Liang's hands. That's a tool blade. Iron carbon, second-grade alloy. not forged for combat. My father made it. It's all I have. It'll do for now. Old Shen drank from his jar. Whatever was in it smelled strong. I saw the ceremony results posted at the hall entrance. Your name had a dash next to it. Wei Liang said nothing. A dash means no assessment. Not a low score. No score. No system. That's right. You're training anyway. Yes. Old Shen looked at him with an expression that was not sympathy and not contempt, but something Wei Liang could not immediately classify. It was later that he would recognize it as the look of someone who has seen a particular kind of person before and is deciding whether what they're seeing is genuine. There was a time, Old Shen said finally, when cultivation was done the way you're doing it. Before systems. That was 300 years ago, and no one does it that way now because systems are faster and easier, and most people choose fast and easy when it's available. He paused. Most people. Wei Liang looked at the sword in his hands. I'm not offering to teach you. Old Shen added. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm just explaining that what you're doing has a history. It's not nothing. They sat in the alley until the light changed. Old Shen finished his jar and left. Wei Liang sat for a while longer, looking at the short sword. What you're doing has a history. He turned that over. It did not make what he was doing easier, but it made it less alone. He went back to the forge. He worked until dark, and when the forge was banked and the tools put away, he went back to the alley and practiced forms until he could not lift his arms. He trained that night too, in the dark. He thought about what it meant to build something without tools, the way his father had built things. The way his father's hands had known iron in a way that could not be borrowed or gifted. He thought, if I am going to be a swordsman, I am going to be a swordsman the way my father was a blacksmith. He did not know yet what that would cost him. He suspected it would cost more than he had. He trained anyway. Chapter 3. What they said about him. By the third day after the ceremony, Wei Liang's lack of system had completed its circuit through Ironhaven's social geography. He knew this because the quality of the silence he walked through in the market changed. It became the particular silence of conversations that have just ended. He had been to the market 100 times before, had passed the same stalls and waved at the same vendors. None of that changed. What changed was that people who had previously looked through him, the cultivator students from the academy on the hill, the junior disciples of the various small sects that operated in and around Ironhaven, the young men and women with their system interfaces glowing at the corner of their vision, now looked at him with a clarified attention. He had been assessed and found to be nothing, and nothing, paradoxically, was interesting. He heard 3 things said about him that day, none of them directed at him. The first was from 2 academy students at the grain vendor's stall, the blacksmith boy. Can you imagine showing up to the ceremony and getting a dash? The second was from a junior sect disciple at the tea house. My system's combat rating function flagged him last week when I passed him in the alley. You know what it said? Below threshold. Not worth classifying. The third was from a man Wei Liang did not recognize, speaking to the owner of the leather goods shop. His father was the same. Mortal shell. Died in the beast tide because he had nothing to fight with. The son'll be the same. Wei Liang walked through all 3 the same way he walked through rain, not pretending it wasn't there, not stopping for it either. He bought the copper wire his mother had sent him for and went back to the forge. He was not unaffected. He understood that about himself. The third comment specifically, the one about his father, had landed in a particular place. His father had died in a beast tide 3 years ago when the outer wall was breached and the iron workers near the wall had nowhere to run and no cultivation chi to fight with. Mortal shell. Nothing to fight with. That was accurate, and it was also not the whole truth of his father, and the not whole truth of it was what irritated him. His father had known iron in a way that most cultivators would never know their weapons. He had built and maintained things that the town depended on, with hands that understood the material the way most people would never understand any material. That was not nothing. The man speaking to the leather goods shop owner could not see it because the only measures he was using were cultivation measures, and his father hadn't appeared on any of them. Wei Liang thought, the measures are incomplete. That was the actual claim he was making by training in the alley. Not that he was special, not that the system was wrong. The claim was that the measures were incomplete. He thought about that for a long time while he worked the bellows that afternoon, feeding air to his mother's commission piece. The system measured power output, technique efficiency, cultivation stage, system tier. It measured all the things that mattered in a world where the system's pathway was the path. It did not measure what a person knew about their material, because material was not a category in the system's framework. Combat power was a category. Cultivation rate was a category. Technique diversity was a category. But the specific quality of understanding that came from working the same thing honestly for a long time, the system had no instrument for that. His father had known iron. Not in the general, reference manual sense of knowing what iron was. in the specific sense of having held 1,000 pieces of it at every temperature, having listened to the way it rang at different stages of tempering, having watched the grain structure change under the hammer and known what the change predicted about the finished piece. That knowing was not in any database. It was in his father's hands, built by 30 years of specific engagement with the specific material, and it had died with him on the wall. Wei Liang was going to build the same thing with the sword. Not in 30 years. He did not have 30 years before the world would have decided the question of whether he was worth anything. In whatever years he had, he was going to build it as fast and as honestly as it could be built, which was to say, not fast at all, but as complete as possible. The measures were incomplete. The thing he was going to build would, eventually, be the evidence of that. He thought about what evidence would need to look like. Not anecdote. Not reputation. Reputation was a story other people told, and stories bent toward the framework of whoever was telling them. In a world organized around system assessments, a person without a system who claimed exceptional cultivation would be classified the way anything outside the system's categories was classified. Anomalous, unverifiable, probably mistaken about its own nature. The system's framework was self-confirming. It defined the categories of valid evidence, and then used those categories to evaluate all claims. An extraordinary cultivation built outside the framework would not appear as extraordinary cultivation in the framework's instruments. It would appear as noise. The only evidence the framework could not reinterpret was performance. Not what a person claimed, not what others said, but the specific fact of outcomes in context that could not be denied. A match won. A stage reached. A technique demonstrated in front of observers who would have preferred a different outcome. Performance was the one form of evidence that did not pass through the interpretation layer before it registered, because it was not an argument about worth. It was worth itself, visible to any instrument that measured results rather than origins. He was 16 years old, and he was thinking like this in a forge alley on the day after the worst day of his life, and he understood something that took most people years to arrive at, if they arrived at it at all. The path forward was not making the framework accept him. It was making his performance impossible to ignore. He trained that evening. By the end of the first week after the ceremony, he had established a schedule. Up at dawn, forge work through the morning, practice in the alley from midday to early evening, forge work again in the evenings when his mother needed him. He was sleeping less than he should. He did not think about that. He thought about the basic mechanics of what he was doing and about what he did not know. What he did not know was almost everything. He knew what a sword swing looked like from watching Old Shin's corrections. He knew that chi was something he was supposed to be gathering into his meridians, and he had a theoretical understanding from years of proximity to cultivation talk that meridians ran through specific pathways in the body, and that external chi, the ambient spiritual energy in the air and ground, could be drawn into them through breathing techniques and focused intent. He did not know how to do this. No system meant no guided tutorial, no prompt to begin the first cultivation exercise, no annotated diagram of his own meridian map. He read everything in the public library that was available on pre-system cultivation. There was not much. 3 centuries of system-guided development meant that pre-system methods were historical curiosities, not practical manuals. What survived was fragmentary and imprecise. Text written for readers who already knew the body's cultivation pathways and used shorthand accordingly. He could extract principles, but not technique. The principles were things like, attention is the first tool, breath is the second, patience is the third. He worked with what he had. On the 7th day, he asked Old Shin directly, how did cultivators gather chi before systems? Old Shin was behind the counter of the weapons shop. He looked up from the blade he was polishing. You mean the manual method? Yes. Where did you find out that existed? You mentioned it. That cultivation had a history before systems. Old Shin put down the blade. He looked at Wei Liang for a moment with the expression of a man weighing something. Then he said, the manual method takes longer. A system will walk you through meridian activation in the first week. Manual takes longer. It requires you to feel the pathways yourself, which most people cannot do because their proprioception isn't developed. Cultivators now have no reason to develop it. Show me. Another long pause. Old Shin looked at the ceiling, then at Wei Liang, then at the ceiling again. The pause had a quality of a decision being made that the person making it had not intended to make today. Sit down, Old Shin said finally, in exactly the same tone he had used in the alley. Wei Liang sat on the stool by the counter. Old Shin came around from behind it and sat across from him. He pressed 2 fingers to a point on Wei Liang's forearm and said, this is the meridian gateway at the inner wrist. Can you feel pressure there? Yes. Not from my fingers. From inside. Wei Liang was quiet. He focused on the point. He was looking for something he had no reference for. in a body he had never thought of as a cultivation vessel. He sat like that for a long time, and old Shin was patient in the specific way of a man who is doing something he told himself he wasn't going to do. The difficulty was that he was trying to perceive something with an organ he had never used for perception before. His proprioception, his sense of where his body was in space, was well developed from forge work. He could feel heat gradients through his hands from a foot away from a furnace. He could judge the weight of metal by the way his forearm loaded. But that was external information. This was internal. He was supposed to feel something inside the tissue of his own arm. After perhaps 40 minutes, Wei Liang said, slowly, "There's something." Like a string pulled taut. Old Shin's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. "Yes, that's it." He showed Wei Liang the first of the manual breathing exercises. 5 steps, each step keyed to a different phase of the breath, each one designed to encourage external qi to move toward that taut string feeling and reinforce it. No system overlay. No instruction panel. Just the instructions, which Wei Liang memorized immediately. He had a good memory. He had always had a good memory. He had never known until now that it would matter for this. He practiced the exercise all night. By morning his hands were trembling from the sustained concentration, but the taut string feeling was no longer faint. It was present in a way he could find again. He went to the forge and worked. In the afternoon he practiced forms. In the evening he did the breathing exercise again. He was building something, he understood, from components that no one was going to deliver to him. Down the hill at the academy, Zhang Fenghao was already in mid-first stage qi condensation, guided by his system step by step through the process. He trained 2 hours a day and spent the rest of his time attending system-guided sparring matches and comparing talent assessments with other high-tier system users. Wei Liang knew none of the specific details, but he knew the general shape of it. And he trained. Across the alley, Old Shin watched. Chapter 4. One correction. What Wei Liang learned about Old Shin in the weeks after the weapon shop lesson was that the man operated on a principle of minimal intervention. He would watch Wei Liang practice in the alley from his window, and most days nothing happened. On perhaps one day in 5, he would open the door and offer a single correction, usually without explanation, and then close the door again. The corrections were always small. A weight distribution, an angle of rotation, where to look when attacking, not at the weapon or the arm, but at the point where the opponent's shoulder blade and collarbone met, which was the earliest indicator of weight shift. The angle at which the wrist should release tension at the end of a downstroke. The placement of the rear foot in a static stance, 3 centimeters further back, which changed the entire geometry of how force moved up the spine. None of these things on their own changed much. Accumulated over weeks, they changed everything. Wei Liang noticed this accumulation. He kept a mental log of every correction, working them back into his practice until each one was structural. Not something he thought about, but something his body did. This process was slow. System users who made a form error received an automatic notification and a corrective overlay on their physical display. Wei Liang made the same form error 50 or 60 times before his body agreed to stop making it. But when it stopped for good. There was no external notification to rely on, which meant there was no external notification to skip or dismiss. When he corrected a movement, he corrected it completely and kept the correction because there was no fallback. He thought about this difference a great deal during those weeks. System users corrected faster in the short term. He corrected more completely in the longer term. Which mattered more depended on how long the longer term was. The question was not simply about cultivation speed. It was about the architecture of what was being built. A system correction modified a specific movement and filed the modification in the system's correction log, where it existed as an external instruction the cultivator could reference. Wei Liang's corrections had nowhere to go except into his body, into the muscle memory, the joint angle, the reflex that governed the movement under pressure. They became structural the same way his father's iron knowledge had become structural, by being internalized through repetition until the correction was not something remembered, but something done. He understood that this architecture had a cost. The cost was time, significantly more time than a system would require for the same correction. The benefit was that the correction, when it was complete, was genuinely complete. Not dependent on system availability, not subject to lag under spiritual pressure, not waiting for a recommendation. It was just there, in his body, part of what he was. He had begun to think about this as a question of ownership. The movement that a system corrected was corrected by an external tool and remained, in a meaningful sense, the external tool's correction. The movement that Wei Liang corrected was corrected by his own body's learning process and remained, in the same meaningful sense, his. He could not lose access to his own corrections. He could not be separated from them by a disrupted chi connection or a system error or a dungeon curse that took the interface offline. He trained, and the corrections accumulated, and they were his. "You're internalizing it," Old Shun said one afternoon, unexpectedly, from across the alley. He was in the doorway, not the window. Most cultivators externalize. Their system corrects them, they don't correct themselves. Wei Liang stopped his form work. What's the difference in practice? In a fight, your system can lag. If you're under spiritual pressure, if you've taken a hit that disrupts your chi, if the opponent does something outside your system's recognized categories. In all of those situations, externalized cultivators hesitate, waiting for their system to recalculate. Internalized cultivators don't wait for anything. But I'll still be slower to improve. In the short run, yes. Old Shun leaned against the doorframe. He had the look of a man who has considered something carefully and arrived at a position he is not entirely comfortable with, but believes to be correct. I'm not going to promise you it's faster overall, because it isn't. I'm not going to tell you your way is better, because it depends what you mean by better. I will say that what you're building is yours. You sound like my father. Old Shin's expression did something complicated. What did he do? Blacksmith. He said that a piece of iron that you understand is worth more than 10 pieces you've only hammered. Old Shun was quiet for a moment. He was right. He went back inside. Wei Liang stood in the alley for a while after the door closed. He thought about the phrase again. A piece of iron that you understand is worth more than 10 pieces you've only hammered. His father had said it about the trade, about the difference between a smith who could produce quantity and a smith who knew his material well enough to give each commission exactly what it needed. But the phrase translated. He had been thinking about it in cultivation terms without quite putting it into words, and now he had the words. A cultivator whose techniques were externally corrected and system optimized had pieces of iron they had hammered. The hammering was real. The work was genuine. But the understanding belonged to the system, not to the cultivator, and if the system became unavailable, interrupted, disrupted, overwhelmed by something outside its categories, the cultivator would be left with hammer strikes and no understanding of what those strikes were actually building. He was hammering slowly. He was understanding everything he hammered. The understanding was slower to accumulate and slower to manifest as improvement, and the gap between his progress and the system user's progress was real and growing. He knew this. He was not pretending the gap wasn't there. He was working on the premise that the quality of understanding compounded differently than the quantity of progress, and that at some point in the future, he did not know when, he could not predict when, the compounding would change the shape of the comparison. Understanding built on understanding. Technique rooted in understanding became available under conditions that would disrupt technique rooted in external instruction, because understanding lived in his body, and the only thing that could take it from him was the loss of himself. This was not a strategy. He was not old enough or sophisticated enough to have arrived at it as a plan. It was a choice, and the choice had been made the night after the ceremony when he went to the storage room and took his father's sword off its hooks. He had made it without knowing fully what he was committing to. He was learning what he had committed to one day at a time. In those same weeks, Wei Liang was working at something more difficult than the physical forms. The breathing exercise had shown him the gateway meridian in his wrist, but there were 12 primary meridians in the body, and he needed to feel and activate all 12 before his chi network would be sufficient to begin actual cultivation. The manuals in Old Shun's back room. He had, with permission, begun reading them, described the process as threading a needle by feel in a dark room. Some cultivators in the pre-system era had taken 6 months to find all 12. Some had taken 3 years. The 10th, 11th, and 12th meridians were in the back, threading along the spine, and they were the hardest to feel because the awareness of the back's interior tissue was less developed than the hands and chest. He spent 2 full weeks trying to find the 10th meridian specifically, sitting in Old Shin's back room in the evenings. The breathing exercise extended to 40 and then 60 minutes, going inward with an attention that felt like probing a room with no light. He located the 2nd meridian on the 18th day, the 3rd on the 22nd, then the 4th and 5th within a week of each other, because they ran adjacent along the back of the shoulder, and activating one made the other easier to feel. By the end of the 2nd month after the ceremony, he had found 9 of the 12. At the academy, Zhang Fenghao had completed early qi condensation and moved to mid. Several other high-tier system users were at the same stage. The gap in cultivation rank between Wei Liang and his age group was already significant and growing. Wei Liang noticed it. He did not look away from it. He took the gap as information, how far he had to go, what the shape of the climb looked like. Then he went back to his forms. One evening, after a particularly long training session had ended badly, he had misjudged a footwork transition and turned his ankle, then pushed through the pain for another hour, which was foolish. He sat in the alley with the short sword across his knees and felt, for the first time with clarity, the full weight of what he was doing. 42 other 16-year-olds in his town had received guides. He was navigating without one, toward a destination he could not see clearly, on a path no one had walked in centuries. He was not the strongest person he knew. He was not the most talented. He had no bloodline heritage, no family sect connections, no special circumstances except the absence of the thing everyone else had. The only thing he had that was genuinely his was attention, his capacity to watch and remember and find patterns in what he watched, and the will to work until something became structural. He thought about his father, 3 years dead, and he still used the forge the way his father had taught him. Not because he was sentimental. His father would have been the first to say sentiment was a waste of energy that could go toward the work. He used the forge that way because his father's method was correct, and he had watched it closely enough to know it was correct, and so that was how the thing was done. Old Shin appeared in the doorway. He looked at Wei Liang's expression, which was not despair. Wei Liang was past the age of clean despair, but something flatter and more durable. You turned your ankle, Old Shin said. Footwork transition. I know what I did wrong. Then fix it tomorrow. I know. Old Shin started to go back inside. Then he stopped. Wei Liang. Yes. Most people who have no system find something else to do. Something that works with what they have. It's not weakness. It's practical. He paused. You're not doing that. No. Good. And he went inside. Wei Liang sat with the sword for another few minutes, then got up and went through the footwork transition correctly, twice, and then a third time just to make sure it was stored. He went inside and ate the food his mother had left on the table, and he slept well. Chapter 5. Manual ignition. It took Wei Liang 3 months and 1 week from the awakening ceremony to reach early qi condensation. He knew the moment it happened because it did not come with a notification or a flash of light. It came as a sensation in his chest, not pain, but pressure, like a fist closing slowly around something that had previously been loose. He was sitting in the back of the weapon shop at dawn, in the middle of the 4th breathing cycle, when all 12 meridians aligned for the first time, and qi began moving through the network with actual intent rather than the tentative feeling he had been cultivating for months. He did not move for a long time. When he opened his eyes, Old Shun was already looking at him from the doorway. Well, Old Shun said. Early qi condensation, Wei Liang said. Yes. It took me longer than a system user. It took Jiang Fenghao 4 days. Old Shun crossed the room and sat. Yours is different, though. Look at your hands. Wei Liang looked. His hands were steady. There was a faint luminance in the meridians along his inner wrists, visible in the dim morning light. A system user's early qi condensation tends to look correct, Old Shin said. The system guides the qi through prescribed pathways. Clean, efficient, standard. Yours found its own routes. See there. He pointed at Wei Liang's left forearm. The qi isn't running through the standard central meridian. It's branching. Is that bad? I don't know. I've never seen it done the manual way from first principles. Old Shin paused and looked at the branching patterns with the expression of someone encountering data that falls outside his categories. What I can tell you is that the standard meridian pathway is optimized for speed of advancement. Your branching pattern is slower but builds more qi density in the surrounding tissue. It's like, he seemed to be reaching for an analogy. A road versus a web. The road is faster. The web holds more. Wei Liang considered this. Is that what you see in your own meridians? Old Shin held out his arm. The meridians there were visible too. Old, well-established, dense. But they were also damaged in places. Irregular, with dark spots where pathways had been disrupted. He let Wei Liang look for a moment, then withdrew his arm. My system was taken from me, Old Shin said. 15 years ago. A curse from a dungeon raid. The system went offline and never came back. The qi pathways it had built were standard, optimized for the system's efficiency. When the system left, the pathways started degrading. They needed the system to maintain them. He was matter-of-fact about this. No bitterness in his voice. Just the same precision with which Wei Liang's mother discussed the properties of specific iron grades. Your pathways are not system-dependent. There's nothing to turn off. Wei Liang absorbed this. He sat with the information. Old Shin had cultivated with the system, had presumably been good enough that he still functioned at a high level even with degraded pathways, and had watched it stripped away. He had spent 15 years running a weapon shop in Ironhaven with damaged meridians. He had not stopped. He had redirected. Begin the second stage of the breathing exercise, Old Shin said. You've completed phase 1. Phase 2 is about circulation. You've built the network. Now you train it to move qi continuously rather than in deliberate pulses. They worked through the morning. By the end of the session, Wei Liang could maintain a low-level qi circulation without conscious effort, It ran in the background of his attention, the way a heartbeat does. This was, Old Shin explained, what system users called passive cultivation, and their systems automated from day one. Wei Liang had built it manually. From here, Old Shin said, at the end, your cultivation rate will improve. You've cleared the hardest part, finding the pathways blind. Movement and density accumulation are still slow without system assistance, but they're no longer blocked. How far behind am I? Old Shin thought about it honestly. Zhang Fenghao is at mid-qi condensation. By system-guided rates, he'll reach late qi condensation in another 2 months. You'll reach mid-qi condensation in approximately the same time, and then your progress will accelerate relative to his, because your network is denser and accumulation compounds. You won't catch up to him until foundation establishment, possibly later. But I will catch up, if you continue at this rate. A pause. You'll also catch up in ways that don't appear on any system ranking. Wei Liang folded the breathing exercise notes and put them in his pocket. He looked at his hands again. He did not feel special. He felt like he had dug a ditch for 3 months with his hands and now had a ditch. It was his ditch, made with his hands, and it had the shape of his effort rather than the shape of a template. He went home, worked the forge through the afternoon, and practiced forms until the stars came out. Chapter 6. Watching the system. Wei Liang developed a habit in the months following his breakthrough. He watched how system users trained. This was not difficult. Ironhaven had a public cultivation square, a paved courtyard near the academy where students could practice freely, and where it was accepted that anyone might observe. System users practiced openly because their techniques were system-generated and individual to their tier. Watching someone else's training gave you nothing you could replicate. This was the conventional wisdom. Wei Liang did not care about replicating. He cared about reading. He spent 2 to 3 hours per week at the cultivation square, sitting on the benches with a piece of cold tea and watching how people trained. Over months, he began to see patterns that the system users themselves were likely not aware of. The most consistent pattern, system-guided techniques had preferred initiating sequences. When a combat system recommended an opening move, it tended to recommend the statistically optimal one given the opponent's assessed parameters. This meant that cultivators with similar system tiers, fighting against opponents their systems had assessed as similar, would open with similar moves. The first 2 or 3 exchanges of any bout between system users were, in Wei Liang's observation, nearly identical in structure, with the individuality emerging only after both systems had gathered live combat data and begun adapting. This meant there was a window, typically the first 4 to 6 seconds of a fight, where Wei Liang could predict a system user's opening with reasonable accuracy if he knew their tier and class. He also watched the timing of system-guided decisions. System users did not hesitate the way unsupported fighters did, but they had a different kind of pause. A brief fraction of a second delay between the end of one action and the start of the next, when their system was processing new information and issuing an updated recommendation. If you were fast enough, that gap was exploitable. Micro-windows. Most people never saw them because they were too small to matter in any standard matchup. Wei Liang was building a cultivation style that did not work in standard matchups, so the micro-windows mattered. He also watched what happened when a system user fought someone their system had never encountered. The adaptation sequence: initial assessment, first round update, second round update, stabilized model. Each update took a fraction of a second. Each update was working from the previous data point, not from fresh observation. A fighter who changed their approach rapidly enough between updates was effectively always fighting an opponent who was a step behind. He also noticed something subtler over months of watching. System users had developed a specific relationship with their recommendations that was visible in their posture before and after exchanges. Before a technique deployment, a very slight settling, a quality of the body preparing to execute an external instruction. After a technique deployed successfully, a release, the specific relaxation of someone whose system had confirmed a successful outcome. After a technique failed or produced unexpected results, a very brief freeze, a fraction of a second where the system was updating and the cultivator was waiting. The freeze was small. He had not seen it in his first weeks at the square. He had learned to see it over months of watching, the same way his father had learned to see the moment when iron was ready to work, by watching enough repetitions that the pattern became something his eyes found without looking for it. The freeze was the gap. In a 0.2 second window where a system was updating and its user was waiting for the next recommendation, a person with no system to wait for was already moving. That was not an advantage in power. It was an advantage in timing. And timing, as Old Shin had been teaching him since the first correction across the alley, was the difference between a strike that landed and a strike that didn't. He wrote none of this down. He kept it in his head, organized the way his father had organized the forge, by function, by frequency of use, by what worked with what. Zhang Fenghao appeared at the cultivation square occasionally, usually with a small following. At mid-qi condensation, he trained with the easy confidence of someone whose system was informing him, continuously, that his development was on track and ahead of the regional percentile. He was good. Wei Liang watched him with the same attention he gave everyone else and cataloged 3 things. Fenghao's right shoulder dropped slightly before a downward strike, which created a 0.2-second predictive signal. His footwork always planted before a burst move, eliminating the option to redirect, and his system's recommendations appeared to make him slightly less likely to attack angles that were not cleanly set up, which created a pattern in how he declined to strike. Fenghao noticed Wei Liang watching once. He crossed the square. "The blacksmith's son," he said. It was not unkind. It was the tone of someone acknowledging a classification. "Zhang Fenghao," Wei Liang said. Fenghao looked at him for a moment. He had the kind of face that was transparently readable, not unintelligent, but accustomed to not having to hide what it thought. "Why are you here? You can't cultivate without a system." "I'm cultivating," Wei Liang said, without heat. Fenghao glanced at the meridian lines on Wei Liang's wrists, which were visible in the afternoon light. His expression shifted, a brief recalibration. "That's qi condensation. Early stage." Fenghao was at mid, 2 stages ahead. His expression settled back into its baseline, which was comfortable superiority with a thin current of something more honest underneath. "Huh," he said, and walked back to his training group. That was their second conversation, and the first one where Wei Liang had said something that registered as real data. Wei Liang went back to watching. At the forge that evening, he told his mother that he was making progress. She put down her tools and looked at him with the expression she wore when she was deciding whether to ask a question or wait. She waited. He told her about the meridian branching and the cultivation rate, and Old Shin's honest assessment of how far behind he was. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. "Your father," she said, "used to say that any work worth doing takes longer than you think it will." He said that about everything. He was right about everything. Wei Liang smiled. It was the kind of smile that lives at the edge of something painful. "I know." He trained until midnight and was up before the sun. Chapter 7. The Lu Pang problem. Lu Pang was not a bad person. Wei Liang was careful about this distinction in his own mind, because the world had a tendency to make villains out of everyone who caused inconvenience, and Lu Pang was not a villain. He was a Tier 2 combat system user, 17 years old, the son of a grain merchant, and he had the specific confidence of someone who had received slightly more than average from a world that had not been paying attention to him until recently. The confidence was proportional to what he had received, and no more. He said something about Wei Liang at the market on a Tuesday, loudly enough to be heard, because he was with 3 other academy students, and the moment invited it. Something about the blacksmith's boy training with a kitchen knife. Something about below threshold being a permanent designation. The 3 students laughed. Wei Liang, passing the stall with copper wire for his mother, heard it and kept walking. He thought about it that evening, not with anger but with analysis. The social function of what Lu Pang had done was clear. Establish hierarchy in front of witnesses, using a classification system that everyone in the group understood. Wei Liang's below-threshold designation made him safe to mock. The mockery served a purpose for Lu Pang that had nothing to do with Wei Liang specifically. It was a demonstration of where Lu Pang stood relative to the lowest point on the scale. The cultivation calculus was equally clear. He had watched Lu Pang in the cultivation square. He knew the Tier 2 combat system's general characteristics. It offered a standard attack tree, 3 primary strikes per combination, each one built for efficiency against standard class defenses, with a power burst move accessible after 2 successful hits charged the system's focus gauge. The system suggested specific entry sequences depending on the assessed gap between attacker and defender. Against an opponent the system classified as below threshold, no system, low cultivation stage, the entry sequence would be the most aggressive available. Opening burst, straight to power, minimal defense consideration. The system would recommend 3 to 4 seconds to end it. Wei Liang went to the cultivation square the next afternoon and waited until Lu Pang arrived with his usual group. He walked over. "I'd like to spar," Wei Liang said. Lu Pang blinked. "You're at early qi condensation. My system says, I know what your system says." Lu Pang looked at his group. The group looked back with expressions that said this was unexpected and interesting. Lu Pang had the system's combat recommendation already running. Wei Liang could see the slight focus in his eyes that meant the interface was active. Lu Pang said, "All right. First contact wins." They squared off. Lu Pang initiated immediately. He would. His system's below-threshold protocol was designed for fast resolution. The opening combination was exactly what Wei Liang had mapped: a right-to-left sweep targeting the inside of the left arm, then a cross strike toward the shoulder, then the power burst that would follow if both connected. Wei Liang stepped inside the sweep. This meant taking the forearm contact. It was unavoidable without a major defensive technique he did not yet have, but it meant he was now inside the range at which Liu Pang's next two moves were calibrated. The system's attack tree was built for medium range. At close range, the second and third moves required a recalibration that took a fraction of a second. Wei Liang did not have a fraction of a second to spare, but Liu Pang's system did. In that 0.3-second recalculation gap, Wei Liang's elbow connected with Liu Pang's guard arm, not cleanly, but forcefully enough to break the stance, and he pushed forward rather than retreating. Liu Pang stumbled. Wei Liang did not press. He didn't need to. First contact had been his inside step forearm strike. Silence. Liu Pang's system was showing him something Wei Liang couldn't see but could deduce from Liu Pang's expression: a defeat flag, a combat summary, possibly a warning about close-range calibration. Whatever it showed him, Liu Pang's expression was the face of someone who had expected a short story and gotten a different one. Again, Liu Pang said. They went again. This time Liu Pang came in differently. The system had updated. Wei Liang lost this round. He took the hit to the shoulder cleanly and went down. Again, Wei Liang said. They went 4 more times. Wei Liang won 2 of the 4. Liu Pang won 2. It was not the decisive beating Liu Pang had expected to administer in 4 seconds. It was a competitive spar against a no-system cultivator that had lasted 15 minutes. Liu Pang left with his group, not looking back. Wei Liang's shoulder throbbed where he had taken the clean hit. He sat on the bench and thought about what the system had updated to in the second round, and how he would answer it next time. Across the square, a figure he did not recognize had been watching from the shade of the covered walkway. Wei Liang did not know him. He would, in time. But today, Elder Rong Beishan simply turned and walked back toward the road, and Wei Liang went home to apply a cold compress to his shoulder and think. Chapter 8. Reading the pattern. The thing about system combat recommendations was that they were, in a technical sense, excellent advice. Wei Liang understood this clearly. He was not trying to argue that systems were wrong or inferior, or that their guidance was bad. A Tier 2 combat systems attack tree had been refined over 3 centuries of cultivation history, incorporating millions of combat outcomes, and its situational recommendations were genuinely optimal given available information. If you followed your system's guidance faithfully, you would fight at or near your maximum statistical efficiency. The vulnerability was not in the advice. The vulnerability was in the following. When Liu Pang's system updated its recommendation after the first spar, it recalibrated based on the new data: Wei Liang's early-stage cultivation, his below-threshold power output, and the single tactical element it had observed, the inside step entry. The updated recommendation was a mid-range combination that denied Wei Liang the tight entry he had exploited. This was good advice. Liu Pang followed it, and it worked. The pattern was this. Every time a system updated, it was working from recorded data. It had never seen Wei Liang before the first spar. After the first spar, it recalibrated against one new data point. The more Wei Liang varied his approach, introduced techniques the system had not observed, forced it to update again, the more the system was reacting rather than predicting. And the moment a system was in reactive mode, it was a step behind. Human cultivators who relied fully on system guidance were, in this framework, safer in the second fight than the first, but also more constrained. They were following advice that was optimized for the previous encounter. The system's model of Wei Liang was always one version behind the actual Wei Liang. If the actual Wei Liang kept moving, the model never caught up. This was not a technique. It was a principle. The principle was, don't fight the pattern your opponent expects, fight the pattern they're currently unprepared for. The question was always, what has their system seen me do, and what have I not yet done? He thought about this principle for a long time. Days, while he trained, while he worked the forge, while he watched system users at the cultivation square. The deeper he went into it, the more it revealed. A system's update cycle meant it was always working from the previous exchange's data. But the update cycle was not just about technique recognition. It was about model building. The system was building a model of Wei Liang with each new encounter, trying to find the archetype that matched him, trying to generate reliable predictions. Every encounter gave it more data. More data meant a more complete model. A more complete model meant more accurate recommendations. The vulnerability was that this model-building process assumed the thing being modeled was a stable system. That Wei Liang's approach had a consistent structure that, given enough data, could be described. If the approach did not have that structure, the model would never converge. It would keep updating, keep incorporating new data, keep trying to find the archetype, and keep failing. This was the core of what he was doing in the alley every afternoon and morning. Not just building techniques, but building a self that had no stable archetype. Not by being random. Random was not useful. Random was just noise. By building from genuine principles that he derived from his own specific history, the approach would produce results that were consistent with his principles, but not consistent with any pattern a system had ever seen, because his principles were his, and no training database contained his specific personal history. The iron window principle. The drainage channel's water redirection. His father's approach to evaluating an alloy's strength before committing to the forge's temperature. None of those were in any database. They were in him, and the techniques he built from them would carry that in-him quality in a way that a system could compile data about but never predict, because the data would tell the system what had happened, and the principles would keep producing new things that hadn't happened yet. He trained with this understanding from that point forward. Not as a strategy, he did not experience it as strategic. He experienced it as being honest about what he was, which was a person who had learned how to learn from a blacksmith, who was applying that to a sword, and who had no other way of doing it, and did not need one. Wei Liang thought about this all through the week following the Liu Pang spar, training at dawn, working the forge through the day, thinking about it in the spare minutes between tasks. He was reaching late qi condensation. The breathing exercises had accelerated his circulation, and his meridian density was accumulating steadily, and he was beginning to feel the specific pressure that signaled an impending stage transition. He reached mid-qi condensation on a Wednesday morning, sitting in the cultivation square before anyone else arrived. No system notification. The transition came the same way the first one had. A slow pressure in his chest, a clicking into place of something that had been almost there for days. He sat still until it settled, then opened his eyes and looked at the empty square. The square would fill in an hour with system users running their daily routines, guided by their interfaces through optimal sequences. They would train efficiently, receiving exactly what they needed when they needed it. Wei Liang would train inefficiently, finding each breakthrough by feel, accumulating density that no standard measurement would accurately reflect. He had stopped comparing the two approaches as better and worse. They were different. The question was whether his approach produced something that mattered. By conventional system-guided rates, mid-qi condensation in 3 months, and change was approximately twice as slow as the fastest system users. But the density of Wei Liang's accumulated qi at this stage was, according to Old Shin's assessment, measurably above what a standard system-guided mid-qi condensation cultivator would have. 2 steps behind in rank, 1 step ahead in foundation, Old Shin said. That ratio will improve. He went to Liu Pang the next day and asked for another spar. Liu Pang considered it. Liu Pang's system had a match history of Wei Liang now, and was presumably running prediction analysis. Liu Pang said, "You're at mid-qi condensation now." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "My system still shows you at below threshold combat power." "Your system is measuring the wrong thing," Wei Liang said. Not unkindly. As information. Liu Pang stared at him. Then, after a moment, he said, "Fine." They sparred for 40 minutes. Wei Liang won 3 of 5 rounds. Liu Pang, leaving afterward, did not say anything about kitchen knives. Old Shin watched the results from his window that evening, and, when Wei Liang came home, said through the doorway, "Systems give answers. You find answers. There is a difference." Wei Liang stopped. "What do you mean?" "When your system gives you an answer, you follow it. You become better at following. When you find your own answer, you become better at finding." He leaned against the doorframe. "The system's answer is correct. Your answer is yours." Wei Liang thought about this for a long time that night, lying on his narrow bed with the short sword propped against the wall, listening to the sounds of the forge settling in the cool dark. Chapter 9. Rematch. The second time Wei Liang fought Liu Pang with serious intent, not a practice spar, but a real one, witnessed. It was Liu Pang who requested it. This was unexpected enough that Wei Liang considered it for a day before agreeing. He could not work out what Liu Pang wanted from it. The previous spars had been mutual testing. This felt different. Liu Pang had gathered 3 of his friends and proposed a formal match. First clean hit from the full starting distance, no clinch entry. He had apparently been told that Wei Liang's wins in their earlier sessions were due to the close-range entry exploit, and wanted to test the theory that denying that entry would resolve the matter. His system probably told him exactly the same thing. Wei Liang agreed. They met at the cultivation square on a Saturday afternoon when traffic there was heavy and the match would have an audience. He understood the social function of this. Liu Pang needed to establish a record against the no-system cultivator in front of witnesses, for reasons that had more to do with his standing in his friend group than with combat efficiency. This was fine. Wei Liang had no objection to being watched. They squared off. Liu Peng opened with the mid-range combination his system had recommended after the first session, denying the close-range entry, presenting the combination from a distance where Wei Liang's early closing technique had no room to work. It was the correct answer to the problem his system had identified. Wei Liang had spent a week preparing a different question. He did not try to close range. He did the opposite. He opened with what Old Shun called a displacement step, moving laterally rather than forward, circling the mid-range combination rather than going under or through it. This was not a technique his system had analyzed. It was not a technique from any system-era scroll. It was derived from watching the way water redirects around an obstacle, which he had spent his childhood watching at the forge's drainage channel. Liu Peng's system updated in real time. Wei Liang watched the half-second of recalculation in Liu Peng's footwork. The updated recommendation was to track the lateral movement and adjust targeting. Wei Liang circled twice more in alternating directions. Each circle cost Liu Peng a recalculation. By the fourth circle, Liu Peng's system was slightly behind the physical reality of where Wei Liang was. Not by much, fractions of a second, but enough. Wei Liang stepped inside on the fifth direction change, not toward Liu Peng's weapon arm, but toward his trailing foot, and the contact was decisive. Liu Peng went down. Clean hit. The watching students were quiet for a moment. Then someone in the back said something that was not quite audible. Liu Peng sat up, and his expression was not the face of someone who had been beaten by a better fighter. It was the face of someone trying to reconcile an outcome with a framework that does not accommodate it. My system had a 91% prediction accuracy on that match, Liu Peng said. He was talking to Wei Liang, but also to himself. It said you would go for close range every time. I did last time, Wei Liang said. It extrapolated that pattern. Patterns can change. Liu Peng looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, this is a trick. Call it what you like. Systems account for every known technique. There's nothing in the manual cultivation database that covers what you just did. Then it's not in the database, Wei Liang said. He helped Liu Peng up and walked home. He was not satisfied in the way he had imagined victory would feel. It felt more like arithmetic, like having correctly solved a problem he had been working on for weeks. The solution was correct, and he could move on to the next one. When he told Old Shun that evening, Old Shun said nothing for a while. Then, you didn't use a technique. No. You used an idea? Maybe. That's further along than I expected you to be. Old Shun was quiet again. Zhang Fenghao heard about the Liu Peng matches. Wei Liang had not known this. And he was not worried. He was curious. Good. You don't mind that he's not worried? Wei Liang thought about it honestly. He shouldn't be yet, he said. He's 2 stages ahead and has a tier 5 system. It would be unrealistic for him to be worried. Old Shun looked at him with that expression again. The one Wei Liang had finally identified as something between respect and concern. As if he was watching someone walk toward a cliff with full knowledge that there was a cliff there, and the concern was not about whether they would fall, but about what it would cost to go that far. One more thing, Old Shun said. You've been moving toward foundation establishment. The density is almost sufficient. Before you attempt the consolidation sequence, come to me. He paused. Manual foundation establishment is different from the system-guided version. You'll need the specific protocol. How different? Standard foundation establishment takes 1 to 3 days of consolidation, system-guided. Manual takes longer. The consolidation must be comprehensive. Every meridian point reinforced individually, which takes sustained attention at every single node. He drank from his jar. I've never actually seen someone do it manually. I have the pre-system texts that describe it. His expression was the precise, honest expression he always wore when something was uncertain. We'll work from the texts and what I know of the pathway structure. Wei Liang stored this. He had learned to store everything Old Shun said that contained technical content, even the parts that seemed like qualifications. Especially those parts. Chapter 10. Study Zhang Fenghao came to the training alley on a Thursday in Wei Liang's 6th month of practice. He came alone, which was unusual. He did not knock or announce himself. He simply appeared at the entrance to the alley while Wei Liang was working through forms, and stood there until Wei Liang noticed him. Can I watch? Fenghao said. Wei Liang put the sword down, which was the question's answer. I heard about the Liu Peng matches, Fenghao said. All of them. All right. Your system match record from the Square officials shows you with a 58% win rate against Tier 2 users. From a no-system cultivator at mid-chi condensation. He said this without disdain. He said it the way someone reads a result that doesn't match their model. My system can't classify your combat style. It keeps returning insufficient archetype match. I know, Wei Liang said. Fenghao looked at the short sword on the ground. Can we spar? Wei Liang picked it up. Yes. They squared off in the alley. Fenghao was careful and professional. He was not here to humiliate. he was here to assess. His Tier 5 combat system began full analysis immediately. Wei Liang could not see the interface, but could feel the assessment in the way Feng Hao's eyes moved, tracking and recording. The system was reading him. The spar lasted 8 minutes. Feng Hao overwhelmed Wei Liang completely. The gap was real and substantial, 2 cultivation stages plus the natural advantage of a Tier 5 systems optimization. Wei Liang was on the back foot from the first exchange and never found a foothold. He tried the displacement step. Feng Hao's system recognized the lateral pattern by the second iteration and compensated. Wei Liang tried 2 other approaches. Feng Hao responded to both within 2 or 3 exchanges. The gap was not a gap that could be closed with a clever entry angle. It was a gap in raw accumulated qi and system-optimized technique. Wei Liang understood this clearly. He was not going to beat Jiang Feng Hao today. He was not going to beat him for some time. The question was not whether he would lose the spar. The question was what he could learn while losing. What he learned while losing was 3 specific patterns in Feng Hao's form that his system-guided training had built into his movement. The right shoulder drop before a downward strike, which he had cataloged from the cultivation square. Still there, 6 months later, presumably because the system had no reason to flag it as a vulnerability when no opponent had ever exploited it. A 2-step planting sequence before any lateral movement. His feet always planted in a specific 2-beat pattern before he shifted directions, a rigidity that his system's footwork optimization had introduced because it maximized power transfer in the turn. A window of approximately half a second after deploying his system's Tier 5 focus burst ability, the single most powerful technique in his arsenal, during which his defensive coverage dropped while the system calculated the follow-up chain. Wei Liang stored all 3. Not for now. For later. You're reading me, Feng Hao said when the spar ended. He was not displeased. He was interested. Yes, Wei Liang said. My system flagged it. It noticed your eye movements are tracking my shoulder and foot positioning rather than my weapon. He paused. I've never been told that about a human opponent before. Only monitoring arrays do that. Wei Liang said nothing. The gap is real, Feng Hao said. Not unkindly. As information. I know, Wei Liang said. How long before it closes? Wei Liang thought about this honestly. Foundation establishment, I'll be within striking distance in terms of raw power. Maybe a year and a half from now. He paused. What the gap won't tell you is what I'll know about you by then. Feng Hao was quiet for a moment. Something in his expression shifted. Not concern exactly. Something more thoughtful than concern. He looked at Wei Liang with the particular attention of someone who is updating a model in real time. You've been watching me from the beginning, he said. From before the ceremony, Wei Liang said. Feng Hao walked away. At the alley entrance, without turning. You're going to be a problem eventually. Yes, Wei Liang said. Old Shun, watching from the window, permitted himself a very small satisfaction. Chapter 11. The beast tied. The warning came at dusk on a Thursday in Wei Liang's 7th month. A scout from the outer wall ran through the main street ringing a bell, the 2-ring pattern that meant beast tied, minor scale, outer farmlands. The cultivation community of Ironhaven mobilized in the organized way it always did for minor tides. Senior cultivators from the sects to the perimeter, mid-rank academy students to secondary positions, civilians to the reinforced shelters near the town center. The whole process had a practice quality. Systems handled coordination. They connected users to a shared situational display, tracked beast locations and numbers, recommended positioning and combat engagement priorities. Wei Liang was at the forge when the bell rang. His mother immediately began locking the shutters. Go, she said. To the shelter, he said. Yes. He went to the storage room and took the short sword. His mother did not argue with this. She understood the nature of what her son was building, even if she had never used the vocabulary of cultivation for any of it. He was moving toward the shelter when he heard, from the direction of the outer farmlands, a sound that was not part of the expected sequence. A breach at the secondary eastern gate, not where the tide was heaviest, but an opportunistic incursion by a smaller pack through a gap the primary response had left unguarded. The system coordination network, Wei Liang would learn later, had a 30-second lag on updating secondary positions. For cultivators waiting for system guidance on where to go, that 30 seconds was dead time. He heard shouting from the alley between the outer market and the eastern wall section. He went toward it. Chao Ru was there. Chao Ru was one of Wei Liang's oldest friends from the Forge district. They had grown up 2 streets apart, had spent summers on the same roof watching beast clouds form over the mountains to the east. Chao Ru had received a Tier 2 strength system at the ceremony and had been at the academy since. He was there now because the system network update lag had told him to hold position at the market alley while the primary strike force repositioned, and 3 wolf-class beasts from the secondary breach had found him while he was standing still waiting for new instructions. Wei Liang arrived as Chao Ru was backpedaling, his system running a threat assessment that was 30 seconds out of date, the 3 beasts circling him with the patient rotation pattern of animals that knew their prey had no exit. There was no time to wait for anything. Wei Liang had no system interface, no threat assessment, no tactical overlay. He had the sword and 3 months of watching how animals moved in the beast lore scrolls old Shun kept in the back room, and the accumulated observation of a person who had been watching instead of waiting for guidance. He entered the circle from the beast's blind angle. Animals that circle their prey maintain attention on the prey, not on what's behind them. He struck the hindquarters of the rearmost wolf with a sharp horizontal sweep and stepped away fast. Not a killing blow. He did not have the cultivation chi to make a killing blow against a beast-tied wolf at his stage, but enough to redirect the rotation. The beast turned. The other 2 beasts, confused by the break-in pattern, hesitated. Chao Ru, freed from the 3-way encirclement, had enough space to use his strength system's primary technique. He brought both beasts down. The 3rd wolf rounded on Wei Liang, who was already moving again, laterally, the displacement step, and the beast's lunge missed by a handspan. Chao Ru finished it. They stood in the alley in the sudden quiet of a resolved encounter. Chao Ru was breathing hard. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that cycled through several things before settling on something that was not quite embarrassment and not quite gratitude, but carried elements of both. Your system was waiting for the update, Wei Liang said. Not as accusation, as observation. It said to hold position, Chao Ru said. It said the main force was going to sweep this section in 30 seconds. They were 30 seconds too late. Chao Ru looked at his system interface, then at the fallen beasts, then at Wei Liang with the short sword. I was waiting, he said. You weren't. Wei Liang put the sword away and helped Chao Ru move back toward the primary response line. The rest of the tide was handled by the sect cultivators and cleared in under an hour. Afterward, sitting on the low wall outside the forge with cold tea, Chao Ru said, I haven't seen you since the ceremony. I know. People have been saying things. I know. Chao Ru was quiet for a moment. He looked at his hands. They were shaking slightly. Post-combat. Not fear, just the body returning to rest from the state it had needed to be in. He stilled them deliberately. He was quiet for a moment longer. Around them, the response force was clearing the last of the secondary breach. Wei Liang could hear the organized shouting and the specific percussive sound of cultivators using system techniques against beast-tied stragglers. The system coordination network was running properly now, updated, routing people where they needed to be. The 30-second lag had resolved. The beasts that Chao Ru had been waiting for his system to tell him how to handle were dead on the alley floor. My system told me to hold position, Chao Ru said, not in defense of himself. In the specific tone of someone examining a fact about themselves they have just seen clearly. It was the correct recommendation for the general situation. It was wrong for this particular alley with these 3 beasts. He looked at Wei Liang. I was going to wait out the lag. You didn't wait. I couldn't see your system's display, Wei Liang said. All I could see was 3 wolves in you. And that was enough information to act. It was all the information there was. Chao Ru looked at the dead wolves, and then at Wei Liang with an expression that was still sorting itself out. I have a Tier 2 system, he said. It's been my whole cultivation since the ceremony. I've never once acted in a combat situation without checking its recommendation first. He was quiet. Tonight it let me down not because it was bad, but because it was slow. And I didn't have a way to compensate for the slowness because I've never needed to. Your system isn't wrong, Wei Liang said. It was working correctly. The situation outran it. The situation outran it. And I froze because I had nothing to think with except the system. He looked at Wei Liang. You think without it. I've had to, Wei Liang said. I don't know any other way. I should have come by, he said. After the ceremony. I didn't know what to say. It's all right, Wei Liang said. He meant it. That thing you did with the circle entry, Chao Ru said. That's not in any system combat manual. I know because my system pulled every relevant entry after the beasts went down, and the closest thing is an ancient pack-hunting counter-entry that requires core formation to execute safely. He looked at Wei Liang. You did it at mid-chi condensation. It requires understanding the pattern, Wei Liang said. Not the cultivation stage. Chao Ru was quiet for another moment. I want to train with you, he said. If that's something you'd consider. Wei Liang looked at him. Chao Ru had always been quick and light on his feet. Even without formal training, he moved well. The strength system had given him power, but power without understanding was less effective than power with it. There was something Wei Liang could offer him that his system couldn't. Tomorrow morning, Wei Liang said. Before the forge opens. Chao Ru nodded. He was quiet for a moment. Then, you've been doing this every day since the ceremony, haven't you? Yes. Does it? He paused. Never mind. Does it hurt? Wei Liang said, seeing everyone else move ahead. Chaoru looked at him. Yes, Wei Liang said. But it's the kind of hurt that has a use. It tells you the distance. Chapter 12. The student. The morning after the beast tied, old Shun was in the weapons shop doorway when Wei Liang arrived in the alley for his morning forms. Sit down, old Shun said. Wei Liang sat. Old Shun brought out 2 jars and gave one to Wei Liang. It was tea. I watched the Eastern Market alley last night, old Shun said. From your window? I can see the alley mouth from the upper floor. He drank from his jar. You went into the circle from the blind angle. Animals that are circling watch the target, not what's behind them. Where did you learn that? Your beast lore scrolls. The section on pack hunters. Old Shun was quiet for a moment. You read those 3 weeks ago. I read them twice. And you stored the tactical applications. Yes. Old Shun set down his jar. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression Wei Liang had never seen on him before. Not the assessing look. Not the reluctant teacher look. Something more settled, more final. The expression of a decision that had been approaching for weeks and had now arrived. You are my student, old Shun said. Not as a proposal. As a fact. Wei Liang said. I thought you weren't teaching me. I wasn't. Now I am. Old Shun picked up his jar again. There's a difference between watching someone struggle and acknowledging them as a student. Last night crossed the line between the two. What line is that? Old Shun thought about it. When someone shows me they will use what I give them, not just hold it. He looked at the cultivation square down the street, where morning practitioners were beginning to arrive. You used a scroll you read once 3 weeks ago to enter a combat situation without waiting for a system recommendation. You held the idea long enough to apply it under pressure. Wei Liang said nothing. He was aware that something important was being said, and his instinct in those moments was to listen rather than respond. That is a quality I have not seen in many students, old Shun said. I have seen it in 2 or 3 people in my entire career. I saw it in myself a long time ago. He paused. I will teach you what I know. The forms, the breathing cultivation, the sword reading techniques. Everything. Another pause. It will not be fast. I know. You will still fall behind system users in the short run. I know. You will be mocked and underestimated and bureaucratically excluded and occasionally in danger. I know, Wei Liang said. Old Shun looked at him for a long moment. Good. Then you know. He stood. Come inside. I have the first formal lesson prepared. They went inside. The first formal lesson was on the concept old Shun called sword ground. The quality that a blade develops over years of dedicated use, not in the metal but in the space around the blade, in the cultivator's understanding of their specific sword. It was not sword intent, which was a higher concept. Sword ground was simpler. It was the specific relationship between a swordsman and their particular blade, the degree to which the weapon had become an extension of what they knew. It was the difference between a sword a craftsman made and a sword that craftsmen understood. Old Shun said, your sword has no color yet. It has not reached intent, which requires foundation establishment at minimum. But it has ground. I can see that. Wei Liang looked at the short iron sword his father had made for cutting rope. What gives a sword ground? He asked. Time and honesty, old Shun said. Using it the way it actually is, not the way you wish it were. Seeing it clearly. Wei Liang held it for a moment. The grip was still frayed. He should replace the cord. He would do it this week. He looked at the blade, not for its quality, which he knew, but for what it was. A second-grade alloy blade made by his father's hands for practical purposes. Honest, functional, not beautiful. His. Your father made this, old Shun said. Yes. Old Shun looked at the blade for a moment. Then, I never met your father. But I've been watching you train for 7 months. The way you work, the patience with imperfect tools, the attention to what a thing actually is rather than what you want it to be. That's not something a person teaches themselves in 7 months. That comes from somewhere. Wei Liang said nothing. The people who built the pre-system cultivation tradition, old Shun said, were people who worked with what they had. They couldn't wait for the right tool because there were no standardized tools. They developed the ability to know their own materials deeply, which is a different skill than finding the optimal material. Your father worked that way. He looked at Wei Liang. You're working that way. He continued the lesson. He described the 3 stages of sword development in the pre-system tradition. Ground, which Wei Liang already had. Intent, which required foundation establishment, and the first conscious deployment of sword chi as something distinct from cultivated chi, and what old Shun called sword without intent, which was the highest stage, in which he described carefully and without elaboration, the way someone describes a country they once visited and has not returned to. Sword without intent is misunderstood, old Shun said. People hear without intent and think it means something passive, something that just happens. It doesn't mean passive. It means beyond conscious direction. When a technique becomes so deeply yours, through so many thousands of hours of honest work, that in the decisive moment it moves before you decide to move it, that is sword without intent. The technique answers the necessity. The technique is everything you've built, responding to what the moment asks, without the mediation of conscious choice in between. Is it possible to train for it? You cannot train for sword without intent the way you train a technique. You can only do the work that makes it possible, the 10,000 repetitions, the real fights, the honest errors corrected and corrected again. When the work is sufficient and the moment is genuine, it arrives. It is the destination of the path you're on. He paused. Not a destination you can reach by rushing, only by continuing. Wei Liang held the short sword and thought about what it meant to have a destination you couldn't reach directly. Everything his father had known about iron had been like that, not achieved by deciding to know it, but accumulated through thousands of hours of watching the material and adjusting and trying again. His father had never talked about a destination. He had talked about what the work in front of him required. Wei Liang listened to the full description of sword without intent and stored it even though he was nowhere near it, even though it was as distant from his current stage as the horizon from a person standing on a plane. He stored it because Old Shun had described it carefully, and Old Shun did not say things carefully unless they were worth storing. Down the hill, the morning practice session at the academy was already running, and Zhang Fenghao was deep into late qi condensation, 2 full stages ahead, moving through his system's recommended forms with the easy fluency of someone who had never had to find anything by hand in the dark. The gap was real. It was large. It was narrowing faster than anyone who had seen them both in their first month would have expected. Wei Liang put the sword on the table and began the first formal lesson, asking 2 careful questions and 1 impatient one, and getting answers to all 3 that he stored immediately. That evening, sitting with his mother at the forge while she mended something and he cleaned the short sword's blade, Wei Liang said, "Old Shun took me as his student today." His mother looked up from her mending. She looked at him for a moment with the expression that meant she had been waiting for this and was deciding not to say that she had been waiting for it. She said, "Good." He said, "You can't give someone sword ground. It comes from using the same blade honestly for a long time." His mother looked at the short sword in his hands. Her hands stilled on the mending. She said, after a moment, "That's your father's." "Yes." She was quiet. She picked up the mending again. They sat in the comfortable quiet of the forge, and the evening closed around them. And Wei Liang thought about sword ground and what it meant to build something with your own hands and how much further he still had to go. And he knew, with the precise and undramatic certainty of someone who has correctly measured a distance, that Zhang Fenghao had reached late qi condensation today, and that the gap was still large, and that the gap was narrowing faster than any system in Ironhaven could currently predict. That was enough for tonight. Tomorrow, he would train. Chapter 13. Sword reading. Old Shin's second formal lesson came 3 days after the first, and he began it without ceremony. He set 2 cups of tea on the table in the weapons shop's backroom, sat across from Wei Liang, and said nothing for a full minute. Wei Liang waited. He had learned, in the weeks of working alongside the man, that Old Shin used silence the way his father had used slow heat on iron, to reveal what was already there, rather than to produce something new. "You've been reading opponents since before you started training," Old Shin said at last. "Before the Liu Peng matches. Before you had the vocabulary for it. I watched you at the cultivation square those first months, and you weren't watching weapon movements or system activation patterns. You were watching weight distribution, breathing rates, the way a cultivator's attention settles when they're relaxed versus when they're engaged." He drank his tea. "You were doing this before anyone told you it was a skill." "I watched my father work," Wei Liang said. He could tell whether a weld was going to hold before it cooled. He watched the heat distribution, the specific color gradient along the seam, the way the metal moved under cooling pressure. He used to say that iron tells you what it's going to do if you know how to listen. Your father was a blacksmith who understood his material. Old Shin set down the cup. A swordsman who understands his opponent is doing the same thing, reading the material. Except the material is a person, which means it's more complex and more consistent than iron. People have patterns, and patterns can be learned, and learned patterns can be anticipated. The lesson that followed was the most formally structured thing Old Shun had taught him. He called it sword reading and organized it into 3 parts. The first part was observation before the fight. This was the foundation. What a reader built before the first exchange determined the quality of everything that followed. Wei Liang had been doing parts of this instinctively, cataloging weight distribution, noting which foot carried more load, watching where the eyes rested. Old Shin formalized it. The pre-fight read was a structured sequence, not a general attention. First, the feet, foot position and weight distribution told you the default stance and the most practiced transitions. Then the hands, how they held or didn't hold a weapon, the degree of tension in the grip, whether the fingers were already calculating or at rest. Then the eyes, where a cultivator's attention defaulted when they weren't directing it consciously, was often more informative than where they directed it deliberately. Most fighters rested their attention on their dominant weapon hand or their own weapon. The ones who rested attention on the opponent's center, the solar plexus, the base of the throat, were more experienced, more dangerous, and more skilled at reading in return. When you were watching Liu Pang at the cultivation square, Old Shun said, "What did you see in his eyes?" His attention kept coming back to his right hand, Wei Liang said, where his system's primary technique deploys from. What does that tell you? That he thinks about his technique from the inside out. He trusts the technique. His system recommends it, and he believes in the recommendation. And his feet. Left heavy. His system's combat stance is right dominant, but his natural balance is left. He's been trained to wait right, and it's not fully his yet. What does that gap tell you? Wei Liang thought about it. That the trained form is still external, not yet structural. Under high pressure, surprise, pain, disruption, he'll default to his natural left-heavy balance, which is outside his system's optimal parameters. Correct, Old Shin said, and something in the flatness of the word made it more significant than praise would have been. The second part was pattern recognition during the fight. This was more complex. The still life read of pre-fight became a moving read once the exchange began, and the information came faster and had to be processed and used simultaneously with the fight itself. Every fighter had tells, micro-movements that preceded larger movements, invariably, regardless of system coaching. The challenge was that tells were not obvious. They were the 0.2-second lead that a shoulder made before a downward strike, the 0.1-second pause in breathing before a burst move. Systems tracked weapon vectors and power outputs. They did not track preparatory body language, because preparatory body language was too small to affect the system's combat calculations. A tell that existed in a Tier 10 system user would never be flagged by their system because the system's resolution was set to operational significance, and a shoulder drop that preceded a strike by 0.2 seconds was, by the system standards, not operationally significant. To a reader, it was the countdown. The three patterns you cataloged in Feng Hao, Old Shin said. The shoulder drop. The planting sequence. The post-burst window. Yes. How long did it take you to find all three? The shoulder drop I saw in his first session at the cultivation square, in the first week I went there. The planting sequence I identified in our spar, the one where he overwhelmed me completely. The post-burst window took 3 additional observations because the burst is rare enough that I hadn't seen it enough times to be sure it was consistent. And then you held all 3 for, how long? 17 months, Wei Liang said. Old Shin looked at him. Most cultivators who identify an opponent's tell use it immediately. They can't resist the immediate application. You held 3 patterns for 17 months. I was waiting for a match that mattered. The patience required for that, Old Shin said, is not a property of sword reading as a technique. It's a property of your character. And it's the difference between sword reading as a tactical tool and sword reading as a genuine advantage. The third part was prediction without certainty. This was the hardest part to explain and the hardest to develop. Wei Liang would never be able to predict an opponent's every move. The model he built from observation was a model of probable next moves, weighted by what he had seen, not a perfect forecast. The mistake was to treat the prediction as certain. The skill was to hold it as probable and remain open to the possibility that the opponent would do something outside the model. A system's prediction engine calculates from recorded data, Old Shin said. It applies pattern matching across a large historical database and outputs a confidence percentage. The output feels authoritative because it comes with a number. Cultivators learn to trust numbers. But the number is only as good as the historical database, Wei Liang said. And the historical database has never encountered you, Old Shin confirmed. Your model of an opponent is different. It's built from what is actually in front of you, in real time, right now. It doesn't have the scale advantage of a systems database. You have watched fewer fights than 3 centuries of compiled history. But what you're watching for is something the compiled history doesn't contain. The specific person in front of you, right now, with their specific habits and their specific tells and their specific way of not being what their system thinks they are. Wei Liang absorbed this. He thought about Liu Pang's natural left balance fighting against a trained right dominant form. He thought about Feng Hao's right shoulder drop that the Tier 5 system had never once flagged in years of use. Every person is slightly outside their system's model of them, he said. Every person, Old Shin confirmed. Because the system models the statistical average of their technique, not their individual expression of it. The individual expression is where the tells live. The system can't see them. You can. They practiced for 2 more hours. Old Shin made small movements and Wei Liang identified what they predicted, then reversed it. By the end, Wei Liang's accuracy was noticeably better than at the start of the session. He filed this as a baseline. He would be better tomorrow. The deeper implication of Part 3, prediction without certainty, was something Wei Liang had been working through since Old Shin first described it. The challenge was not just technical. It was a kind of mental posture, holding a model actively enough to act from it, while remaining genuinely open to the model being wrong. Most cultivators who relied on system guidance did not have to develop this posture because their system handled the uncertainty for them. The system maintained confidence percentages. The cultivator followed. When the system was wrong, the cultivator had not made the error, the system had. The cost of that architecture was that the cultivator never developed the specific skill of inhabiting useful uncertainty, holding a working model with conviction without treating it as final truth. Wei Liang was developing that skill by necessity. Every time he cataloged a new tell or built a model of an opponent's habits, he had to decide how much to commit to the model and how much to remain open to being surprised. He was learning, slowly, that the model was most useful not as a prediction but as a structured question. If this is what I've observed, what does it suggest about the next thing I haven't observed yet? The answer to that question was always provisional. And provisional answers, when held correctly, were better tools than confident ones. That evening, he replaced the fraying cord on the short sword's grip, using the same red and black braid his father had used on workshop handles. When it was done, the sword was the same weapon it had always been. It felt slightly more his. Down the hill at the academy, his most recent information from the public board, Jiang Fenghao, had reached peak qi condensation. His system's trajectory projection had him breaking through to foundation establishment within 5 weeks. Wei Liang was at late qi condensation, approaching the consolidation stage that preceded foundation establishment. The gap was real and shrinking, and Fenghao's system could not complete a projection on Wei Liang's trajectory, a fact that the system had been reporting internally to its user for weeks, and that Fenghao had been quietly sitting with. The specific nature of the system's inability to project on Wei Liang was something he had been thinking about carefully. A system's projection function required an archetype match to generate a trajectory. Wei Liang's cultivation had no archetype. But what was more interesting was that the system, when it encountered an archetype mismatch, did not generate a low-confidence projection. It generated an error, not a degraded result, a failure to produce a result at all. That was structurally different from uncertainty. Uncertainty said, I'm not sure what will happen. An error said, I don't have the category to ask the question. Wei Liang went to sleep thinking about tells, about the distance between who a cultivator was and who their system had trained them to be, about his father's iron, and how iron that was understood was worth more than 10 pieces merely hammered. He was building something that understood. It was slow, and it was his, and it was not going to stop. Chapter 14. Density in the 9th month after the awakening ceremony. On a Tuesday morning in early autumn, when the forge district smelled of cooling metal and the first leaf fall was beginning, Mei Suyin walked into the weapons shop at Old Shin's request and introduced herself to Wei Liang with the specific directness of someone who had grown up in a healer's household and had learned early that unnecessary social circling wasted time. Old Shin wants me to run a cultivation diagnostic on you, she said. He says the structure of your meridians is unusual, and he wants a formal scan because he doesn't have healer's tools. Wei Liang knew her name. He had seen her at the clinic on the west side of the healer's quarter, where she worked under the district healer. She had received a Tier 3 support system at the ceremony, healing and defense class, and had been in active apprenticeship since. He had seen her also at the cultivation square occasionally, not training but reading, with the same quality of unhurried attention he had noticed in himself. He had filed her as someone worth talking to, at some point, when the moment was right. All right, he said. She had him remove his outer robe and produced her diagnostic kit from a satchel. 3 precision instruments, polished, clearly well-maintained. She pressed the first one to the meridian pathway at his inner wrist and looked at the output reading with her system interface active. Hold still, she said. He held still. She ran the diagnostic for about 4 minutes, moving methodically from the wrist to the elbow to the shoulder to the collarbone and back, cross-referencing her readings with the system interface that she could see and he could not. When she finished with the left arm, she moved to the right, then the chest, the upper back, 3 points along the spine. The whole process took nearly 20 minutes. Wei Liang sat without fidgeting. He used the time to observe her the way he observed everything. not with the specific purpose of a pre-combat read, but with the general attention that had become his default mode. She moved with the practiced economy of someone whose work required sustained precision. Her attention during the diagnostic was complete, not the performing completeness of someone who wanted to be seen attending, but the real thing, the kind that forgets to be aware of itself. When she finished, she sat across from him and was quiet for a moment, reviewing the data. "Your system is calling me below threshold again," he said. She looked up from the interface. "My combat assessment protocol is flagging you as below threshold. I'm not running the combat assessment." She turned the interface in his direction so he could see the display, though he could not read the system notation. "I'm running the cultivation density scan, which is a different tool for a different question." "What's the different question?" "The combat assessment asks how much power you can output in a given period. The density scan asks how much chi you have per unit of meridian volume, how saturated your cultivation network is." She looked at the display again. The combat assessment is downstream of the density scan. High density leads to high output. But a system's combat assessment often measures output without looking at the upstream question, which means it can underreport a cultivator whose output is constrained by something other than density. She paused. "In your case, the output is constrained by your stage. You're at late chi condensation. Your output corresponds to late chi condensation, but your density does not." "What does my density correspond to?" She turned the interface fully toward him and pointed at a value on the display. "Standard late chi condensation density is in this range. You're here." The gap between the 2 points was significant. "Your meridian density is closer to what I'd expect at early foundation establishment, which you haven't reached yet." "The branching," Wei Liang said. Old Shin mentioned the meridian pathways are non-standard. "They're extremely non-standard." She put down the interface and looked at his arms again, the way she had looked during the scan, with the specific attention of someone seeing something they have read about but not previously encountered. "Your meridians didn't follow the standard central pathway. They built a distributed network. Multiple branching pathways rather than a single optimized corridor. Each branch is individually smaller, but there are many more of them, and the total carrying capacity is substantially higher than a standard network at your stage." "What does that mean for my advancement?" "In theory, and this is from the pre-system manual cultivation texts, which my system doesn't actively teach, but which are in the library's reference archives, a distributed network accumulates chi more slowly than a standard pathway, stage for stage, because the filling process is spread across more nodes. Each individual node fills more slowly than a single large reservoir would." She paused. "But the total capacity is higher. And density compounds. The denser you are at each stage, the faster you accumulate going forward, because there's more chi in the network to interact with the incoming ambient chi." A longer pause. "The standard pathway hits a density ceiling. The system optimizes for efficiency, not maximum density, so the pathway is sized for the system's efficiency parameters. Your network doesn't have that ceiling because the system didn't set its dimensions, so it keeps growing. That's the pre-system theory. I've never had a patient who was doing this, so I'm working from text rather than experience." She packed her tools back in the satchel with the neat economy she brought to everything. "What I can tell you from the scan is that your foundation establishment, when it comes, will be built on an unusually dense base. Your core formation at foundation establishment will reflect that density." Wei Liang looked at his hands, where the meridian lines were slightly more visible than they had been 3 months ago, present in the ambient light as a faint but consistent luminance. "My system keeps telling me you're below threshold," she said, with the precise honesty of someone reporting a fact they find inadequate. "I'm going to formally note in my clinic records that my system's combat assessment of you is unreliable and that the cultivation density data doesn't support its conclusions." "It's measuring the wrong thing," Wei Liang said. "Yes," she said, "it is. The combat assessment protocol was designed for system users who have a predictable relationship between cultivation stage and power output because their system optimizes both simultaneously. You don't have that relationship, so the protocol's assumptions don't hold." She stood. "Old Shun is right to be interested in your structure. I'd like to track it going forward, if you're willing. Monthly scans. I want to see how the density progression compares to what the pre-system text predicted." "All right," Wei Liang said. She said goodbye to Old Shun, who was in the doorway with a jar, and left the shop with the same direct efficiency she had arrived with. Wei Liang sat in the back room for a while. He thought about what she had said about the ceiling, the way the standard pathway was sized by the system's efficiency parameters, and his pathway was not. He thought about his father's iron, about the difference between a piece forged for a specific purpose and a piece forged to understand the material itself. The specific piece was more efficient. The understood piece was more capable. He reached qi condensation consolidation 3 weeks after the diagnostic, the final substage before foundation establishment, the stage where the qi network completed its first full saturation before the breakthrough that reorganized it into a foundation core. His meridian density at consolidation was, according to the follow-up scan Mei Suyin ran in the 4th week, more than twice the standard value for that stage. The foundation establishment breakthrough was not going to be standard. That had already been established. He thought about that sometimes at night, in the few minutes between lying down and sleeping. The specific, manageable uncertainty of not knowing exactly what his breakthrough would produce, only that it would be something the scrolls had described, but that no one in 3 centuries had built. He had been reading the pre-system texts more carefully in the weeks approaching consolidation, and what he found in them was a consistent theme that none of the modern cultivation manuals he had seen mentioned: the relationship between the quality of foundation and the quality of what could be built on it. Modern manuals focused on advancement rate. How quickly could you move from one stage to the next? The pre-system texts focused on foundation completeness. How fully had the previous stage been integrated before the next one was attempted? The two were not the same goal, and they did not produce the same result. A system-guided cultivator at qi condensation consolidation was, in most cases, at the exact density that the system had determined was necessary and sufficient for foundation establishment. No more, because additional density took additional time, and time was the primary resource the system was optimizing to spend efficiently. The system was designed for reliable outcomes, and reliable meant meeting the threshold, not exceeding it. Wei Liang was at more than twice the threshold. He had not set out to be. He had simply never received instructions that said, "This is enough, proceed." He had continued the breathing exercises and the cultivation work until Mei Suyin's scans told him the network was full, and the network had kept filling because the distributed nodes had more total capacity than a standard pathway, and filling more had taken more time, but had produced more density, and more density would produce more of something at foundation establishment. What, exactly? He did not yet know. He thought about his father's iron. You could get good results from barely sufficient iron. You got better results from iron that had been given what it needed. The forge did not optimize for efficiency of raw material use. It optimized for the quality of the finished piece. The system optimized for advancement efficiency. The pre-system tradition had optimized for foundation completeness. He was going to find out what completeness built. He trained every morning and every evening. He had added night forms after the Liu Pang matches, short sessions in the dark that served a specific purpose beyond physical technique development, training his body to move well without vision, relying entirely on proprioception and the feel of weight and air. A system-guided cultivator navigated by their interface overlay as much as by their senses. He had no overlay. He trained his senses. The gap between him and Zhang Fenghao continued its patient, compound closure. Chapter 15. The traveler Bao Shenwei arrived in Iron Haven on a morning in Wei Liang's 10th month of training, and the manner of his arrival was characteristic. He walked into the market square, set his traveling pack down at the tea vendor's stall, ordered something hot, and asked the vendor who the no-system cultivator was. He was 21 and had been traveling continuously for 3 years, which explained the worn quality of his pack and the ease of his movement through unfamiliar space. Movement systems, which were dedicated to speed and displacement rather than combat power, had a tendency to make their users restless. The system's optimal operation required frequent movement, and cultivators whose systems rewarded motion developed, over years, a fundamental preference for being in transit rather than settled. Bao had the manner of someone who had found his natural habitat in the space between places. His system was Tier 4 movement class, one of the rarer system types, because most cultivators who wanted speed built it as a secondary focus within their combat tree rather than taking the dedicated movement path. The dedicated path required sacrificing a significant portion of potential combat power in exchange for movement capability that was categorically different from what could be achieved as a secondary. It was, for most cultivators, a poor trade. For Bao Shenwei, who appeared to have decided early that movement was the thing he was most interested in, it was simply who he was. He found Wei Liang in the alley that afternoon, carrying the straightforward energy of someone who has been told something interesting and has come to see whether it's true. "I heard there's a cultivator here with no system who's beating Tier 2 users at sparring," he said. Wei Liang put down the short sword. "More or less accurate." "I want to test you," Bao said. "I'm curious about how it works." Wei Liang had fielded enough challenges by now to have a sense of what each one's actual motivation was. The Liu Pang challenge had been about social standing. Liu needed to establish a record. The various cultivation square spars he had had over the previous months had been about assessment. cultivators who had heard about the results and wanted to calibrate their own understanding. Bao Xingwei's challenge was something else, the genuine curiosity of a person who found things interesting and moved toward them. Wei Liang recognized the quality because he had it himself. All right, he said. The square. They moved to the cultivation square. Bao Xingwei's movement system was active from before they even squared off, visible in his posture, which had the characteristic near-weightless quality of someone whose center of gravity was not quite where you expected it to be. Everything about his weight distribution suggested perpetual readiness to not be where he was. The match was not close. Bao Xingwei was faster by a qualitative margin, not a quantitative one. Not faster in the sense of the same movement performed at higher speed, but faster in the sense of movement that operated by different rules. His system assisted displacement covered distance in ways that did not follow standard momentum, appearing somewhere other than where the trajectory of his last movement would predict. Wei Liang's displacement step, which had been effective against Liu Pang and partially functional against Feng Hao, was itself a movement technique, and against a dedicated movement class system, his version of the principle was vastly outclassed. He lost in 4 exchanges, each one clean and unhesitating. But he watched. He watched the way Bao Xingwei's system processed each displacement, the slight settling into a position after each burst, the way the ambient qi around him reorganized during the 0.8-second recharge period. He watched the breathing, the one the movement system's elegance could not fully contain, because the system displaced his body but could not control his respiratory rate. And his respiratory rate was tied to the physical demands of sustained high-speed movement in a way the system could optimize but not eliminate. The exhale that marked a full recharge cycle, 1.2 seconds after the last burst, consistent within 0.05 seconds across 8 observations. The second match lasted 9 exchanges. Wei Liang lost again, but the losing took longer, and Bao Xingwei was looking at him with genuine interest by the end. "You're tracking my recharge timing," he said, when the second match ended. "Yes." "From my breathing pattern." "Yes." Bao sat down on the bench, which was, Wei Liang noted, something he did only after extended movement. The system apparently had an idle state preference that made rest active rather than passive. He was thinking with the focused quality of someone for whom thinking was another form of movement. "My system flags opponents who attempt movement window exploitation as medium threat. It's a well-documented counter-strategy. But it tracks window exploitation by opponent movement pattern when someone begins to move toward my position during my recharge window. No one has ever keyed it to breathing before. Your movement pattern is too variable for reliable timing," Wei Liang said. "The system randomizes the displacement direction within a range. But the breathing isn't randomized, it's physiological. The recharge is physical even when the system manages it. So you found the thing the system manages versus the thing it can't manage. The system can mask the movement pattern. It can't mask the exhale." Bao looked at him for a long moment with an expression that was evolving from curiosity to something more considered. "Who taught you that?" "I found it in the second exchange of the first match." "In real time?" "During the fight. The first match gave me enough data to form a hypothesis. The second match confirmed it." Bao was quiet for a while. The afternoon sun was at the angle where it came directly into the cultivation square from the west and made everything luminous and slightly uncomfortable. He seemed unbothered by it. He had the tolerance for variable conditions of someone who lived in motion and had stopped expecting comfort. "Let me tell you what my system does when I show it your match record," he said. "I asked it to assess you after I heard about you from the vendor in the square. It ran a standard cultivator profile analysis. It returned, no system detected. Cultivation stage, late qi condensation. Power classification, below threshold. Combat threat assessment, low. It told me I had a 98% win probability. It was correct about the win probability," Wei Liang said. "It was correct about the outcome," Bao said. "It was wrong about how the outcome happened. My system told me you were low threat. But a low threat doesn't key my recharge timing from breathing in the second match of a first encounter." He paused. "Low threat means I don't have to think. I thought in that second match. I had to. Your reading made me have to." Wei Liang said nothing. Bao stayed in Ironhaven for 3 more days. He said he was in no hurry, which Wei Liang believed. They sparred each afternoon. In the third spar, Bao's system produced a significant recalibration. It stopped issuing specific recommendations after the fourth exchange and displayed only raw combat data, because it had encountered enough of Wei Liang's approach that its pattern matching engine was throwing insufficient confidence values on its recommendations. The system, unwilling to recommend with low confidence, defaulted to observation. "That's the first time my system has stopped recommending during a match," Bao said, on the third day. He said it with the tone of someone noting something genuinely new, not performing surprise. It can't match my approach to an archetype, Wei Liang said. Without an archetype, the recommendation engine has nothing to pattern match against. It defaults to raw data. And raw data without pattern recognition is just data, Wei Liang said. Your system can tell you where I am and how fast I'm moving. It can't tell you what I'm going to do. Bao looked at him with an expression that had settled into something specific. I've fought 112 people with this system. I've never had it stop recommending. Some of those people were significantly above my cultivation stage. My system always found a model for them. A pause. You are not in the model. No, Wei Liang said. Is that deliberate? Wei Liang thought about it honestly. Initially, it was a consequence of having no system. There was nothing to model against. But in the past few months, I've been developing techniques specifically by deriving them from principles rather than technique trees, which means they have no system-era precedent. He paused. So yes, increasingly deliberate. Bao was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that may be the most strategically significant thing I've heard anyone say about their own cultivation approach. He shouldered his pack. He was leaving in the morning. I'll remember you, Wei Liang of Ironhaven. Wei Liang watched him leave with the characteristic easy movement of someone who was always going somewhere. That night, he wrote the breathing exhale observation in the back of Old Shin's training notebook in a shorthand only he would understand. He also wrote, movement systems. Recharge is physical, not algorithmic. Look for the physiological tell the system cannot control. He fell asleep thinking about what it meant to be outside the model. To be something that no compiled history of 3 centuries had encountered before. That was, he thought, the closest thing to an advantage he had that was entirely independent of cultivation stage. He intended to keep widening it. Chapter 16. The Architecture of Blind Spots. 3 weeks after Bao Xingwei's departure, Wei Liang returned to the cultivation square with a different kind of attention. He had been watching fights there for months. He knew the individual patterns of the regular practitioners. He knew which system classes tended toward which opens, which personality types followed their system's recommendations most closely versus exercised the most independent judgment, and which time of day produced the most information-rich matches. He had a substantial dataset of individual-level observations. What he now wanted was something at a higher level, not individual patterns, but structural ones. Not how this specific Tier 3 combat system user opened their matches, but how all Tier 3 combat system users opened their matches, and what the structural limitations of system guidance produced across users regardless of individual variation. He spent 3 weeks watching, and, between watching, thinking. At the end of 3 weeks, he had identified 4 structural vulnerabilities that appeared across all system types, without significant variation. The first, systems optimized for their users' specific cultivation style. This was by design. A system that optimized for your actual path was more useful than a general one. The limitation was that this optimization made the system excellent within its user's established style and relatively poor at situations requiring a different style. A combat system that had built a high-speed offensive framework for its user would continue recommending high-speed offensive approaches even when the situation called for patience or defense, because the system's highest confidence recommendations were always in its user's most developed domain. The user's strength was also their system's tunnel vision. The second, systems modeled opponents as known types. This was the limitation Bao Xingwei had encountered. When an opponent fit a known archetype, the system's recommendations were highly accurate and highly confident. When the opponent fit no archetype, the system either issued low-confidence recommendations, which some cultivators followed despite the low confidence, and some did not follow at all, or defaulted to general principles. General principles were not useless. They were good principles, but they were meaningfully less specific than the system's normal output, and cultivators who relied heavily on system guidance experienced a confidence decrease when their system shifted to general principles that sometimes manifested as physical hesitation. The third, the processing gap. However fast a system's analysis was, the recommendations still had to travel from the interface to the user's conscious processing to their motor system. This gap was small, for experienced system users, as little as 0.15 seconds, but it existed, and under high-pressure conditions it stretched. Surprise made it stretch. Pain made it stretch. Novelty made it stretch most of all. An opponent doing something outside the system's expected categories caused a cascade of error states and recalculations that could push the processing gap to 0.5 seconds or more. The fourth, the historical training bias. Systems had been built in the system age for system age problems against system age opponents. The edge cases, the strange opponents, the genuinely unconventional approaches. These had been handled in the pre-system era, were documented in the pre-system texts, but were not in the system's active training matrix because the system age had not needed them. Any cultivator whose approach drew from the pre-system tradition was, from the system's perspective, fighting in an idiom it had never been trained to analyze. Wei Liang was, in structural terms, gap 4 personified, and gap 4 interacted with all three others. It produced opponent as unknown type conditions, gap 2, triggered longer processing cycles, gap 3, and sat outside the system's optimization domain, gap 1. He brought this analysis to Old Shun that evening, written in the training notebook. The writing was clear and organized. He had learned, in 10 months of practice, that the act of writing an analysis improved the analysis, because the commitment to specific words forced specificity of thought that loose mental notation did not require. The habit of the notebook had developed from Old Shun's indirect instruction. Old Shun himself kept a notebook, though Wei Liang had not seen the inside of it, and he referred to it occasionally during their technique sessions in the way of someone confirming a fact they know but want to verify. Wei Liang had started his own in the 3rd month, initially as a practical tool for retaining the observation data from the cultivation square. It had become something more over time, a record of his thinking about what he was building and why, and how the current chapter related to the previous ones. He had looked back through the early entries sometimes. The 3rd month entries were simple, technique observations, match outcomes, specific physical details to work on. The 9th month entries were different, longer, more analytical, making connections between things that had appeared unrelated earlier. The difference between the 3rd month notes and the 9th month notes was not in their subject matter. It was in the quality of thinking. The habit of writing had developed the habit of thinking, in the way that any practice develops what it practices. A system provided its analysis output directly to the cultivator's consciousness. The analysis was good, better, in most cases, than what an unaided human mind could produce quickly. But it bypassed the part of knowing that came from doing the analysis yourself. The specific path from data to conclusion that, when traveled yourself, deposited something in you that the directly delivered conclusion did not. He had been depositing things. The notebook was the record of what had accumulated. Old Shun read it with the slow attention he gave to things that mattered. He set the notebook down and looked at Wei Liang with an expression that was halfway between professional satisfaction and something that was becoming, over the months, like pride, not performed pride, but the involuntary version. This is correct, he said. All 4 points are documented in pre-system cultivation theory, in terms you've arrived at independently. He stood and went to the chest in the back of the back room, which had revealed itself to contain the water-resistant case of old scrolls. He set the case on the table. I've had these for 15 years. Read them. Wei Liang opened the case. 6 scrolls, compact hand, water-resistant covering, the specific whereof things that had been read often. The top one, Foundation of the Independent Path, Cultivation Theory for Those Who Walk Without Guidance. He read through the night. By morning he had covered 5 of the 6 scrolls, and his understanding of what he was doing had deepened substantially. The pre-system cultivators had not just known about the 4 blind spots, they had built a systematic philosophy of cultivation around them. The blind spots were not, for them, bugs to exploit. They were features of the fundamental difference between a cultivator who was guided and a cultivator who built. A guided cultivator could go faster, with less friction, and achieve more reliable results within the known range of cultivation outcomes. A builder cultivated more slowly, with more friction, and was less reliable in the short term. But what they built was theirs in a way that nothing gifted could be, and where it led was not constrained by what the gift had been designed to provide. He set the scrolls back in the case and looked at Old Shun, who had fallen asleep in the chair at some point after midnight. He thought, I am not doing something new. I am doing something old that was forgotten because it was hard. And the people who forgot it were right to, for them, the system was genuinely better. For someone with no system, this is not a philosophical choice. It is the only available road. The difference is that I have been walking it for 10 months, and it is beginning to feel like the road I was supposed to be on. He understood something clearly now that had been building for months. The 4 blind spots were not just tactical vulnerabilities he could exploit in combat. They were structural features of a mode of cultivation, system-guided cultivation, that had optimized for one thing at the cost of another. What system-guided cultivation had optimized for was reliability and speed. What it had given up was the irreplaceable depth that came from building without a guide. The pre-system cultivators had not had the system as an option. They had built from nothing and had developed, out of necessity, a depth that the system age had stopped requiring. He was not better than system-guided cultivators because he had no system. In every standard measure, he was behind. His pace was slower. His technique development was less efficient. His power output at any given stage was comparable, but required more work to achieve. The advantages were not in standard measures. They were in the architecture, a distributed network that compounded faster than standard, a reading ability that the system had no category for, a style that existed only in him and could not be found in any training database anywhere. In a world where every measure was standard, those advantages would never appear. But real fights were not standard. They were specific, one person, in one moment, against one opponent. And in the specific moment of the specific fight, being genuinely outside the system's categories was not a disadvantage. It was the only thing the system had never been able to account for. He went to the alley and trained for 2 hours before the forge opened. He was at chi condensation consolidation, approaching foundation establishment, and the density of his meridian network was accumulating at a rate that Mei Suin's monthly scans were beginning to describe as anomalous even for his already anomalous baseline. At their most recent session, she had run the scan twice because the first result was outside the range she expected. The second result confirmed the first. She had looked at the data with the specific expression that Wei Liang had learned to read as scientific interest in tension with clinical precision, the expression of someone who sees something their training didn't prepare them for. "Do you know what your accumulation rate implies for foundation establishment timing?" she had asked. "Old Shin estimates 3 to 4 weeks, Wei Liang said. "My estimate is 2 to 3. She put away the tools. The standard texts on distributed cultivation networks, the pre-system ones, describe a final acceleration phase just before the breakthrough, when the network reaches saturation threshold and the qi begins to self-organize toward consolidation. You're in that phase." He had looked at his hands and felt, for the first time in months, the specific kind of anticipation that preceded something he had been working toward for a long time. Not impatience. He had run out of impatience early on, when the pace had been clearest and the gap had been largest. Something more settled than impatience. The quiet certainty of someone who has been walking a road for a long time and can see the next waypoint. He had work to do. He did it. Chapter 17. The Foundation. Wei Liang achieved foundation establishment on a morning in his 11th month, and the day began the way all days in the life of a person who has no system begin, with him waking up before the sun and going to the cultivation square because it was what he did. He had been running the third phase breathing exercise, the circulation deepening that Old Shun had introduced 2 months earlier, the one that was designed to prepare the qi network for the consolidation transition, and the feeling had been building for weeks. He knew it was near from the pressure in his chest, which was not pain but something adjacent to it, the feeling of something held at maximum capacity that wanted to reorganize. He had sat with it every morning for 3 weeks, running the exercise, waiting. It arrived at mid-morning. Not a burst of light or a dramatic expansion, a settling. The most precise word he had for it was settling, the way a structure settles into its foundation after the final beam is placed. The qi that had accumulated in his distributed network stopped circulating in its existing pathways and reorganized. His chest pressure, which had been building, resolved into something denser and more stable. He sat very still for a long time while this happened. When it was finished, the crow on the fence post had been replaced by a sparrow, and the cultivation square was beginning to fill with the mid-morning practitioners, and the sun was past its highest point. He walked home. Old Shun was in the doorway before Wei Liang reached the alley entrance. "Well," Old Shun said, "foundation establishment. It's settled the way you described the distributed structure would, simultaneous filling of all nodes, not a single core point formation." Old Shun came out of the doorway and went back inside and came back with 2 jars of the strong thing, and he handed one to Wei Liang, and they sat on the crates in the alley the way they had been sitting since the first autumn. At what stage was Feng Hao when he broke through? Wei Liang asked. "Academy records, foundation establishment at 4 months post-ceremony. You're at 11 months. Old Shin drank. 7 months behind where he was at that stage. But your foundation density, by Mei Suin's scans, is not 7 months behind his. It is ahead. Because the standard pathway optimizes for speed of accumulation, not density. Because the standard pathway was designed for a system-guided cultivator who will be advancing through the stages with system support the whole way. It doesn't need to be dense. The system will guide the transition at each stage. It just needs to be sufficient." Old Shin looked at his own meridian lines. "Your foundation doesn't have system guidance waiting for it at the next stage. It needs to be sufficient enough to get there on its own." "It is," Wei Liang said. "More than," Old Shin confirmed. "More than sufficient." He paused. "Begin the second phase cultivation work. Foundation establishment means your meridian network can now process ambient qi at a higher level. The network has enough structural integrity to handle the increased throughput. The next phase is about using that capacity. They worked through the afternoon on the foundation establishment cultivation exercises. These were different in kind from the chi condensation work. Where chi condensation had been about building the network, foundation establishment was about using it. The exercises involved cycling chi through the full distributed system, all 12 primary meridians, all 43 nodes, in sustained patterns that gradually increased in complexity. It was, Old Shin said, the equivalent of learning to play an instrument with 43 strings simultaneously rather than the standard 3 or 4. Your system would normally guide this at the first pass, Old Shin said. It would show you the standard cycling pattern, overlay it on your meridian map, and coach you through the first cycles. I don't have a standard cycling pattern, Wei Liang said. No, you have your own, which means you'll need to find it. Old Shin looked at him. How? Wei Liang thought about it. The same way I found the meridians, he said. By feel. Start with what I can detect, work from what I know, extend from there. Yes, that's exactly it. He spent the evening finding the foundation establishment cycling pattern by the only method available to him. Trying things, noticing what the network responded to, trying more things, and building a map of what worked from the inside out. It took 6 hours to find the first stable pattern. It would take weeks to develop the full cycling library that a system would have provided in the first session. He did not resent this. He had stopped resenting the longer way a long time ago. The longer way was his. He thought about what it meant to find something versus to be given it, while his hands worked the cycling pattern in the lamplit back room of Old Shin's shop. The cycling pattern he was finding tonight, the specific sequence of node activation and flow direction that the foundation establishment stage's chi dynamics responded to, was going to be his in a way that could not be replicated. Not because he had worked harder, exactly, because the process of finding had made it his. A system-guided cultivator who learned the foundation establishment cycling from their system's first session tutorial had the correct pattern from day one. The correct pattern, correctly followed, efficiently produced results. All of that was unambiguously better than spending 6 hours trying wrong versions. And yet, the 6 hours of wrong versions had told him things about the network that no tutorial could have. Which nodes were slow, which connections were strong, where the chi naturally wanted to flow, and where it resisted. The failures were data. The data was his. The correct pattern, at the end of those 6 hours, fit the network he actually had rather than a general model of what a foundation establishment network should be. There was a specific quality to the knowing that came from finding the pattern himself. When Old Shin showed him the first breathing exercise, 9 months ago, Wei Liang had memorized the instructions immediately. The instructions were correct. But the knowing of the instructions was different from the knowing that came after he had run the exercise for 40 straight days and felt the meridians respond, and adjusted the timing based on what the adjustment actually produced. By the 40th day, he did not remember the instructions anymore. He remembered the practice. The practice was more his than the instructions had ever been. The foundation establishment cycling pattern would be the same way. 6 hours to find the first stable version. Weeks to refine it. Months to make it structural. At the end of those months, he would not be following a pattern. He would be doing a thing that was his, built by his hands, from his body's specific geometry. A system would have saved him those months. A system would have also meant those months were not spent building. The question of which was better was not a question with a general answer. For him, with his particular distributed network and his particular history and his particular need to know things in the way that meant they were fully his, the longer way was the right way. Not because it was virtuous, because it was what he was. That night, he went to Mei Suin's clinic. She was in, late, doing inventory. She looked up when he knocked. Foundation establishment, he said. She took out her diagnostic tools without being asked. The scan ran for 30 minutes, longer than any previous scan, because the new structure was more complex and the system's anomaly flagging was working harder. When she finished, she said, I have no reference point for this scan. My system is trying to compare your foundation structure to its database of foundation establishment cultivators and returning no matches above 40% similarity. She looked at him over the tools. Your foundation is structurally unlike anything in the modern cultivation record. Pre-system texts describe it, he said. I know. I've been reading them in the clinic library since your first scan. She was quiet for a moment. Wei Liang. Yes. I've been a healer's apprentice for 11 months. In that time, I've treated 47 foundation establishment cultivators. Their scans all look roughly like the database reference values. Yours looks like something from a different tradition. She said it with the precise flatness of someone who is stating a fact they find significant without having fully worked out what it means. My system calls you below threshold. I'm going to note in my clinic record, formally, that my system's assessment of you is unreliable, and that I am documenting a non-standard cultivation structure for research purposes. Thank you, Wei Liang said. She walked him to the clinic door. The night outside was cool and clear, with the specific sharpness of the first true autumn air. She said, at the door, "Are you eating enough? The foundation transition depletes more than people expect." "Probably less than I should," he said. "Come by for the nutrient protocol. I have one for high-intensity manual cultivation that I've been developing based on your profile." She paused. "It's not in my system's treatment database. I developed it by extrapolating from the pre-system texts and your scan data." He looked at her. She was in the doorway with the clinic light behind her and the night air around her, and the attention on her face was the full, complete kind. And he thought about what it meant to have someone develop a protocol for something that wasn't in the database yet, just because the person required it. "Thank you," he said again, and he meant it more specifically this time. He walked home thinking about foundations, about what it meant to build one that had no ceiling because it hadn't been given a system's dimensions. Chapter 18. The Rejection Iron Sword Sex qualifying trials came to the Ironhaven region in Wei Liang's 12th month, and the first thing he did when the announcement was posted was read the entry requirements. System registration, valid and current. Foundation establishment, or higher. No criminal cultivation record. Submit via sect registration office with assessment by the system tier rating board. He read this twice. Then he went to register. The desk administrator was a young sect official with a tier 2 administrative system and the expression of someone who valued clear procedures. He looked at Wei Liang's name, scanned the registration form, reached the system registration field, and stopped. System tier and class. None, Wei Liang said. "I don't have a system." The administrator looked up. He processed this for a moment with the careful attention of someone who takes procedural exceptions seriously and wants to handle them correctly. "Without a system registration, I can't complete the standard intake assessment. The rating board requires system data to generate a tier classification, and the trial requires a valid tier classification. The trial is designed to assess combat capability," Wei Liang said. "I can demonstrate mine. The process requires the system intake, not a direct demonstration. The intake is standardized," Wei Liang said. "I understand. But the standard was designed for a population that all have systems. I don't. Can you escalate to someone with authority to make exceptions?" The administrator considered. He did not have that authority. He was clear about this without defensiveness, as a matter of fact. The person with that authority was the senior examiner. The senior examiner was Elder Rong Beishan, who was at the judge's platform. Wei Liang thanked him and walked across the square. He had seen Elder Rong Beishan from a distance before, at the cultivation square once, in passing, and at the announcement board when the trial dates were posted. Up close, the man had the specific quality of someone who had been doing serious work for a long time. Not relaxed, exactly, but settled. He was reading a report when Wei Liang arrived, and did not look up immediately. "Your desk administrator sent you away," Rong said, without looking up. He explained that I needed to speak with the senior examiner. Rong put down the report. He looked at Wei Liang with the assessor's gaze, systematic, comprehensive, unhurried. He looked for a longer time than most people looked. Wei Liang stood still and let him look. "System registration," Rong said. "None. Foundation establishment." "Yes." Wei Liang pushed qi into the meridian lines at his inner wrists. The way Mei Suyin had showed him would make the lines visible. The foundation establishment qi was distinct in quality from qi condensation, more stable, with a different density characteristic that an experienced cultivator would recognize. Rong looked at the lines. He was quiet for a moment. "Manual cultivation. Pre-system method. 11 months of practice. Who taught you?" "Shen Yuchuan." Rong's expression shifted slightly at the name. "Old Shen. He's been in Ironhaven for years." A pause. "He was a cultivator of some standing before the curse." He's been teaching me since the 2nd month." Rong was quiet again. He looked at the registration desk across the square, then back at Wei Liang. "The standard entry requires system registration. I don't have the authority to unilaterally override that requirement for a formal trial entry. Is there an informal option?" The specific quality of Elder Rong's expression at this question was something Wei Liang would remember for years. The slight compression around the eyes, the fractional relaxation of the jaw, the expression of a man who has thought about a particular type of problem before. "The waiting area behind the main square is not within the trial's sanctioned jurisdiction," Rong said. "Activities there are outside my formal observation." He paused. "I'm taking a break in 15 minutes. Wei Liang understood. "I'll be there." He went to the waiting area. He had 15 minutes. He spent them thinking about the 2 applicants he had observed in the queue that morning, both Tier 3 combat system users, one at early foundation establishment and one at mid. He built his standard pre-match read on each from his Q observations and waited. The match with the first applicant lasted 6 minutes. His system's opening recommendation for an opponent at Wei Liang's assessed level, which was below threshold, was the high-pressure burst combination. Wei Liang let the burst run and redirected the follow-through, and when the system was recalculating from the unexpected redirect, he was inside the applicant's guard. The applicant's system updated twice more in the match and failed to close the exploitation window both times. The second applicant was at mid-foundation establishment. The match was harder, one stage above Wei Liang, with more chi density and a more developed system-guided technique set. Wei Liang took damage in the first exchange. He held his footing, entered the still water stance, and used the reading work of the past 6 months to find the specific tell in the applicant's post-system recommendation pause. When the system updated, the applicant's eyes moved to the upper left, a habit of someone who had trained with system overlays positioned at upper left in their interface. The tell was 0.3 seconds. Enough. He won both. Elder Rong watched from the area's edge. "Come to the registration desk," Rong said, when it was over. "I have something to sign." Chapter 19. Conditional. The paperwork Elder Rong assembled for Wei Liang's conditional outer disciple registration was, as Rong himself noted, improvised. The Iron Sword sect had not enrolled a cultivator without system registration in at least 3 generations, and the forms were not designed for the contingency. Rong worked around this by invoking the Elder Review Protocol, a provision in the sect's foundational documents that allowed senior examiners to grant entry to candidates whose exceptional demonstrated capability was not fully captured by the standard intake process. He completed the forms in his precise administrative hand, added the notation about waived system registration, signed and sealed it, and handed Wei Liang the copy. "This entry will attract attention," Rong said. It was not a warning, but an assessment, matter of fact, like someone predicting weather. "From sect leader Huang Zhongmin," Wei Liang said. Rong looked at him briefly. "You know about Huang. I know he has built his authority and his sect's doctrine on the premise that the system is the divinely ordained path. A cultivator who demonstrates capability without a system is a problem for that premise. He won't ignore it," Rong said. "He's not a man who ignores things that challenge his framework." He handed Wei Liang the stamped paperwork. "Your conditional status means you cannot formally rank, compete in sect tournaments, or access inner disciple resources until the standing is reviewed. You may use the outer disciple training grounds and library. Your review will be scheduled in 12 months. Is 12 months standard? 6 months is standard. I've scheduled 12. Rong paused. "It gives you time to establish a record that makes the review straightforward." Wei Liang understood. Rong had given him the time deliberately. "Thank you, Elder." "Don't thank me. The path you're on creates institutional friction. Friction has costs that are not always visible in advance." He looked at Wei Liang with the focused attention he had brought to every exchange since the waiting area. "Be sure you understand what you're spending." Wei Liang thought about this carefully later that evening, sitting on the low wall outside the weapons shop in the autumn dark. He was spending time. He was spending the goodwill of people like Elder Rong who would receive friction for having enrolled him. He was spending the comfort of not being noticed. That was gone now, replaced by the specific discomfort of being an anomaly on a board where everyone could see the notation. He was spending the possibility of an easy path, which had always been unavailable, but which would now become unavailable for other people too. People who had to process the existence of him and decide what to do with it. What he was not spending was the cultivation itself. The work that had been done in the alley and at the cultivation square and in the back room of the weapons shop was done. No institutional friction could revise it. The 12 meridians found in the dark were his, built into his body's architecture, belonging to no system that could be suspended or revoked. The 16 months of practice that had produced the still water stance were his. The notebooks were his. The specific quality of knowing that came from finding rather than being given was his. Huang Zhongmin could challenge his registration. He could not challenge his cultivation. The cultivation was a fact about his body, and facts about bodies were not subject to registration requirements. He went to the outer disciple registration the following morning and was shown to the training ground, the library, and the dormitory. He told his mother that evening. She was at the forge, working a late commission. "Iron Sword sect," she said, without turning from the work. "Conditional. Outer disciple. No rank. But in, Wei Liang confirmed. She worked for a moment. The forge fire crackled. She said, "Your father would have been interested in this." "I know. He wasn't a cultivator, but he respected the work." She set down the hammer and looked at him over the forge light. "He used to say that real work is recognized eventually, that things done honestly don't need to announce themselves." Wei Liang looked at the forge fire. I'll keep that in mind. He went to the sect the next morning and began establishing his record. Chapter 20. Jiang Fenghao hears the name again. The Iron Sword sect's outer disciple training ground was not impressive by any standard. It occupied a half-acre behind the main hall, divided into practice zones for forms, sparring, and paired cultivation exercises. The equipment was functional rather than fine. The cultivators who used it were, by definition, the sect's most junior members, the ones who were still building toward the level required for inner disciple status. Wei Liang arrived on his first morning and went to the farthest practice forms area and began his morning routine. He was observed. This was expected, and he did not perform unawareness of it. 12 outer disciples were already training, and within 5 minutes of his arrival, the collective attention had noted him and filed him in the category of the conditional entrant with the unusual registration. He had seen his entry listed in the outer disciple index. The notation in the margin was visible to anyone who checked the records. People checked records. He trained through the morning without incident, which was the best outcome for a first day. Uneventful establishment of physical presence was more useful than any deliberate introduction. In the afternoon, he went to the library. The general collection was available to outer disciples, which meant the standard cultivation technique archive and the reference collection for foundation establishment practitioners. He was not, at this point, primarily interested in the general collection. He was interested in the sword technique archive, the one old Shun had mentioned, the one that went back further than system era documentation. The archive occupied a section of the library's lower level. It was organized chronologically, with the most recent additions at the front and the oldest materials at the back. The oldest materials were 3 centuries old and predated the system age, the same era as Old Shin's private scrolls, but substantially larger in volume. Where Old Shin's collection ran to 6 scrolls, the sect library's pre-system archive ran to 43. Wei Liang read for 4 hours. He was reading for the underlying principles, the conceptual logic behind techniques, not the techniques themselves. A system era technique description gave you the form, stance this way, weight here, strike thus, power output expected X. A pre-system technique description gave you the reason, why the weight goes here, what the form is an expression of, what understanding of the body and the sword together produces this specific result. The difference was the difference between instructions and comprehension. He was deep in a scroll on redirectional flow principles when he came out to the hallway and found Jiang Fenghao. Fenghao was at mid-foundation establishment. In the months since the cultivation square, he had continued his system-guided advancement with the smooth efficiency of a Tier 5 in proper operation. Each stage completed at or above the system's projected schedule, each technique developed to the system's optimal standard. He was, objectively, one of the stronger cultivators at the sect's outer level. He was aware of this and wore the awareness with the specific ease of someone for whom the assessment had always been accurate. He looked at Wei Liang with the recalibrating expression Wei Liang had catalogued from their early conversations, the one that appeared whenever the incoming data required an update to his existing model. The conditional entrant, Fenghao said. Jiang Fenghao, Wei Liang said. Mid-foundation establishment. You're at early, I'm told. Yes. Still catching up, Fenghao said. Not unkindly. As a fact. Yes, Wei Liang said. Fenghao looked at the pre-system archive books under Wei Liang's arm. What are you reading? Redirectional flow principles. Pre-system technique framework. Those are 300 years old. My system's technique library supersedes everything in them for current combat application. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's why I'm reading them. Fenghao's expression shifted in the small, specific way of someone who has encountered a sentence that contains more than its surface. Your system doesn't have categories for you, he said, instead of pursuing the redirectional flow question. I asked mine to run a projection on your trajectory this week. It returned an error. I know. It's never returned an error on a person before. The error is because I don't fit an archetype, Wei Liang said. Not because I'm unclassifiable. Because the archetype I belong to isn't in the system's training data. Fenghao was quiet for a moment. Pre-system independent cultivator, he said. Yes. There are no living examples. There's one, Wei Liang said. He held Fenghao's gaze steadily. You're looking at him. Fenghao's jaw set slightly. He looked at Wei Liang for a moment longer, then walked away. At the corridor's turn, without turning back, you're still 2 stages behind me in raw cultivation. Yes, Wei Liang said. And closing. He went back to the library. Chapter 21, The Old Scrolls. Over the weeks of his access to the sect library's pre-system archive, Wei Liang developed a system for reading that was, characteristically, his own. He did not read sequentially, the way the archive was organized. He read thematically. pulling scrolls from across the collection that shared a conceptual problem he was working on and reading them against each other. This produced a different kind of understanding than sequential reading. Instead of following one scholar's progression of thought, he was holding multiple scholars' approaches to the same question simultaneously, and where they agreed was the core of the thing, and where they disagreed was where the most interesting territory lay. The thematic problem he returned to most often was the question of how a cultivator without a system could develop something equivalent to what the system provided in terms of internal feedback. A system gave its user constant information, cultivation progress, technique efficiency, power output, advancement rate. A non-system cultivator navigating without that information had to develop internal feedback mechanisms that were as reliable as the system's external ones. The pre-system cultivators had understood this and had developed several approaches. The most interesting was the one they called sword ground, which was Old Shin's word, the first concept he had introduced, and seeing it in the formal scholarly documentation gave Wei Liang a kind of retroactive confirmation of what Old Shin had been doing. Sword ground was the accumulated, embodied knowledge of a cultivator's relationship with their specific blade, not technique, not theory, but the felt quality of correct versus incorrect execution, built through honest repetition over time. It was the internal feedback mechanism that replaced the system's external one. But the scholars disagreed on whether sword ground was sufficient. Some argued it was, that a sufficiently deep sword ground provided all the feedback a cultivator needed, and that the system's external feedback was in many ways a degraded substitute, because it externalized what should be an internal process. Others argued that sword ground, while valuable, was limited by what the cultivator already knew. It could confirm correct execution of known techniques, but could not guide breakthrough to techniques that were genuinely new. The middle position, which Wei Liang found most convincing, sword ground was necessary, but not sufficient. It provided the feedback mechanism, but the content of the feedback had to be built through direct engagement with the sword, with fighting, with failure, with the specific pressures of actual encounter rather than theoretical exercise. Sword ground, without real pressure, was like a scale, without weight to measure. He brought this to Old Shin one evening. Old Shin read his notes with the slow attention he brought to things that mattered. Then he said, "You're at the edge of sword intent. I thought sword intent required foundation establishment as a minimum." "As a minimum, yes. You're at foundation establishment." Old Shin looked at him. "Sword ground is the foundation. Sword intent is what grows on it. The growth happens through exactly what you identified, direct engagement with real pressure. In the next stage of your practice, the matches you fight won't just be tests. They'll be the material you build from." Wei Liang thought about this. He thought about the technique he had been developing for the past month. The first thing he had built entirely from the redirectional flow principles, without reference to any specific technique in the archive. He called it still water stance internally, though he had not named it formally. It was a completely passive guard position that redirected force vectors without meeting them, invisible to analysis because it looked like stillness while containing readiness. "Show me what you've been working on," Old Shin said. Wei Liang showed him the still water stance. Old Shin watched for 5 minutes without speaking. He had Wei Liang demonstrate the transition into it from 3 different approaches, then the redirect from 5 different incoming angles. He watched the way the body held readiness without expressing it as tension. He watched the specific quality of the redirect, not a block, not an evasion, but a change of direction that preserved the force's momentum and turned it elsewhere. "Where did this come from?" Old Shin said. "The redirectional flow scrolls. And water. Water. The drainage channel at the forge. The way water redirects around an obstacle rather than opposing it or surrendering to it. Neither conflict nor surrender, redirection." Wei Liang held the stance. "I've been working on the theoretical basis for 3 months. The physical form for 6 weeks." Old Shin was quiet for a long time. "This is original," he said. "The redirectional flow principles are in the archive, but this specific expression of them is not." "I know. Your system will never have seen this," Old Shin said. He caught the pronoun error and corrected it. "The systems. No system will have seen this, because it doesn't exist anywhere except in you." "That was the intention," Wei Liang said. Old Shin was looking at the stance with the particular attention he reserved for things that required real thought. Not critique, consideration. "You derived it from water," he said. "From the drainage channel." "The drainage channel, and from the pre-system flow texts, and from watching how force moves in sparring matches. The way a strike that misses its target keeps going and can't recover its momentum quickly. The gap between the end of a miss and the beginning of the next move." Wei Liang settled into the stance again, demonstrating. "Standard defense counters force with force. Evasion removes the target. This does neither. It accepts the direction of the incoming force and changes it by a few degrees, just enough that what was going to land becomes what goes past. And the change is almost invisible. It should look like stillness. The work is in the angle of reception, not in the movement itself. An observer sees a person standing still while a strike misses. Their system sees passive defense, insufficient force to threaten. He held the stance for a moment. What they don't see is that I've changed where the strike was going. Old Shin sat down on the crate at the back of the room. He was quiet for a while in the way of someone who is thinking carefully before speaking. This technique cannot be countered by a system, he said finally. Not because it's invulnerable. Every technique has a counter. But because the counter requires understanding what the technique actually is, and what it actually is has never appeared in any system's training data. Its system will observe passive defense and recommend pressure. Pressure will be what it recommends every time, because pressure is the standard counter to passive defense. The pressure won't work, because this isn't passive defense. And the system will keep recommending pressure because it has no other model for what it's seeing. He looked at Wei Liang. How long did it take you to develop this? The concept arrived in the drainage channel in the 3rd month. The physical form took 6 weeks of serious practice. Wei Liang released the stance. The principle is the drainage channel. The practice was understanding how to be the stone rather than trying to stop the water. You are not supposed to be able to develop this, Old Shin said. He did not say it with admiration or with alarm. He said it with the precision of someone stating a structural fact. In the system age, original technique development at your cultivation stage is documented in exactly 3 cases across 300 years, and all 3 involve cultivators with exceptional bloodline gifts who were developing system-guided innovations, not independent derivations. What you have done is outside the documented range of possibility. He picked up his jar. I am putting this in my records. In 40 years, scholars will want to know when it happened. Wei Liang said nothing. He thought about the drainage channel and his father watching it with him when he was 7 years old, showing him how water found its way around everything without fighting anything. His father had explained it as the forge's water management, practical, not philosophical. Wei Liang had filed it as a principle and found it again here, 3 months into the worst year of his life, and built something from it that had never existed. That was what it felt like to build without tools. Slower, more uncertain, and entirely yours. Chapter 22. Still water. The first real test of the still water stance came sooner than Wei Liang had planned. Fang Luo was a senior outer disciple. Tier 4 combat system, late foundation establishment, 3 years at the sect, with the specific confidence of someone who had earned their position through consistent good performance and who understood the value of well-maintained standards. His objection to Wei Liang's presence in the outer training ground was not personal. It was architectural. Wei Liang was a conditional entrant with no system rating and no formal rank, which meant, in Fang Luo's framework, no verifiable place in the sect's hierarchy. Unknown quantities and hierarchies created instability. Fang Luo was not someone who liked instability. He made his challenge formally, which Wei Liang respected. No social pressure, no crowd mobilization for the challenge itself, a direct approach at the training ground. I'd like to spar with you. First clean contact, full starting distance. I want to understand what a conditional entrant with no system is actually capable of. All right, Wei Liang said. By the time they squared off in the sparring circle, most of the outer disciples had gathered. This was the nature of things. A challenge between the highest-ranked conditional entrant and the top-end outer disciple was a data point everyone wanted to see. Fang Luo's system ran its pre-match assessment with practiced efficiency. The output, early foundation establishment, no system, power classification below threshold. Recommendation, 91% probability of match resolution within 4 exchanges using standard high-efficiency burst combination. Fang Luo had won 48 out of 50 sparring matches with this combination. He used it without hesitation. Wei Liang entered the still water stance. The first strike of the high-efficiency burst combination came at him with the specific speed of a late foundation establishment technique, faster than anything Liu Pang had produced, faster than the outer disciples he had trained against at the sect. He did not meet it. He redirected it, off the flat of his blade at an angle that changed the force vector from impact to passage. The strike went past him rather than landing, carrying its own momentum into empty space. Fang Luo's system flagged this as minor deflection, passive defense active. Recommendation updated. Press closer, attack angle adjustment. 88% probability of success. He pressed closer. Wei Liang redirected again, and a 4th time. Each redirect was small, precise, and cost him less energy than it cost Fang Luo, because redirecting an incoming force vector at the correct angle required less qi than generating a comparable force. Wei Liang was not attacking. He was standing in the still water stance and letting Fong Luo's own strikes generate the displacement. At the 2-minute mark, Fong Luo's system had issued 3 updates and was working through its 4th. Each update was correct. Each recommended adjustment was a reasonable response to the information it had. The problem was not that the recommendations were wrong. The problem was that the still water stance was not in any category the system's recommendations were designed to address. The system's model of passive defense assumed a passive defender who was building to a breaking point, waiting for the pressure to exceed their capacity and then responding. The still water stance was not passive in that sense. It was active readiness without expressed motion, and the distinction was invisible to a system that measured only what was expressed. Fong Luo used his Qi burst, the full late foundation establishment technique, maximum power, designed to break through any guard at his level. He had used it in 48 out of 50 wins. His system rated it at 95% success probability against an early foundation establishment opponent. Wei Liang sidestepped it, not to the outside, to the inside, where the burst technique's own force had created a momentary low-pressure zone. He was inside Fong Luo's guard in the 0.3 seconds the burst's completion allowed, and the contact was clean and decisive and early enough that the monitoring array registered it before Fong Luo's system had finished calculating what had happened. Silence. The outer disciples on the benches had been following along with their own system's analysis of the match, which had been showing high confidence in Fong Luo right up until the moment it hadn't. The shift from 88% projected win to match concluded result, Wei Liang, had been more abrupt than anything they were used to seeing. Someone said, "What was that stance?" Wei Liang turned back toward the training area without answering. He heard, from the covered balcony above the main hall's 2nd floor, the sound of someone watching. He looked up. Zhang Fenghao was at the railing. Wei Liang had been waiting for that, not engineering it, but expecting that the match's outcome would bring Fenghao out of wherever he was. Fenghao looked down at the sparring circle with an expression that was, for the first time in Wei Liang's observation of him, not fully composed, not panicked, not uncertain, but not entirely certain either. The certainty had a crack in it. That was enough for now. One of the outer disciples on the benches was still trying to work out what had happened, consulting his system interface with the focused expression of someone running repeated queries and getting inconsistent results. "Still water stance is not in the technique database," he said to the disciple next to him. "My system doesn't have a category for it. It's a deflection technique," his neighbor said. "There are deflection techniques in the Tier 4 and above archives." "No," the first disciple said. "A deflection technique works by force opposition. What he did wasn't force opposition. The strike went past him because he moved it. That's different." He looked at the interface again. "My system keeps classifying it as passive evasion, but he didn't evade. He redirected without stepping back." Wei Liang heard this and filed it. His opponent's systems could not classify the still water stance. That would remain true until one of them figured out what it actually was. And figuring out what it actually was required understanding its principle, not just observing its application, because the application looked different each time. The principle was constant. The application was variable. A system that matched application to archetype would never reach the principle. Wei Liang went back to the library. Chapter 23. The gap between assessments. The week after the Fong Luo match, Wei Liang's presence in the training ground had a different quality. The cultivators who had watched the match continued their training as before. They were not afraid of him. He was at early foundation establishment with no system, and they had systems, and any individual assessment would conclude he was below them by almost every formal measure. But something had shifted in the background texture of their attention. The match had been, technically, unexplainable by the frameworks they had. A below-threshold no-system cultivator had won a clean contact match against a late foundation establishment Tier 4, and their systems had not predicted it, and they were all silently doing the same calculation. Wei Liang trained through it, which was the only response that made sense. He was not here to be mysterious or impressive. He was here to get better. There was a specific lesson in the Fong Luo match that Wei Liang spent the following week sitting with. Not the tactical lesson. He had known the still water stance would work against an opponent who was following their system's recommendations predictably. That was the point it had been developed for. The lesson was something he had not expected. The experience of winning a match against a substantially stronger opponent and feeling, at the moment of the decisive contact, something more like recognition than triumph. He had spent 17 months watching the gap between himself and system-guided cultivators at the same age. The gap was real. It was measured in cultivation stage, in technique sophistication, in Qi density at any given stage. By every standard measure, he was behind. He had known that, had been tracking it, had chosen to keep going anyway because the reasons to stop had never outweighed the reasons to continue. But he had also known, with the kind of knowing that is more conviction than evidence, that the gap was not the whole story. The Fong Luo match had been one piece of evidence about what the rest of the story was. The still water stance worked not because Wei Liang was stronger, but because the stance existed only in him and therefore could not be accounted for by a system that analyzed what it had seen before. The gap in raw power was real. The gap in the system's ability to respond to him. That gap ran in the other direction, and it was growing, and it would keep growing. This was not comfort. Comfort was not what he was looking for. What he was looking for was an accurate map of where he stood and what his path forward required. The map, after the Fong Luo match, had one more data point on it. He folded it into the accounting and continued. Mei Suyin came to the sect that week for a supply run to the outer disciple clinic. She found him in the library afterward, reading a scroll on the distributed core formation mechanics he was approaching. She sat across from him and did not speak for a moment. My system reviewed the Fong Luo match monitoring data, she said, based on the array output. What was its assessment? It classified your victory as opponent error under technique selection pressure. Meaning, Fong Luo made a mistake, which allowed an upset. She looked at him. I watched the match. He didn't make a mistake. He followed his system's recommendations accurately throughout. His system was making errors, recommendations that were individually correct for the situation as modeled, but wrong for the actual situation, which the system couldn't model correctly. Yes, Wei Liang said. That's right. My system doesn't have language for that distinction. It classifies outcomes as either executed correctly or opponent error. It doesn't have a category for system recommendation failure leading to correct technique execution producing wrong outcome. She paused. Because in its model, if the technique is executed correctly, the outcome is determined by the power differential. And the power differential said Fong Luo should win. The power differential was real, Wei Liang said. He is stronger than me by any standard power measurement. Yes, but power measurements assume the power can be applied. Your stance prevented the application, which my system called minor deflection, passive defense, Wei Liang said. He had read the monitoring array output, which is wrong on both counts. It's not minor, and it's not passive. Mei Suyin looked at him with the direct attention that he had been filing in the things to think about later category for months. My system is getting consistently worse at describing you accurately, she said. Since your first scan, every assessment it's run on you has been in the wrong direction. Not just uncertain, systematically wrong. Below threshold. Passive defense. Opponent error. She paused. At what point does systematic wrong mean the category is wrong rather than the thing being categorized? When the category was never built to contain the thing, Wei Liang said. She looked at him for a moment longer. Then she said, come by the clinic this week. I want to run the month-end scan before I head back. All right, he said. She left. He went back to the scroll. The second significant thing that week was Jiang Fenghao. Fenghao came to the library on a Friday afternoon, which was not his usual library day. He sat at the table nearest the door, not at Wei Liang's table, and appeared to be reading. Wei Liang noted from the peripheral evidence. No page turns in 10 minutes. Gaze fixed at a neutral point on the page rather than moving across text, that he was not actually reading. He was thinking about something and using the library as the context for it. After a while, Fenghao said, my system ran the Fong Luo match footage. I expected it would, Wei Liang said. It classified your still water stance as unclassified passive technique. Then it generated 17 possible follow-up sequences from that stance, weighted by probability. He paused. You used none of them. I used what the situation required. That's not a technique set. No, Wei Liang said. It's a practice. Fenghao turned from the unread page. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression that had been evolving since the first time they had spoken, at the cultivation square, months ago, the expression of someone whose model of a situation keeps requiring updates it didn't anticipate needing. My system cannot complete a projection on you. It has tried 17 times since we enrolled in the same sect. Every time, error. Insufficient pattern convergence. I know. It has never done that for a human. For a beast class entity, it runs limited data projections and flags them as low confidence. For humans, it completes the projection. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. What are you? Wei Liang thought about the answer. I'm a cultivator who built everything from scratch, from first principles, without a guide. My style doesn't exist in the system's training data because it was built by one person from observation and study, not derived from a system-era technique tree. There's no archetype to match against because the archetype is me. Fenghao was quiet for a long time. Something moved through his expression, still not crisis, but closer to the edge of it. The edge of understanding that a framework has a boundary and something real exists outside it. You said once that I should fight you in a real match, Feng Hao said. I said the day we fight in a real match, following general principles against someone your system can't model will be exactly as useful as fighting without it. Yes. He picked up the book. He was still not reading it. I've been thinking about that. I know, Wei Liang said. He heard Feng Hao leave the library. He stayed at his table and read until the library closed, and walked back to the dormitory in the dark, and thought about patterns and what it meant to be genuinely outside one. Chapter 24. The error. 2 days after the library conversation, the Outer Disciple Board posted Jiang Feng Hao's latest advancement, Mid-Foundation Establishment, 98th Percentile Talent Assessment for his age cohort in the Eastern region, System Projection updated to Core Formation at 20, Soul Emergence Probability before 40, elevated to High Confidence Range. Wei Liang read the board in the morning before his training and noted the numbers with the same attention he gave to every piece of relevant data. Then he went to the training ground and did his morning forms. Feng Hao's system had run its projection on Wei Liang 3 days earlier, the 17th attempt, by Feng Hao's count, since they had enrolled at the same sect. The system had returned its standard error. Projection incomplete. Insufficient pattern convergence. Subject does not match any training archetype within acceptable variance threshold. Below the error, this time, something new. Warning, opponent classification error rate for this subject exceeds 40% across observed encounters. Standard recommendations may not be reliable. The last line of this message was the one that mattered. A system's self-issued reliability warning was, in the system's operational logic, the equivalent of a doctor noting that their diagnostic tools were malfunctioning. It did not stop the system from functioning, but it flagged to the user that the outputs in this specific context should not be treated as authoritative. Feng Hao told Wei Liang about it that afternoon, in the corridor outside the library. He had the expression of someone reporting something that is difficult to hold. Your system issued itself a reliability warning, Wei Liang said. Yes. It says standard recommendations may not be reliable when dealing with me specifically. What did you do with that? I asked it what to do when standard recommendations are unreliable. What did it say? General high-efficiency combat principles. Maximize power efficiency, standard defensive coverage, technique selection based on broad threat categories. Feng Hao paused. I follow my system. I've always followed my system. Always. Wei Liang said. I haven't had a reason not to. A long pause. It has never been wrong about anything that mattered. Wei Liang looked at him. Has it ever surprised you? Feng Hao thought about it. No. Then it has never taken you somewhere you hadn't already been. Feng Hao's jaw set slightly. He was doing the arithmetic. Wei Liang could see it. The slow reckoning that came when something you had always trusted showed you a crack. It was not comfortable arithmetic. It was the kind that changed things. You'll fight me at the tournament, Wei Liang said. When we're at the same stage. We're not at the same stage. I'm at mid-foundation. You're at early. We'll be at the same stage by the time the tournament comes. I told you months ago that the gap would close. Wei Liang looked at him. When we fight, your system's reliability warning will still be active. And following general principles against someone your system cannot model will be as useful as fighting without it. I've told you that twice now. I know you've told me. What I'm telling you now, Wei Liang said, is that the gap in our fight will not be decided by raw chi output. It will be decided by whether you fight based on what you see or what your system sees. And your system will not see me correctly. Feng Hao was quiet for a long moment. The corridor was empty except for them. The afternoon light came through the narrow window at the end and made a long bright stripe on the floor between them. I'll fight you when the tournament comes, Feng Hao said. And I'll fight based on what I see. Good, Wei Liang said. He walked away. Feng Hao stayed in the corridor for a while. That evening, Wei Liang told Old Shun about the reliability warning. Old Shun listened to the full description and was quiet. He said he would fight me based on what he sees rather than what his system sees, Wei Liang added. Old Shun looked at him. Do you believe him? Wei Liang thought about it. I believe he means it. Whether he can do it is a different question. He's been following his system since he was 16. 3 years of absolute reliance on external guidance. It's structural, not just habitual. Telling himself to fight without it won't make the structure disappear. The structure has to be worked through. Which takes time, Old Shin said. Which takes exactly the kind of time that will have passed by the convergence tournament, Wei Liang said. If he starts now. Then he said, that's the first evidence that you're doing something genuinely new. Not just something old that was forgotten. Something original. The pre-system principles are old, Wei Liang said. The principles are old. The application is yours. The specific expression of them, the still water stance, the displacement step, the timing analysis built from watching the square, Those are derived from your specific history and your specific mind. The system error isn't because you're using archaic techniques. It's because you're using techniques that exist only in you. He poured 2 jars. That's original. And that is going to be a significant problem for some people. Huang Zhongmin, Wei Liang said. And others. The entire structure of the cultivation world's authority rests on the system's assessment being definitive. If there is a cultivator whose power the system cannot reliably assess, every institution that depends on system assessment for its authority has an anomaly to account for. Wei Liang drank. They can call it an anomaly forever. No, Old Shin said. Not forever. At some point, the anomaly will be too large to call an anomaly. At that point, they will need to find a different word. A pause. Results provide the word. The tournament is 6 months away. Late foundation establishment by then, at my estimate. Conservative estimate, Wei Liang said. Yes, Old Shin confirmed. Conservative. Wei Liang put down the jar and looked at his hands. The meridian lines were clearer than they had been 3 months ago, with the distributed foundation establishment network visible in the light as something present and growing. He thought, 6 months. The tournament. And then everything that follows. He went to bed. He slept well. In the morning he trained. Chapter 25. The Convergence Tournament. The announcement was posted on a morning in Wei Liang's 17th month, and by the afternoon every outer disciple at the Iron Sword sect had read it 3 times, and most had asked their systems to run bracket analysis. The Convergence Tournament. Held in Stonegate City, the regional administrative center, once every 3 years. Foundation establishment cultivators only, from registered sects across the eastern region. 240 confirmed entrants this cycle, with more applications expected before the deadline. The prize structure was meaningful but secondary. The real prize was visibility, in front of the sect representatives and Central Province observers who attended specifically to identify talent for recruitment. The bracket seedings would be determined by system tier assessment. The highest tier cultivators received the most favorable bracket positions against the weakest early opponents, with the path to the finals designed to test the highest seeds against each other only in the late stages. Wei Liang read the announcement once. Then he went back to his morning forms. He was at late foundation establishment. He had reached it a month earlier. The advancement had come in the morning, sitting in the cultivation square before dawn, the same way the previous breakthroughs had come, quietly, without announcement, as a pressure resolving into something more organized. His meridian density at late foundation establishment was, by Mei Suin's last scan, more than 3 times the standard value for the stage. The distributed network was accumulating faster now, the compounding effect that she had predicted from the beginning. The way density built on density, and the rate of accumulation increased as the system grew more established. Zhang Finghao was also at late foundation establishment. The gap in raw stage had closed entirely from the original 2-stage distance to nothing at all. They were at the same stage for the first time since the ceremony. The gap that remained was in system optimization. Fenghao's tier 5 had guided his foundation establishment qi toward maximum efficiency within the standard parameters. His qi, at the same stage, was sharper, more focused, more immediately deployable. Wei Liang's qi was denser and less standard, but currently at similar output levels when measured in the system's preferred units. When measured in other units, the gap was more complex. Wei Liang's combat readings had developed over 17 months of sparring against system users and studying their patterns. His still water stance was at a level of integration where he no longer thought about it. It was structural, part of his movement. His pattern reading was refined enough that he could predict a system user's opening sequence from the way their weight distributed before the first move. These were not things that appeared on any system assessment. Elder Rong found him at the training ground 3 days after the announcement. "You've seen the tournament notice," Rong said. "Yes. I intend to submit your entry." Wei Liang looked at him. "My conditional status. The tournament is governed by the regional charter, which predates the sect's system registration requirement by 2 centuries. Rong had the expression of a man who had done careful research and was pleased with what he had found. The charter's entry requirements are foundation establishment, confirmed, and no criminal cultivation record. Your conditional status is an internal sect classification and has no authority over the regional charter's provisions. The seeding, Wei Liang said. Without a system tier, I can't be seeded. You'll be unseeded. The lowest bracket position against the highest seeds cast-offs. Rong paused. The most difficult path to the final. That's fine, Wei Liang said. Rong looked at him for a moment with the expression Wei Liang had learned to read as professional assessment that was personally invested. Huang Zhongmin will object. He'll object to most things I do. At this point, Wei Liang said. What are the grounds he'll use? system registration, tournament classification integrity, precedent. Rong said each of these with the tone of someone who has already thought through the counterarguments. None of them will hold against the Charter's explicit language, which I've had reviewed by 2 independent cultivation law scholars this week. But he doesn't need them to hold permanently. He needs them to generate enough procedural delay to affect the narrative. What narrative? The narrative that your entry is a legitimate anomaly rather than a challenge to the system's authority. Rong sat on the edge of the training grounds bench. If you enter and fail in the first round, the narrative is, conditional entrant with no system tried the tournament and proved the system's assessments are correct. Below threshold cultivator, unsurprising outcome. He paused. If you enter and advance past the first round, the narrative is more complicated. And if I make the semifinals? Wei Liang said. Rong looked at him steadily. Then the narrative can't be managed at all, he said. It becomes a fact that requires explanation. Wei Liang thought about the 5 months between now and the tournament. He thought about where he was and where he would need to be. He thought about the specific quality of late foundation establishment and what core formation would require, the consolidation process, the 1,000-point compression that old Shun had described from the pre-system texts, the sustained precision of 30 hours of deliberate meridian work. I'll be approaching core formation by the tournament, he said. Rong was quiet for a moment. That's 4 months. I know. Core formation in 4 months from late foundation would be approximately twice the system-guided standard breakthrough rate for this stage, Wei Liang said. Yes, my meridian density is 3 times standard. The accumulation rate at this density, by the pre-system text projections, should produce a breakthrough timeline approximately twice as fast as standard. I won't be at core formation for the tournament, but my foundation establishment chi base will be dense enough to compete with early core formation opponents. Rong looked at him. That's the argument you'll need to make in the bracket. That's the argument I'll make with the results, Wei Liang said. Rong filed the entry that afternoon. Chapter 26. Objection. The formal objection arrived 14 days after the entry was filed, on Gilded Sky Sect stationery, with Huang Zhoumin seal at the bottom and 3 pages of carefully assembled legal arguments. Elder Rong showed Wei Liang a copy because he had said he should know the quality of argument being used against him, and the quality was, Wei Liang found, substantial. Huang's legal team was good. The 3-pronged argument. First, system registration as a practical necessity. Rong's charter provision was technically valid, but its application was an error because the provision had been designed for pre-system exceptional cases, and its application to the post-system era was a misreading of intent. Second, classification integrity. An unseeded competitor with unverifiable power classification created bracket management problems that could affect the tournament's fairness for all registered competitors. Third, and most explicit, the precedent. Allowing a no-system cultivator to compete under the regional charter would establish a standard that fundamentally challenges the current cultivation order's foundational principles, which are grounded in the system's role as the divinely sanctioned mediator of cultivation potential. Wei Liang read through all 3. The third argument, he said. That's the real one. Yes, Rong said. He doesn't care about registration or seeding. He cares that if I win something, it means the system is not the only path. Wei Liang set down the objection. His entire authority structure, his doctrine, his sex philosophy, his political standing, rests on the claim that the system is the correct and complete path. A no-system cultivator succeeding publicly doesn't just create an anomaly. It creates a contradiction his authority can't survive. He's not afraid of you individually, Rong said. He's afraid of what you represent. What do I represent? Rong poured tea. He had developed this habit in their increasingly regular meetings. An alternative, he said. Not a better path, necessarily, but an alternative. The current order requires that there be no alternative, that the system is not one path among several, but the only path, the ordained path, the path that heaven intended. One cultivator who succeeds without it doesn't disprove that, but it does open the question. And open questions are harder to close than settled ones. Much harder. Rong drank. He needs this to end in your first-round elimination. A first-round loss can be absorbed. It confirms the expected hierarchy. Anything else creates a conversation he cannot control. Wei Liang thought about this. What happens to the objection? It goes to the tournament committee. I have a response filed. The charter provision analysis, the legal scholar's opinions, and a procedural counterargument that I believe is airtight. He paused. But I want to be honest with you. Even an airtight legal argument can be affected by committee politics. Huang has allies on the committee. The outcome is not certain. If the entry is denied, I'll appeal to the regional authority. That takes longer, possibly past the tournament date. He looked at Wei Liang directly. There is a provision in the charters-based document that I believe protects entries filed under the foundational provisions from subsequent override. I found it last week. I filed the notice of protective provision with the committee this morning. A pause. I have been preparing for this possibility since you enrolled. Wei Liang looked at the objection documents. 3 pages of high-quality legal work aimed at preventing one cultivator without a system from entering a tournament. He thought about what that said about how seriously someone was taking the implications. He's scared, Wei Liang said. He is prudent, Rong said. Which in a powerful man is more dangerous than scared. Wei Liang took the objection and read it again, more carefully this time, looking for the weaknesses. He found 2 minor ones and 1 major one. The major one being that the third argument, which was the real one, was also the weakest legally, because it argued from doctrine and intent rather than text. The charter's text was unambiguous. The doctrine was Huangzhou means doctrine, not the charters. The third argument will fail, Wei Liang said. It's his real concern, but it's his weakest legal position. Yes, Rong agreed. That's why it's at the end and not the beginning. It's the emotional argument wrapped in a legal structure. He paused. The committee will see that. The entry held. Wei Liang began his tournament preparation the following morning. 5 months, and everything he needed to show had to be done in a public bracket with 239 opponents, each of whom had a system advising them, and none of whom had ever faced someone whose system was silence. The preparation was systematic. He spent the first month reviewing everything he knew about the Foundation establishment stage's combat characteristics across different system classes, the specific power curves, the transition points between technique phases, the recovery intervals after maximum output techniques. He had been building this understanding for 17 months, but building it as a practical knowledge base was different from building it as tournament preparation. Tournament preparation required prioritization. Which types of opponents was he most likely to face? In what bracket positions? And what specific adaptations did each type require? He wrote the answer to that question in his notebook over 3 evenings. He mapped the full bracket space. Unseeded position, starting against the highest seeds early castoffs, which meant he would face strong opponents from round 2 onward and potentially the strongest remaining seeds in the quarterfinals if he advanced that far. He calculated the probability distribution of system class encounters at each bracket stage. Fire and lightning systems were overrepresented in lower brackets because burst-optimized systems produced strong early records. Earth systems were overrepresented in the middle brackets. Dual element and movement systems were concentrated at the top seeds. He wrote down the specific adaptations required for each encounter type and the conditions under which each adaptation would work and fail. The exercise of writing it down was different from knowing it. Knowing it was having the information. Writing it down was forcing the information to become a plan, making the connection between what he had accumulated over 17 months and what he needed to do with it in the next 5 months explicit and testable. Old Shin had taught him this, not in words, in the habit of the notebook. The notebook was where knowing became doing. Fire systems he had studied in depth from the cultivation square. Earth systems he had analyzed from the pre-system archives documentation on formation-based combat. Dual element systems were the most complex. He had the theoretical framework but limited observation time. In the month following the objection's defeat, he arranged to watch dual element practitioners at 2 neighboring sects' open training sessions, presenting himself as an independent researcher studying cultivation technique diversity. The sect officials had granted access. He had spent 2 days at each sect, observing, taking no notes, storing everything in the ordered architecture he had been building since the first afternoon at the cultivation square. Movement systems were a specific challenge. Bao Shengwei had given him the physiological tell insight, but the breathing-exhale timing he had identified applied to Bao specifically. Different movement system users would have different specific timings. What would generalize was the principle. The recharge is physical, not algorithmic. Every movement system user had a physiological recharge signal. The challenge was finding it within a match rather than across multiple days of observation. He drilled this. He asked Chao Ru to time his own strength system's technique recovery intervals, not the system's reported recovery time, but the physiological one, the one that appeared in his breathing and posture. Chao Ru, who had been training with Wei Liang for months now, understood immediately what was being asked and was a diligent observer of his own physical states. They ran the experiment over 2 weeks and developed a general framework. The physiological recovery signal always preceded the system's reported recovery by a margin of 0.2 to 0.4 seconds. The system's reporting was conservative by design. It waited until the recovery was fully confirmed before issuing the ready signal. The physical state was ready slightly before that. Half a second. In tournament conditions, Half a second was the difference between an entry that succeeded and one that didn't. He built it into his preparation. He trained for it specifically, drilling the read of physiological recovery signals in every spar he ran in the final 3 months before the tournament. Chapter 27. The road to Stonegate. The 4-day journey to Stonegate City was Wei Liang's first extended travel since leaving Iron Haven for the sect. The road east was well-maintained and busy with tournament travelers, cultivators and their entourages, sect officials, vendors, and the particular category of observer who followed cultivation events not for the competition, but for the intelligence the competition provided. He traveled with Mei Suyin, who was going as part of the clinic team providing tournament medical support, and Chao Ru, who had asked to come and received a single word yes in response. They were comfortable together, the three of them. Mei's practical efficiency, Chao Ru's easy sociability, and Wei Liang's observational quiet. The dynamic worked. On the first day, Chao Ru talked to everyone on the road who would talk to him. By evening, he had collected a detailed picture of the bracket, the top seeds, the unusual entries, the sect politics embedded in who was traveling with whom. He presented this to Wei Liang over dinner at the inn as if it were tactical intelligence, which it was, delivered with the cheerful energy of someone who genuinely enjoyed gathering it. Chao Ru had turned out to be a surprisingly good intelligence gatherer over the months of training with Wei Liang. Something about consistent observation practice had sharpened his attention in directions his strength system had never optimized for. He noticed things now that he had walked past before, not combat tells, but social ones. The way a group's internal dynamics showed in who stood where, and who spoke first, and who looked to whom for confirmation. Wei Liang had not specifically trained him in this. It had developed from proximity, from spending enough hours alongside someone who watched everything that the watching became contagious. 15th seed is a dual-element user from the Eastern Shore, Chao Ru said. Ice and wind. No losses in 3 years. I talked to a merchant who watched his last tournament run. He said the element switching is so fast it's basically seamless. The switching trigger is what matters, Wei Liang said. How the system decides which element to deploy. If it's distance-based, there's a decision boundary. Chao Ru looked at him. You're already planning for a match you haven't been drawn into. I'm gathering information. The bracket isn't set yet. Chao Ru said, after a moment. Does it bother you that everyone here knows about your no-system status? I've heard it mentioned 4 times today by people who have no idea who we are. They're running predictions, Wei Liang said. Their systems will generate a first-round elimination projection with high confidence. They're sharing interesting information. You're not bothered. I'm paying attention to what they don't know about me. Wei Liang looked at the road ahead. The projection says first-round elimination. The gap between the projection and what will happen is the thing I'll fight with. On the second day, Mei walked beside Wei Liang while Chao Ru was up ahead talking to some traveling merchants he had made friends with at the previous night's inn. My system ran a tournament preview assessment, she said. I expected it would. 239 registered entries, all categorized. She pulled up her interface. For each registered cultivator, it generated a profile, power rating, projected bracket path, likely finish range, system tier assessment. Very detailed. She paused. For entry number 240, she read from the display. Wei Liang, conditional entrant, Iron Sword sect. Classification, no system detected. Power output, below standard threshold. Likely performance range, first round elimination. Your system says I'll lose in the first round, Wei Liang said. She turned off the interface. My system says you'll lose in the first round. She looked at him directly. I've been watching my system's assessments of you for 8 months. It has been wrong every time. About your cultivation stage potential. About your combat capability. About the Fong Luo match. She paused. I'm showing you the assessment so you know what the formal record says about you going into this. Not because I believe it. What do you believe? She said, without hesitation. I believe you're going to make the semifinals at minimum. Possibly the final. Wei Liang looked at her. That's not a conservative prediction. No, she said. It isn't. She was quiet for a moment. My system doesn't know you. It has had 8 months to calibrate on you, and it still doesn't know you. And in 8 months of being wrong about you, it has consistently been wrong in the same direction. It underestimates. Whatever it says about you, the reality is above it. They walked in comfortable quiet for a while. The road cut through harvested fields where the stubble was gold in the afternoon light. A group of sect cultivators passed them going the same direction, systems active, interfaces visible in their eyes, everything smooth and guided and efficient. You're not nervous, Mei said. No. You should be, at least somewhat. 239 opponents with systems. I'll fight them one at a time, Wei Liang said. One at a time, nervousness isn't available. She looked at him. Your entire cultivation life, You've been fighting one at a time. Lu Peng, Feng Luo, Feng Hao at the alley. Every match in the sparring circles. The Convergence tournament is 239 potential opponents. But in the match, it's one. Your preparation is different from most of the entrants here because most of them prepared as though there is a tournament to win, with a bracket to manage and outcomes to optimize. You prepared for individual matches. One opponent, one fight, what you can find in it. That's how I fight, he said. I know. That's why I'm not worried about the field. She was looking at the road ahead, the first hints of Stonegate's walls visible in the far distance. I'm a little worried about you. Not about whether you'll advance. About what it costs to fight this way. Wei Liang thought about this honestly. It costs attention, he said. It costs the sustained concentration of actually watching rather than letting a system watch for you. In a long tournament run, that concentration depletes. He paused. The Qi nutrient protocol helps. Rest between rounds helps. What helps most is that watching is what I do. I've been doing it since before I could cultivate, and I don't have a system overlay competing with it. I'm better at sustained direct observation than most cultivators here, because most cultivators here have never had to develop it. Your advantage is that no one has had to do what you've done, she said. My advantage is that no one has had to do what I've done, he agreed. She looked at him with the expression he had been filing. Then she said, quietly, You're remarkable. He heard it. He held it in the space where important things went, to be processed when there was time. He did not respond, because the response it deserved required more space than the road between Ironhaven and Stonegate, and the road was almost over. On the fourth day, Stonegate appeared over the last hill, walled, turreted, with the tournament arena visible as a distinctive open structure near the city center. Wei Liang stood at the crest of the hill and looked at it for a moment. 239 opponents. Every one of them guided, assessed, ranked. Him, unranked, unclassified, unseeded. The lowest position in the most difficult bracket. Here we go, Chao Ru said, from beside him. Yes, Wei Liang said. He walked down the hill. Chapter 28. Round 1. The Convergence Tournament Arena occupied a cleared space in the central quarter of Stonegate that had been purpose-built 3 generations ago for regional cultivation events. The arena's main floor held 48 combat platforms, each with its own monitoring array and Qi measurement equipment. The outer wall held tiered observation galleries for general spectators. The VIP pavilion on the north wall was glass-enclosed and climate-controlled, accessible only to senior officials, sect leaders, and the Central Province observers who attended each tournament with specific intelligence-gathering mandates. Wei Liang's first-round opponent was Lin Yuxing, Redstone Sect, Tier 3 Fire System, Early Foundation Establishment. On paper, the match was a formality, an unseeded below-threshold no-system cultivator against a properly registered, properly seeded fire combat practitioner. Lin Yuxing's system had been tracking Wei Liang since the bracket draw. It had access to the public cultivation records, which showed Wei Liang's conditional status and the below-threshold assessment, and had generated a pre-match projection of 94% win probability for Lin Yuxing. Wei Liang spent the evening before the match with Old Shin's methodology, building his pre-match model on what he knew about fire system combat users generally, then overlaying what he had managed to observe about Lin Yuxing specifically in the competitor's rest area and the practice warm-up sessions. Fire systems were burst-optimized, maximum output in the first 20 to 30 seconds, designed to end matches before the opponent could find their footing. The burst phase was powerful and fast and costly. A fire system that had been fully deployed could not be immediately redeployed, and a fire system user who went into an extended fight past their burst capacity was functioning at substantially reduced efficiency. The standard counter was to survive the burst. The difficulty was that surviving the burst from a Tier 3 fire system required either superior defense, superior evasion, or accepting damage while maintaining position. Wei Liang had the still water stance and the redirectional capacity. He did not have superior raw defense. At late Foundation establishment against an early Foundation establishment opponent, the stage was equal, but the system optimization gave Lin Yuxing an efficiency advantage. The redirectional capacity was his actual tool. He could absorb and redirect the burst phase's force vectors if he could maintain his footing and his timing. He ran the test case mentally. What would the burst look like? Where would it land? Which redirects were possible and which would require positioning he would not have? He had done this kind of pre-fight analysis for every match that had mattered, going back to the Lu Peng spars in Ironhaven. The difference now was that the stakes had a different weight. The whole Eastern region's cultivation authority would read this tournament register. The first entry would be his. The match began. Lin Yuxing's burst was everything his system had prepared. Fast, hot, precisely targeted, The kind of display that had probably ended 50 previous matches in the first 30 seconds. Wei Liang entered the still water stance and took the first 2 strikes with redirects. The first clean, the second imperfect. The force was higher than anything he had trained against in controlled settings, and the imperfect redirect left him with a burn mark on his outer robe and a slight disruption in his chi circulation. He did not fall. He did not step back. He held his ground with the specific weight of someone who has decided that the ground is where he is staying, and the burst continued around him rather than through him. Lin Yuxing's system was updating in real time. At the 10-second mark, passive defense is holding, adjust attack angle. Adjusted, redirected. At 20 seconds, burst phase complete, transition to precision strikes. The system's efficiency assessment dropped as the burst phase completed. Lin Yuxing had deployed his primary resource, and Wei Liang had not fallen. For 35 minutes after the burst phase, the match was a different kind of fight. Lin Yuxing's system generating careful, efficient combinations designed to find the gap in the still water defense. Wei Liang reading each incoming strike from the pre-movement tells and redirecting without opposing. The crowd around their platform was quiet in the specific way of people who are watching something they don't entirely understand and are waiting for more information before deciding what to think. In the VIP pavilion, someone had already requested the registration documents on entry 240. At 40 minutes, Lin Yuxing was at 40% chi reserves. Wei Liang was at 68%. The efficiency gap was working. Redirecting was consistently cheaper than initiating, and the still water stance's chi consumption was minimal when properly maintained. Lin Yuxing's system shifted to endurance management mode. The recommendations became more conservative, smaller combinations, more efficient strikes, attempting to find single decisive contacts rather than sustained pressure. His instincts were good. His system's revised approach was the correct response to the situation. The problem was that the correct response to the situation was not the correct response to Wei Liang. His instincts, when he followed the system's endurance management recommendation, produced habits. And the most consistent habit, the one Wei Liang had been watching for since the 20-minute mark, was that Lin Yuxing's footing settled into a specific 2-beat pattern before every endurance mode strike. Left foot fixed, right foot placed, a brief quarter-second of perfect stability before the strike deployed. The pattern appeared 6 times over 15 minutes. Consistent within 1/10 of a second. On the 7th appearance, Wei Liang had committed the pattern to reflex rather than thought. On the 7th appearance, before the strike deployed, he was already moving toward the brief stability window. The contact was clean. Lin Yuxing looked at the monitoring array's confirmation with the expression of someone whose arithmetic has produced the wrong number twice, and they're checking it a 3rd time to be certain. He said nothing to Wei Liang. He gathered his composure with the dignity of someone who had fought well and been beaten by something outside his model, and he bowed. Wei Liang bowed back. He held the bow for the correct duration, then stepped off the platform. He walked to the competitor's recovery area and sat down and breathed carefully for a few minutes. Not because his chi was significantly depleted, but because there was something that needed a moment. This was what a first win in a formal competition felt like, at a formal level. He had noted the experience of winning the Fong Luo match, the sex informal sparring circuit, which had mattered but not like this. The Convergence tournament had a permanent record. Every result would appear in the regional cultivation register, attributed to the entry number and the name next to it, read by sect officials and cultivation scholars, and the kind of people who made decisions about whose cultivation merited attention. The first entry in Wei Liang's register would be a win. A win by an unseeded no-system conditional entrant against a properly registered Tier 3 fire system cultivator. The entry would not disappear. He thought about what Old Shen had told him before leaving Iron Haven. A tournament record is the one kind of evidence they cannot reclassify later. Cultivators who are notable get notable descriptions added to their entries by officials who want credit for noticing them early. Cultivators who are anomalous get their entries left exactly as written. The raw record, what the monitoring array registered, what the referee confirmed, that is what it is. No amount of institutional management changes what the register says. He had paused. So make the register say what you need it to say, one match at a time. One match at a time. The first entry had been made. The register said what he needed it to say for the first round. He had a rest day, and then the second round. In the VIP pavilion, the request for entry 240's registration documents had already been answered. The senior Greenwater sect observer, whose name was Elder Shu Wenqi, and who had been attending regional tournaments for 20 years, had seen a great many things in those years that had surprised him. This was not surprise. This was the specific recognition that comes when you see something you have been told theoretically could exist, and have been quietly waiting to see whether it ever would. He had read the pre-system cultivation texts, the ones that described the independent path, the ones that were more historical curiosity than practical manual because the path had not been walked in 3 centuries. He had read them because he was the kind of person who read things thoroughly, and he had noted the claim that a cultivator on the independent path would defeat system-guided opponents not through superior power, but through superior reading, by building a style that existed only in themselves, outside every system's category structure. He had noted the claim. He had not expected to observe it in a regional tournament on a Tuesday morning. Chapter 29. Sword Intent. Xue Bingtian was 15th seed, Tier 4 dual-element system, Ice and Wind, at late Foundation establishment, and he arrived at his second-round platform against Wei Liang with the unhurried competence of someone who had earned their seeding through real performance and knew precisely what that seeding was worth. Wei Liang had spent the rest day between rounds gathering information. Bao Shengwei had taught him about movement system recharge intervals. The cultivation square had taught him about standard technique patterns. 3 months of reading the pre-system scrolls had given him a framework for understanding system architecture. For Xue Bingtian, he needed specific information about the dual-element class, and he found it through 2 sources: a competitor who had watched Xue's first-round match from the adjacent platform, and an hour with the tournament's public entry register, which contained system class details for all registered competitors. The key characteristic of dual-element systems: element switching was automated by the system, not consciously chosen by the user. The system evaluated the combat situation in real time and switched the active element based on its tactical assessment. This gave dual-element users flexibility and speed of adaptation that a single-element system user could not match. It also made them harder to exploit through standard technique counter-analysis, because the element they were using at any given moment was not a conscious decision that could be predicted through reading the cultivator's intent. It was an algorithmic response. But algorithmic responses had algorithms, and algorithms, given enough data points, had patterns. The trigger logic was what Wei Liang needed to identify. He formulated his working hypothesis from the competitor's description of Xue's first-round match. The element switching appeared to correlate with distance. Ice for control and defense at close range. Wind for attack and mobility at extended range. If the trigger was distance-based rather than damage-based, then the transition zone, the distance where the system was evaluating which element to prioritize, should produce behavioral hesitation. The match would answer whether the hypothesis was correct. They squared off. Xue Bingtian was exactly what the register described: smooth, efficient, covering his approaches with ice formations and pressing with wind bursts in an integrated pattern that showed a system at the top of its dual-element efficiency curve. Wei Liang was reactive for the first 15 minutes, cataloging rather than acting, building the data set. 8 element transitions in 15 minutes. He observed. Ice activated consistently at 7 meters or less, as per hypothesis. Wind reactivated at 13 meters or more. In the range between 7 and 13 meters, the system's behavior was fractionally less decisive. The element transitions in that zone took 0.15 seconds longer, and Xue Bingtian's movement was slightly less fluid during those longer transitions, because the system was processing the evaluation rather than executing. The 11-meter hold test. Wei Liang positioned himself at exactly 11 meters and held. Xue's system flickered between its decision thresholds. Not much, barely visible, but present. He ran the test for 3 more minutes to confirm. It confirmed. The 11-meter zone was the decision boundary, and at the decision boundary, the system was making evaluations rather than executing recommendations, and that 0.15-second evaluation gap was exploitable if the entry timing was exact. The difficulty was that entry timing exact enough to exploit a 0.15-second gap required him to already be moving before the gap opened. He needed to read the system's decision state from Xue Bingtian's movement before the 0.15-second window began, which meant reading a non-conscious process from a fraction of a second of pre-movement signal. He spent minutes 6 through 40 doing exactly that. The pre-signal was in Xue Bingtian's shoulder, a fractional easing of the right shoulder when the system had decided on wind, a fractional tension when it had decided on ice. The easing and tension happened before the system completed the switch. At the boundary, neither easing nor tension appeared clearly, which was the signal itself. The absent signal was the target. At the 42-minute mark, with Xue Bingtian at 55% chi reserves and Wei Liang at 62%, Wei Liang held at 11 meters, watched the system flicker into an ice evaluation, and moved during the wind speed assumption window before the ice formation completed. The entry was inside the ice formation's trigger threshold and ahead of the ice activation's completion. The contact was close, contested, and decided by half-centimeter precision. The monitoring array examined it for several seconds before registering the result. Wei Liang was breathing carefully through 2 cracked ribs, a wind blast from 30 minutes earlier that he had absorbed rather than fully redirected, because redirecting it would have cost him the positioning he needed for the 11-meter test. Xue Bingtian removed his ice guard when the result was confirmed. "You track my switch logic," he said. "Yes. Distance-based, not damage-based. The damage-based trigger is a secondary condition. The primary trigger is the 7 to 13-meter range threshold." Xue looked at him for a moment. His system was presumably running its post-match analysis, trying to identify when the exploitation had become possible. "My system has never had that exploited. 44 matches over 3 years. No one has ever isolated the distance trigger. Your system's training data won't contain it," Wei Liang said. No system-guided cultivator would run a distance hold test because their system would flag it as inefficient positioning and recommend movement. "I had no system to flag it." Xue was quiet for a moment. Then he said something Wei Liang had not heard in 18 months of training. "Well fought." "You too," Wei Liang said, and meant it. He admitted fully. Xue Bingtian had fought him well for 42 minutes with a dual-element system that had never encountered the 11-meter test before, and when the exploitation appeared, Xue had adapted with genuine speed. The system had proposed a range contraction strategy that was the correct counter, and Xue had executed it with real precision. The exploitation window had closed after the second attempt. Wei Liang had gotten inside it twice before it closed, and the match had ended on the accumulated contact from those 2 entries plus the sustained redirectional work from the earlier phase. That was not an easy win. That was one of the harder problems he had solved in his entire cultivation to date, using every tool he had built in 17 months, and the tool set had held. He stood with cracked ribs and the specific clean feeling of having done something real. 3 platforms away, an elder from the Greenwater sect of the Central Province had been watching the match from the edge of his own observation duties. He said to his colleague, "That is sword intent beginning to form. In a Foundation establishment cultivator. You're certain? Sword intent is visible to anyone who knows what to look for. It's the quality of movement that knows what it is before the practitioner decides." He watched Wei Liang walk off the platform with his cracked ribs and his measured breathing. "Write down the name." His colleague wrote it down and then said, "His registration says no system detected. The conditional entrant. He competed under the charter provision. I saw the objection filing and the response. Elder Rong's legal work was correct." Xu Wenqi watched the platform officials confirm the result and move on to the next match. "What I want to understand is the technique. The dual-element trigger analysis. That's a standard approach against dual-element opponents, but no one has ever applied it at the implementation level he just demonstrated. He found the distance boundary by testing it deliberately, in match conditions, against a tournament-seeded opponent." He looked at his colleague. "A system-guided cultivator cannot run that test, because their system would flag the positioning as suboptimal and recommend movement. He has no system to flag it. He ran the test and found the boundary." "That's systematic," his colleague said. "It's more than systematic. A system-guided fighter has access to analysis that exceeds human pattern recognition in most cases. But the analysis requires an archetype to pattern match against. He is building the analysis manually, in real time, in this match, because there is no other option. And the analysis he is building manually, in real time, is better for his specific purposes than anything a system would generate, because the system's analysis would tell him what it has seen before, and what he needs is what it has never seen." He paused. "Write down the name twice. This report goes to Master He as well as to the Council." Chapter 30. The Pavilion moves sect leader Huang Zhongmin read the registration documents for entry 240 in the VIP Pavilion after the Xue Bingtian result, and was quiet for long enough that his legal representative by Qin Shan, seated beside him, completed 2 full pages of notes before looking up. "He beat a tier 4, Huang said. "Dual element, late Foundation establishment, I confirmed." He had the precise memory for detail that made him valuable. 15th seed. Projected finalist. A below threshold no system cultivator at late Foundation establishment beat a tier 4 dual element cultivator in the second round of the regional tournament. Huang said this the way someone reads a statement they need to hear aloud to fully believe. And the Central Province observers are writing things down. "I've noticed that," I said. "I need to understand what they're writing." Huang turned from the arena floor to look at Bai directly. "The reports go to their sect leadership. The sect leadership discusses them in councils. The councils include reform factions, people who have been arguing for years that the system's dominance of cultivation assessment is incomplete, that the pre-system traditions deserve reconsideration, that the current order is narrower than the cultivation doctrine intended." He paused. Every time a report says anomalous result by non-system cultivator, it gives those factions a data point. And data points accumulate. His record is 2 wins. One more match, and he's in the quarterfinals, which would generate more reports. Huang looked at the arena floor. The third round is against a Tier 5 Earth System user. 4th seed, Pei Zhongyuan, Earthwall sect, undefeated. Yes. He was quiet again. Below them, on the arena floor, the no-system cultivator was leaving the platform with cracked ribs, and the Greenwater observer was still writing. Huang had managed cultivation policy in this region for 16 years on the principle that the system was the ordained path and all departures from it were anomalies to be corrected. The correction mechanism he had used, bureaucratic exclusion, system registration requirements, the rating board's assessments, worked because it was invisible. Everyone accepted the framework. No one questioned it because there was no visible alternative to question it with. File a procedural question with the tournament committee. Not a challenge, a question. Ask them to formally confirm that the pre-system charter provision was correctly applied to this entry. Ask them to document their reasoning. That will take time to process. It needs to take at least 3 days. The quarterfinals are in 4 days. He paused. And reach out to the committee members who are familiar with our sect's work. Remind them of that familiarity. I nodded. He had done this kind of outreach before. Huang looked at the arena floor for a long time. He was a man who had built his authority carefully and maintained it through a combination of genuine capability and the correct management of who knew what. His sect's philosophical position, the system as divinely ordained path, the cultivation world's correct hierarchy as system determined, was not merely doctrine. It was the foundation of every decision he made about who deserved what and who did not. It was the principle that organized the world into a comprehensible shape. He had never, in 16 years of regional leadership, encountered an anomaly that could not be managed at the institutional level. Anomalies appeared. Anomalies were managed by registration requirements, by tier assessment processes, by the implicit social pressure of a world in which being outside the system's categories was understood as deficiency. The management was not cruel. It was simply the correct operation of an orderly system. Anomalies were corrected or contained or redirected into paths where their anomalous nature could not disrupt the larger order. What he was watching from the VIP pavilion was not a manageable anomaly. He had read Elder Roang's legal brief on the charter provision last month. The legal argument was correct. He had had it reviewed by 3 independent cultivation law scholars, and all 3 had confirmed Roang's interpretation. The charter's language was unambiguous. He had known, when the tournament entry held, that the legal avenue was closed. What he had expected was that the outcome would close the practical question. A no-system cultivator at late foundation establishment, unseated, against a field of system users who had spent years optimizing their paths. A first-round loss. A second-round loss. An early exit that would become part of the narrative. They tried. They failed. The system's hierarchy was confirmed. The system's hierarchy had not been confirmed. He won't make the finals, Huang said. Pei Zhongyuan is genuinely unbeatable at foundation establishment. Against standard opponents, Bai said carefully. Huang looked at him. You've been watching too. I've been watching, Bai confirmed. He doesn't fight like a standard opponent. They sat in the pavilion for another hour. Below them, in the competitor's rest area, Mei Suyin was setting Wei Liang's ribs and telling him that 2 cracked ribs would be functional in 3 days with the right protocol, and that she was furious with him for not redirecting the wind blast, and that she was also not surprised at all. Chapter 31. Quarterfinals. The procedural question filed by Qing Shan delayed the committee response by 2 days, which was not enough to prevent the quarterfinal scheduling, but was enough to create ambient uncertainty in the committee that both Elder Roang and Wei Liang had anticipated. Roang had filed a preemptive response with the committee before the question arrived, citing precedent and the charter's explicit language, and the committee, caught between political pressure and clear legal record, did what institutions do in such situations. They processed both, issued no definitive ruling, and scheduled the quarterfinals on time. Old Shin arrived in Stonegate on the morning of the quarterfinals. Wei Liang found him in the competitor's entrance courtyard, sitting on a crate with a traveling pack at his feet, watching the tournament officials route competitors to their platforms. He was drinking from a jar. He did not explain why he had come, because the explanation was obvious. Pei Zhongyuan, Wei Liang said. Tier 5 Earth System. 4th seed. Undefeated in 43 matches. Old Shin drank. I've been watching him since yesterday. His formations are triggered by proximity, standard Earth System defensive protocol. At 3 meters or less, the formation activates automatically. The formation takes time to stabilize, Wei Liang said. 4 to 5 seconds for full lock. Old Shin stopped with the jar partway to his mouth. You timed the stabilization window. From his first round match, my platform was adjacent. I watched his formation lock rate. During your own first round match. Between exchanges, Wei Liang said. His first match ran in parallel with mine. I had time. Old Shin put the jar down. He looked at Wei Liang with the particular expression he had when calculations exceeded his projections. How long is the stabilization window? 43/100ths of a second. At full lock, his ground impact strike is calibrated for full formation stability. At partial lock, the strike's power is reduced by approximately 40%. You timed that from an adjacent platform. Yes. Old Shun was quiet for a moment. The courtyard moved around them. Competitors, officials, observers. No one paid attention to an old man and a young cultivator discussing numbers on a crate. What's the entry plan? The still water stance triggers the formation proximity activation at the correct distance. I enter with a posture that looks stationary. The still water approach activates the formation because I've crossed the 3-meter threshold, but the approach angle doesn't look like an attack vector, so his system doesn't update its strike recommendation immediately. In the 43/100ths before full lock, I have his ground impact strike at 60% of full power. You'd still take the hit. Yes, but 60% of full power at late foundation establishment is survivable for me. If I redirect what I can. What I need is the follow-through. After he deploys the partial lock strike, there's a 3-second window before the formation resets. That's the decisive window. Old Shin studied him. You've been planning this since round 1. Since I drew his name in the bracket. Old Shin picked up his jar again. He said, go do it. The match against Pei Zhongyuan was 47 minutes of the most precise work Wei Liang had done in any fight. The formation stabilization window was exactly 43/100ths, consistent to a tolerance of 0.02 seconds across 6 triggered activations. Wei Liang exploited it on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th activations. The first required him to establish the pattern's reliability, the third was a feint to gather information on the reset sequence, and the 5th was a demonstration that forced a formation adjustment that changed the reset sequence enough that the 6th activation produced a different geometry, which Wei Liang had anticipated and accounted for. At the 47th minute, the formation had accumulated damage across 3 exploited windows that the Earth system could not fully repair without a full reset, and the full reset required stepping outside the combat range. When Pei Zhongyuan attempted the reset, Wei Liang was already inside the retreat distance. The anticipation of the retreat was, Old Shun had said when they had discussed the plan that morning, the hardest part, because anticipating a reset attempt required knowing that the formation was at the damage threshold, which required accurately tracking accumulated formation damage across 3 separate exploitation events while maintaining the match's physical demands simultaneously. Wei Liang had been tracking it. Not numerically, not with a system overlay showing formation integrity percentages, but the way he had learned to track everything, by feel and observation, watching the formation's visual quality change as damage accumulated, watching Pei Zhongyuan's responses to each exploitation shift from decisive to delayed as the formation's defensive capacity degraded. The reset attempt was visible 3 exchanges before it happened. Wei Liang had been moving into position 2 exchanges before it happened. This was the thing that no system analysis could replicate, because it required a specific kind of attention that was not optimized analysis. A system could track formation integrity numerically. It could flag a threshold and generate a recommendation. But the experience of watching something degrade, of feeling the change in the quality of resistance that told you the thing had passed its limit, of knowing when to move because the pattern had told you without announcing it, that was not a calculation. It was the accumulated product of watching things for a long time and knowing them well enough to read them from the inside. His father had done it with iron. The difference between iron that was ready and iron that needed another 30 seconds was a matter of color and texture and a weight change that you felt more than saw. No manual described it. You learned it by watching, and then by doing, and then by making the errors that told you where the description in your head was wrong about the reality in your hands. Pei Zhongyuan sat on the platform after the monitoring array confirmed the result and did not move for a moment. His system was running its post-match analysis and presumably generating a very long list of pattern-matching queries that were all returning partial results. You timed my formation lock rate, he said. From round 1, Wei Liang said. Pei looked at him with the expression of someone who is recategorizing something they had held in a wrong category. Not anger. Something more honest than anger. My system has never had the stabilization window exploited. In 43 matches. No opponent had a reason to look for it, Wei Liang said. Their systems would have flagged the window as sub-threshold, too small to exploit reliably against the formation's defensive capacity. My system doesn't have a subthreshold filter. Pay absorb this. He bowed with the specific precision of someone for whom the gesture is not social performance, but acknowledgement. Wei Liang returned it. The arena was louder than after round 1 or round 2. The pattern was becoming clear to anyone who had been watching. The no-system unseeded competitor was advancing, and the manner of the advancement was consistent, not luck, not upset, but a specific approach that defeated systems by operating from outside the system's analytical framework. The VIP pavilion was very quiet. Chapter 32. Feng Hao. The semi-final bracket produced the match that the crowd at the Cultivation Square in Ironhaven would have predicted 2 years ago as absurd. Wei Liang versus Jiang Feng Hao. Feng Hao had arrived at the semi-finals through dominant victories in his 4 preceding matches. His Tier 5 system was at full operation. Precise analytics, optimal recommendations, and the focus burst technique that had ended 2 of his 4 matches in under 3 minutes. He was at late foundation establishment. So was Wei Liang. The raw stage was equal. The system was not. He sent a note to Wei Liang's room the evening before the match. The note contained 3 words. Tonight. Common room. Wei Liang went. Feng Hao was at a corner table, alone. He had ordered something warm and was not drinking it. He had the posture of someone who has been working up to a conversation for several days and is not certain it was the right decision to request it. I'm not asking you to throw the match, he said. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm not asking for anything, actually. I don't know why I asked you to come. He looked at the table. My system has run projections on this match 31 times since the bracket was posted. Every time, error. Insufficient pattern convergence. A pause. It has been telling me general high-efficiency principles for a week. I know the principles. I know they're correct in the abstract. Another pause. I can't make myself feel as certain as I should feel. Your system gave itself a reliability warning about me, Wei Liang said. It told you 6 months ago that its recommendations may not be reliable when dealing with me specifically. You've been sitting with that ever since. Yes. And now you're facing me in a match, and the warning is more real than it was in the library. Yes. Feng Hao looked up from the table. I've been following my system since I was 16. It has never been wrong about anything important. My cultivation path, my technique development, my match outcomes, all of it, every stage, predicted correctly. The system told me what to do and I did it, and it was right. A pause. Now it's telling me it may not be reliable for this specific match, and I don't know how to feel uncertain. I've never had to. He was looking at the table again. He was a person who had always been excellent, guided by a Tier 5 system toward increasingly refined excellence, who had never had to sit with the feeling of not knowing what to do next, not knowing if the guidance was reliable. Wei Liang had lived in that feeling for 17 months. Wei Liang looked at him and thought about how to say the true thing. Your system has been right about everything it knows, he said. It knows a great deal. Your technique is genuinely excellent, not system-generated, not just competent, but excellent, because you have worked seriously with what your system gave you and you've developed real skill. That skill is yours. The 3 years of training, the 44 matches, the Tier 5 optimization pathway, those are yours. Your system is a good system. It has served you well. Feng Hao was looking at the table, listening. What your system does not know, Wei Liang continued, is what to do about me. That's a genuine limitation in the system's framework, and it's not a failure of your system specifically. It's a structural gap in the system architecture. Your system is built for system-to-system analysis. Mine doesn't exist. So when your system says it cannot predict me reliably, it's giving you accurate information. The honest answer is, your system is right about what it knows, and it doesn't know this. And you expect me to fight anyway. Yes, Wei Liang said. Using what you know, your technique, your instincts, your direct observation. Not your system's prediction output, but your own read of what's in front of you. My read has never been tested without my system giving me a framework, Feng Hao said. I don't know if my direct observation is any good. You had the better-than-system instinct in your first-round match, Wei Liang said. I watched it. The deviation in the 26th minute, the one where your system had recommended a distance close, and you held position instead. Your read was right. Feng Hao was quiet. I didn't know you saw that. I watch everything I might fight. I watch everything I might not fight too. It's how I work. And you are more capable than general principles, Wei Liang said. Your technique is genuinely good. Your qi is deep and well-developed. Your instincts, when you've used them, have been sound. I watched you fight your first-round match, and there were moments where you deviated from the obvious system recommendation to something more creative, and the creative choice was better. Feng Hao looked at him. You watched my first-round match. I watch everyone I might fight. You cataloged me in Ironhaven, Feng Hao said. 2 years ago, when we barely knew each other. When we sparred casually, and I overwhelmed you. You were cataloging me. Yes. What did you find? Wei Liang thought about whether to say it now. He decided that Feng Hao deserved the complete answer. 3 patterns. The right shoulder drops 0.2 seconds before a downward strike. Your footwork plants in a specific 2-beat sequence before a lateral movement. After you deploy your focus burst, you have a 0.5-second defensive window while your system calculates the follow-through. Feng Hao was very still. I've known those 3 patterns for 22 months, Wei Liang said. I've been waiting for a match that mattered to use them. Feng Hao looked at him for a long time. The expression on his face was moving through several things. Then, you're telling me this before the match? Yes. Why? Because you deserve to fight me knowing what I know. And because whether you can correct those patterns overnight is the interesting question. Wei Liang paused. Can you correct them overnight? Feng Hao was quiet. My system can't guide me through correcting them. They were system-installed habits. The system would need to be involved in the correction. The correction needs to come from you, Wei Liang said. Not your system. They looked at each other across the table. Between them was the distance of 2 years and everything that had happened in them. The cultivation square, the library argument, the spar in the alley. The way Feng Hao had looked at the dismissed post-match summary after their tournament match with the expression of someone beginning to understand something he had never needed to understand before. Fight me based on what you see tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Not on what your system sees. What you see is going to be more accurate. Feng Hao said. That's the first time anyone has told me to trust myself over my system. It won't be the last, Wei Liang said. They went to their rooms. In the morning they were on the platform. Chapter 33. What the system showed him. The match lasted 1 hour and 17 minutes. Feng Hao opened with his system's general principles: controlled pressure, technique efficiency, managed deployment of the focus burst reserve. The principles were correct in the abstract and less effective in practice than they should have been, because correct in the abstract was not the same as correct for this opponent, and his system had told him as much. At the 19-minute mark, in a moment that Wei Liang recognized by the change in Feng Hao's breathing and the slight loosening of the system-guided rigidity in his footwork, Feng Hao stopped following his system. He started fighting. Not better than the system, initially. In fact, worse by the standard efficiency metrics. There was additional randomness, additional unpredictability, moments where his choices were neither the system's recommendation nor any pattern Wei Liang had cataloged. Pure instinct, working from a foundation of 3 years of excellent system-guided training. It was the hardest 30 minutes of the match. Feng Hao's instincts were good, genuinely good, better than his system had given him credit for, because his system had been optimizing efficiency rather than developing instinct. For 30 minutes, Wei Liang was fighting someone who was making real decisions, not following algorithmic guidance, and real decisions carried weight that algorithmic guidance did not. They were unpredictable in the specific way that a person under pressure is unpredictable, not random, but driven by something deeper than analysis. There was a moment in the 32nd minute that Wei Liang would remember clearly afterward. Feng Hao had been pressing with a sustained series of strikes that the system would have recommended as high-efficiency combination work, but that Wei Liang could tell from the rhythm were not system-recommended. The timing had the slight irregularity of something chosen rather than generated, and the choices were more aggressive than the system's typical efficiency curve would have produced. Feng Hao was not playing to win cleanly. He was playing to impose himself, which was not an efficiency goal. It was a personal one. Wei Liang had backed up 3 steps and then held his ground. Feng Hao's pressure had been consistent enough that holding ground cost something. A redirect that wasn't quite clean, a bruise forming under the right shoulder. He held anyway, because holding while the pressure continued was information. It told him whether the pressure was system-guided, which would adapt, or person-guided, which would commit. System-guided pressure adapted when it wasn't working. Person-guided pressure doubled down. Feng Hao doubled down. And in the doubling down, in the commitment, the shoulder drop appeared. Not a hesitation, a full execution, the right shoulder lowering by the specific 2-centimeter degree that had been Feng Hao's tell for 22 months. The downward strike that followed it was real and powerful, and exactly where Wei Liang had already moved out of. Wei Liang found himself, for the first time in any fight, uncertain. Not about the outcome, about the next move. The uncertainty was productive. It meant he was actually in a fight with a person, not with a system. But instinct without the specific practice of the pre-system work fell back on trained habits. And trained habits had patterns. And 3 patterns had been cataloged 22 months ago, in an alley in Iron Haven, from a casual spar where Feng Hao had been overwhelmed and hadn't been paying attention to what was being watched. The shoulder drop, the planting sequence, the post-focus burst window. Wei Liang waited for each one with a patience that had been building for 22 months. When the 3rd catalog point appeared, The post-focus burst defensive window. In the 68th minute, after Feng Hao had deployed his primary technique in a bid to end the match, Wei Liang had already been moving for a full second before the window opened. The contact was clean. The match ended. Feng Hao sat on the platform. The monitoring array displayed the result. His system was showing him the combat summary, a detailed breakdown of every exchange, every recommendation, every place where his efficiency had dropped below the system's optimal, and he was looking at it with an expression Wei Liang had never seen on him before. Not the recalibrating attention, not the settled confidence, but something that was open in a way that confidence is not. I fought without following my system for the last 48 minutes, he said. I know. You still beat me. The 3 habits were from your system-installed form, Wei Liang said. They're 22 months old in my catalog. Your instincts are good, Feng Hao, but they fall back on your trained form under pressure. And your trained form has 3 patterns I've been waiting to use. Feng Hao looked at his system's summary display. He dismissed it. He had never dismissed a post-match summary before. How do I fix them? Retrain the specific movements from first principles, Wei Liang said. Without system guidance on the particular actions. Your system installed the habits. It can't see them as habits. The correction has to come from you watching yourself and correcting manually. That's slow. Yes. Weeks. Probably 2 or 3 months for the habits to fully override, Wei Liang said. Then they'll be yours. Not system installed. And no one will be able to use them against you the way I just did, because they won't be system standard patterns. They'll be patterns you built. Feng Hao was quiet for a moment. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression that had finally resolved. Over the course of 22 months of encounters, from the cultivation square through the library to this platform, into something honest. Would you be willing to spar with me afterward? When the tournament is over? Ask me when we're back at the sect, Wei Liang said. Feng Hao nodded once. He stood and walked off the platform with the bearing of someone who has been changed by something and is deciding whether to acknowledge it. At the platform's edge, he paused. Wei Liang. Yes. I've been thinking about what it would mean to fight based on what I see rather than what my system sees. For months. He didn't turn. I think I understand now that I don't know how to see without my system doing the seeing for me. A pause. I need to learn that. Yes, Wei Liang said. You do. Feng Hao left. In the VIP pavilion, a Central Province observer was writing with focused speed. Chapter 34. Finals. Han Ruofeng was everything the tournament committee had assessed. 19 years old, Tier 6 combat system, core formation early stage. He had broken through to core formation 6 weeks before the tournament, ahead of his system's projected schedule, using the Gilded Sky Sect's concentrated cultivation resources. He was seeded first by enough of a margin that the second seed was a formality. Wei Liang knew he would likely lose. He had known it since the bracket draw. Han Ruofeng at early core formation versus Wei Liang at late foundation establishment was not a gap that technique could bridge entirely. Core formation chi was compressed to a fundamentally different density than foundation establishment chi. The power differential was real and categorical. He went into the match anyway. For 12 minutes, it was as close as it could have been. Han Ruofeng was, as Wei Liang had expected, careful. He had watched the quarterfinal and semifinal matches and had built his own assessment, not system-guided, because his system was returning the standard incomplete analysis on Wei Liang, but personal assessment from what he had observed. He came in methodical and precise, not using his core formation power advantage immediately, probing with foundation establishment level technique to gather data. Wei Liang entered the still water stance and read. Han's form was the most refined he had encountered at this tournament. Not because Han was the most physically gifted, but because 3 years of Tier 6 system optimization had taken whatever raw ability he had and refined it past most people's natural ceiling. His tells were subtle. Wei Liang cataloged them in the first 4 exchanges. At the 8-minute mark, Wei Liang deployed the falling rain concept. Not yet the full technique he was developing, but the principle. Multiple small contacts in rapid succession, each one angled differently, forcing the system to process several simultaneous threat vectors instead of one. Han's system recalibrated. Han's defensive coverage compressed. The 5th microstrike of the sequence landed. Han adjusted. He began using his core formation chi. The first full core formation technique that Han deployed had a force vector that Wei Liang's redirectional capacity could not absorb at his current stage. He redirected what he could, approximately 40% of the force, which bent the strike's trajectory without neutralizing it. The remaining 60% landed. He went down. He got up. Han watched him get up and said nothing, but something in the economy of his movement shifted. He was no longer probing. He was applying real pressure, and in doing so he was paying Wei Liang the specific respect of not pretending he was less than he had shown himself to be. The next 10 minutes were the most damage Wei Liang had taken in any fight. 2 more partial redirects of core formation techniques that his foundation establishment capacity was simply insufficient to handle, and 1 full contact that dropped him to 1 knee. He stood each time. The still water continued to accept what it could not redirect and return to its surface. At 22 minutes, after a technique that Wei Liang's redirectional stance absorbed the beginning of and the rest of which drove him to the platform edge, the monitoring array registered the definitive contact. The match ended. Han Ruofeng crossed the platform and offered his hand, not a bow, a hand clap, one practitioner to another. "Second place," he said. "Second place," Wei Liang agreed. "You'll be at core formation soon," Han said. It was not pleasantry. He had watched the progression. He knew what he had seen. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Then the match will be different," Han said. He said this with the specific expression of someone who has thought about a future match and found it genuinely interesting rather than simply inevitable. Han Ruofeng was, Wei Liang had gathered from the 12 minutes of fighting him and from the accounts of his previous matches, someone who took cultivation seriously in the way that meant he respected good opponents rather than using them for measurement. The handclap was real. This second place was real. Not a consolation, but an acknowledgement of where they were in this specific moment, which would change. Han looked at him for a moment more. "I want to ask you something." "Ask." "The multi-vector contact you deployed at the 8-minute mark. The simultaneous threat inputs." Han's expression was the focused analytical attention of a serious practitioner working through a problem. "My system flagged it and recalibrated in 0.4 seconds. Before it could complete the recalibration, one of the vectors made contact." "How did you know the recalibration window was 0.4 seconds? You couldn't have measured it in this match." "I've been observing system recalibration windows for a year and a half," Wei Liang said. "Across 38 system users. Tier 2 through Tier 5. The window varies by system tier and by the complexity of the incoming stimulus. Your Tier 6 recalibrates faster than the Tier 5s I've fought, but the window still exists. And multi-vector simultaneous input generates longer recalibration than single-vector input at the same total power level, because the system has to assign threat priorities before it can complete the defensive recommendation." Han was quiet for a moment. "You've been studying this for 18 months. More, if you count the cultivation square in Ironhaven. With no system to assist your analysis." "My analysis is direct observation," Wei Liang said. "The observation isn't a substitute for the system's analysis. It's a different kind of analysis. I watch the person, not the chi signature. The system watches the chi signature and models the person from it. The chi signature tells you what someone has done. The person tells you what they're about to do." Han absorbed this. He was the kind of cultivator who heard something accurate and filed it without needing to respond to it. "Core formation," he said again. "Come back at core formation." "I intend to." They bowed, and Wei Liang walked off the platform. And Old Shun was at the platform's edge with a jar and an expression that contained multitudes and said none of them. 12 minutes, Wei Liang said, before Old Shun could say anything. "I know. I counted. Against core formation. First time against core formation." "Yes." Old Shun handed him the jar. "What did you learn?" Wei Liang considered this seriously, the way Old Shun always intended the question. "Core formation chi at full deployment exceeds my current redirectional capacity by a fixed margin. The margin is approximately the ratio of foundation establishment-based density to core formation-based density. I can redirect partial applications. When he was using foundation establishment level technique to probe, I redirected effectively. When he committed core formation chi, I could bend the vector but not redirect it." He drank. "The lesson is that redirectional capacity scales with cultivation stage, not technique. The technique is sound. The foundation needs to be deeper. Then get to core formation." "Yes," Wei Liang said. "And quickly." "You lost," Old Shin said. "Yes." "Why?" "His core formation chi exceeds my foundation establishment redirectional capacity by too large a margin. I can redirect foundation establishment vectors. I can partially redirect core formation vectors. I cannot redirect full power core formation techniques. So I need core formation." Old Shin handed him the jar. "Then get it." Chapter 35. The conversation at the inn's common room that evening was full with the particular energy of a tournament's aftermath, competitors and their entourages, observers with agendas, the ambient electricity of decisions being made about who mattered and who would be contacted by which sect. Wei Liang sat in the corner with Old Shun, Mei Suyin, and Chao Ru, and Mei had wrapped his ribs again. 2 new cracks, both manageable, and the strong thing Old Shun had produced from somewhere was on the table, and they were quiet for a while in the way of people who have been through something together and are still sorting out what it was. You're famous, Chaoru said. He seemed to have not quite caught up to the reality of it. You beat a tier 5 at the same cultivation stage, in a sanctioned regional tournament. With no system. I know, Wei Liang said. People are going to want to talk to you. Some of them already have, Mei Suyin said. The Greenwater sect observer came to the medical station while I was treating your ribs. He wanted to know your sect affiliation and contact information. What did you tell him? Iron Sword Sect, conditional outer disciple. He wrote it down very carefully. Old Shin had not said much. He had the look of a man processing the full weight of something he had been watching for a long time. Wei Liang waited. He had the look, specifically, of someone whose arithmetic had come back at something larger than they had projected. In the 2.5 years of their training, which had begun accidentally, with a grip correction shouted across an alley, and had become the most significant relationship Wei Liang had outside his mother, Old Shin had been careful with his projections. He did not overpromise. He gave honest estimates and let the real results land without dramatization. In the 18 months since they had formally acknowledged the teaching relationship, the results had consistently come in above his estimates, and Old Shun had updated each time, without ceremony, and continued. Now he was looking at the result of the Convergence tournament with the specific expression of someone whose model has needed a significant revision. 12 minutes, Old Shin said, finally. Against Han Ruofeng. Yes. A tier 6 core formation cultivator fighting carefully for 12 minutes against a foundation establishment cultivator with no system. He drank from his jar. He didn't dismiss you. He fought you as if you were a real opponent. And he was right too. His system returned the standard incomplete analysis, Wei Liang said. He didn't have system guidance on how to fight me. He had to watch and decide for himself. He was good at it. He was, Old Shin agreed. He'll be better next time. A pause. So will you. He drank again. Across the inn's common room, the other tournament competitors were doing what tournament competitors did in the aftermath of a day that had changed their understanding of something. Talking about it, repeating what had happened, testing different ways of saying it to see which version made the most sense. Wei Liang could hear his name in several conversations. He paid no particular attention to this. The conversations were not about him. They were about a thing that had happened that people were trying to categorize, and the thing that had happened was useful to them as a concept regardless of whether they remembered the name attached to it. Old Shin was watching the room with the quality of attention he had developed over decades of understanding people who used weapons. They're all doing the same thing, Old Shin said. They're trying to categorize what they saw. Their systems can't do it, so they're doing it with words. What will they say? Most of them will say anomaly. It's the word that functions as a category when you don't have a category. He paused. The useful ones will say something like independent path and mean it. The ones who understand what that means will start asking questions about what's outside their current framework. Shu Wenshi understands, Wei Liang said. He knew before today. He came here knowing. Old Shin looked at him steadily. You should know something. The Greenwater sect has been looking for an independent path cultivator for 30 years. Not because it would embarrass the Gilded Sky sect, though it does that. Because their tradition traces to the pre-system era, and they've maintained more of the pre-system documentation than anyone else. And their senior cultivators understand what independent path cultivation can produce at the upper stages in ways that the rest of the eastern region does not. Wei Liang looked at Old Shun. How long have you known this? Since Shu Wenshi's first communication with your elder Rong, 3 months ago. He was matter-of-fact about this. I know Shu. We were at the same cultivation academy, long ago. Different sects, same generation. He's a man who does his work carefully and well, and when he acts, it's with accurate information and genuine conviction. A pause. He will act on what he saw today, and his acting will be useful. Chaoru was watching this exchange with the expression of someone who has spent 2 years watching something build and is now seeing what it was building toward. So what happens next? He asked. Second place at the Convergence tournament changes the political context, Wei Liang said. Huang's procedural objections have less traction now that there's a tournament result in the permanent register. The next 3 months are about core formation. That's it. That's enough. Mei Suyin looked at Wei Liang's hands, the meridian lines visible in the lamplight. Your density scan is going to look different when I run it next week, she said. 2 weeks of tournament pressure combat will have pushed your accumulation rate higher than any training stimulus. How much higher? I won't know until I scan. But combat pressure is the highest cultivation stimulus available, and you've been in 5 serious matches in 2 weeks. She looked at him directly. You may break through to core formation sooner than either of us expected. Within the year, Wei Liang said. Possibly within 6 months. She said it with the precision of someone making a projection they believe. My system's projection function is still returning errors for you. My own projection is 6 months, possibly 4. Old Shen looked at her. Then, at Wei Liang. Something moved across his expression, the satisfaction of someone who built something and watched it exceed expectations, which is a better feeling than building something and watching it perform exactly as designed. He was quiet for a moment more than the table expected. Mei Suyin and Chao Ru waited in the way of people who had learned that Old Shen's silences were worth waiting for. You know what I was thinking about, in the moment after the Han Ruofing result, he said. When you walked off the platform. No, Wei Liang said. I was thinking about the first correction. He drank. Your grip. In the alley. The first day I said anything to you. He set down the jar. You were a 16-year-old boy in a second-hand robe the day after the worst day of your life, swinging your dead father's tool blade in a forge alley, and you had no idea what you were doing. None. The form was completely wrong. You were working out of pure stubbornness and nothing else. He paused. And I told myself, don't say anything. It's not your problem. The boy will give up in a week. The table was quiet. I said something, Old Shen said. Because I couldn't watch a grip that wrong without my hands wanting to fix it. He looked at Wei Liang. And then 2.5 years later, you spent 12 minutes in a match with a tier 6 core formation cultivator, and he fought you like you were a real opponent, because you were. He paused once more. I've been a cultivator for 40 years. I've watched hundreds of students work. I've never watched what I've been watching for 2.5 years. Second place at the Convergence tournament, he said. No system. Below threshold on every registered assessment. Is that what we're celebrating? Chao Ru asked. We're not celebrating, Old Shen said. We're resting. Celebration is for things that are finished. This is between the second chapter and the third. He looked at Chao Ru with the direct attention he used when he meant something precisely. In the pre-system tradition, the texts describe a cultivator's path in 3 chapters. The first chapter ends when the cultivator proves to themselves that the path is real. The second ends when they prove it to the world. The third begins now. He picked up his jar. The third is the longest. Chao Ru looked at Wei Liang. What's the third chapter? Wei Liang thought about Han Ruofeng's careful fighting, and the Greenwater sect observer's carefully written notation, and Feng Hao's dismissed post-match summary, and Huang Zhoumin's silence in the VIP pavilion. Core formation, he said, and then everything after it. He meant this precisely, not as rhetorical broadness, but as an accurate description of what he was building toward. Not a tournament placement, not a sect status, not a ban overturned. The thing that came after all of those, which was real cultivation, done honestly, for as long as it could be done. Chapter 36. Consequences. The tournament's aftermath arrived in 3 distinct waves, spaced over the following month, and Wei Liang tracked all 3 with the same attention he gave to everything that mattered. The first wave was official. The tournament committee published its results register, and the entry for Wei Liang, Iron Sword Sect, conditional. No system, second place overall, was entered in permanent record. It was the first time the system field in the tournament register had contained the word none. The tournament archivist had to create a new notation category for it. Several cultivation law scholars, Wei Liang was told by Elder Rome, had already requested copies of the entry as a formal precedent document. The second wave was contact. 3 sect representatives communicated with Elder Rome within 10 days of the results publication. 2 regional sects expressing interest in Wei Liang's potential membership, and 1 from the Greenwater sect of the Central Province. The Greenwater sect's communication was qualitatively different. It was not an inquiry about membership, but an opening statement about a formal sponsorship arrangement for an independent cultivator, which was a classification that had not been used in the region in decades. Elder Rome brought both to Wei Liang's attention without recommendation. These are your decisions, he said. Tell me the implications of the Greenwater sect arrangement, Wei Liang said. Rome explained. A Central Province sect sponsorship for an independent cultivator meant formal recognition by the province's cultivation authority, access to the province's combined cultivation resources without formal sect membership, and, most relevantly, a classification that operated outside the regional cultivation authority's jurisdiction entirely. An independent cultivator under Central Province sponsorship was not subject to the Iron Sword sect's internal policies, the regional authority's system registration requirements, or the tier rating board's assessments. It removes every procedural mechanism Huang can use against me, Wei Liang said. Every regional one, Rome confirmed. He still has personal influence and resources, and he can still act through those. But the institutional tools, the registration requirements, the evaluation panels, the ban filings, those would all become moot. When would the arrangement take effect? After a formal offer is made and accepted, and the documentation is filed. Possibly 4 to 6 weeks from now. Wei Liang thought about this. Hold the response for 2 weeks. I want to see what Huang does first. The third wave was Jiang Fenghao. It arrived less directly than the first two, and it arrived with more weight than either. The first wave had changed a record. The second wave had changed Wei Liang's institutional standing. The third wave was something else, a person changing. Wei Liang had been watching Fenghao for 2.5 years. From the cultivation square to the library to the alley, from the ceremony to the spars to the tournament match. He had been watching with the same consistent attention he gave to everything that was worth understanding. What he had observed in that time was not a person who was wrong or dishonest or complacent. He had observed someone who had been given an excellent tool from the moment of his awakening, who had worked with that tool seriously and developed real capability, and who had, through no particular failure, never needed to develop the parts of himself that the tool had no function for. Fenghao's cultivation was excellent. His technique was excellent. His instincts, the ones the tournament match had finally forced into the open, were good, genuinely good, better than 3 years of system optimization had given him credit for, because the optimization had been aimed at efficiency, and efficiency was not the same as depth. Fenghao's instincts were deep. They had been built into him by his family history and his character and his own engagement with cultivation, none of which had required a system to produce. The system had covered it over with better processes, the way you can cover good groundwork with fast work and get good results without ever knowing what the ground would have produced if the fast work had been slower. The third wave was Fenghao finding out what his ground was. He came to the Iron Sword Sect's outer training ground on a morning 18 days after the tournament, alone, and found Wei Liang in his usual early form session. He stood at the edge of the ground for a long moment. Then he walked over. "I've been working the old forms," he said. "Pre-system forms. The ones I had before the ceremony." He paused. "My system flagged them as inefficient. I've been turning the flag off." Wei Liang stopped his forms and looked at him. The expression on Fenghao's face was the specific expression of someone who is reassembling something they have taken apart, slowly, in the dark, finding the pieces, remembering what they connected to. "The 3 habits," Fenghao said. "Tell me what they are again." Wei Liang told him. Each one specifically. Fenghao listened with the focused attention of someone receiving information that cost something to hear and was worth the cost. "My system never flagged any of them," Fenghao said. "It has never seen them exploited. Vulnerability flags require exploitation history. But you saw them. In the first month of training. Before I had the vocabulary for what I was doing." Fenghao was quiet. "You held them for 2 years." "I was waiting," Wei Liang said. "For the right match." "For a match that mattered," Wei Liang said. "The first one that mattered." Fenghao looked at the training ground. Around them, other outer disciples were arriving for their morning sessions, systems active, interfaces running. Efficient, guided, standard. Fenghao had always been the best among them. He was looking at them now with a different quality of attention than he had carried before the tournament. Not less confident, but more honest. The confidence was still there. The certainty about what the confidence was based on had shifted. Wei Liang watched him watching. He thought about what this cost Fenghao, not the admission about the habits, not even the tournament loss itself, but this specific thing, standing in a training ground where he had been excellent for 3 years and looking at his colleagues with a newly honest eye and finding the framework he had used to understand himself and his place here was not as complete as he had believed. That kind of revision was one of the harder things a person could do. Most people never did it. They kept the original framework intact by declining to look too carefully at the edges. Fenghao was looking carefully at the edges. Wei Liang had watched 42 classmates receive systems on the day of the ceremony. He had watched most of them consolidate into the systems model of themselves over the months that followed, becoming, gradually, the cultivator their system said they were, filling in the outline the system had drawn. Some of them were excellent. Some were mediocre. All of them were, in the relevant sense, known quantities to themselves. The system had told them who they were, and they had become it. Fenghao had been the best of that group, which meant he had become more fully himself as system described than anyone. The Tier 5 assessment had been accurate, and he had grown into the accuracy. What happened when you removed the system's description was that you had to answer the question from scratch. Who am I? In cultivation, when no external framework is defining it. That question had been Wei Liang's constant companion for 2.5 years. For Fenghao, it was just arriving. "There's something I should tell you," Fenghao said. Wei Liang waited. "Huang Zhongmin held a council meeting 2 days ago. My family has a council seat. I was told about it afterward." He paused. "He named you a problem to be resolved. He's moving from the procedural approach to something more active." Wei Liang absorbed this. He had expected it. The tournament result had moved the timeline forward significantly. What does active mean? He didn't say specifically, but his language was different from the objection and the registration challenge. More direct. Fenghao looked at him. "I thought you should know." "Thank you," Wei Liang said. "I'm not." Fenghao paused. I'm not aligned with him. I want to be clear about that. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. Whatever I've been before, whatever distance I've kept, that ends now. Wei Liang looked at him. The Jiang Fenghao of the ceremony, standing in the grand hall with his standing ovation, had been a different person than this one. Not a worse person, necessarily, but a person who had never had reason to examine the framework his certainty was built on. That certainty had been chipped at for 2 years by system errors and library conversations in a match that lasted 77 minutes and ended with a dismissed post-match summary. What was left was not uncertainty. It was something better, honesty about what he knew and what he didn't. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning, Wei Liang said. We'll work on the forms. Fenghao nodded once. He walked back toward the main hall, stopped at the entrance. Wei Liang. Wei Liang looked up. I'm sorry I didn't come by after the ceremony. You stayed where you were, Wei Liang said. We were in different places. That's not the same as walking away. Fenghao was quiet for a moment. Then he went inside. Wei Liang went back to his forms. In the administrative wing of the Gilded Sky sect, somewhere in the region, Huang Zhoumin was composing a strategy that had moved past filing procedural challenges. The council had heard his concern. Active measures had been authorized. What those measures would look like, Wei Liang did not yet know. But he had seen how Huang's three-pronged objection had been structured, careful, layered, operating through institutions rather than directly. The active approach would be the same quality of thinking, aimed at results the procedural approach could no longer deliver. He trained through the morning, then spent the afternoon in Old Shin's back room reviewing the core formation consolidation texts. The 1,000-point compression. The work that was coming. Chapter 37. Ahead the 6 months after the Convergence tournament were, by any measure Wei Liang had been using to track his own progress, the most significant 6 months since the beginning. He had been keeping an informal accounting in the training notebook Old Shun had given him. Cultivation stage relative to cohort, technique development progress, match results, and the specific lessons each one provided. He had started this accounting in the 2nd month, when he had been 2 full stages behind Jiang Fenghao, and the gap had felt significant. He had maintained it through the foundation work, the sect enrollment, the Feng Luo match, the tournament. It was not a systems tracking interface. It was a notebook with handwriting in it, and the numbers were approximations rather than precise measurements, and it was entirely his. In the 4th month after the tournament, he looked at the accounting and understood that something had changed about what the numbers meant. He was at peak foundation establishment, approaching the threshold of core formation. Jiang Fenghao was at early core formation. He had broken through 3 weeks earlier, his system guiding the process with its standard efficiency, the notification appearing on the outer disciple board with the characteristic confidence of a Tier 5 system working as designed. For months ahead of Wei Liang in stage. For months. At the ceremony, Fenghao had been 2 full stages ahead, and the trajectory had suggested the gap would grow. Wei Liang's pace was slower than system-guided cultivation pace, and the early stages had shown a consistent pattern of falling further behind. 2 stages behind had felt, at 16, like a permanent description of his position in the world. Now Fenghao was 4 months ahead, not 2 years ahead. The specific numbers were, Fenghao had 2 years and 4 months of cultivation, and Wei Liang had 2 years. In that time, Wei Liang had covered 2 full stages more than the gap's rate of change predicted. He had caught the 2-stage distance and converted it into a 4-month distance. More significantly, the remaining 4 months were not stable. Wei Liang's accumulation rate at peak foundation establishment, with the tournament's combat pressure acceleration, with the density compounding that Mei Suyin had been tracking for months, with the second phase cycling exercises now fully integrated, was running ahead of Old Shin's estimates. The 4-month gap was shrinking. He sat with this for a while in the cultivation square, before dawn, with the autumn air beginning to carry winter's advance notice. He did not feel triumphant. He felt something more like calibration, the specific satisfaction of a person who made a measurement at the beginning, tracked it through the middle, and found the result at the end to be consistent with what the measurement predicted. The gap was closing because it was always going to close at this rate, if he did the work. He had done the work. The gap was closing. He went back to the forge that weekend for the first time in 3 months. His mother was at the bellows when he arrived, working a commission, and she looked up with the expression she had been developing over the 2 years, the one that contained the ongoing recalibration of what her son was. You look different, she said. I'm ahead of him now, Wei Liang said. She did not ask who him was. She had been following the tournament results from Ironhaven through the news that traveled the trade road, and she knew. In what sense are you ahead? In cultivation density, Wei Liang said. My foundation is denser than his. When he breaks through to core formation, his core will be standard pathway, efficient, system optimized, well-formed. When I break through, My core will be a distributed network that his standard pathway chi cannot match in aggregate density. He paused. In raw stage, he's 4 months ahead. In foundation quality, I've been ahead for 6 months. She set down the hammer. She looked at her son, the son who had walked home from the Grand Hall 2 years ago in a second-hand robe with no system, and told her he was all right before she could say sorry. Your father always said that the quality of the foundation determines the quality of the work, she said. I know, Wei Liang said. That's what I've been building. She picked up the hammer again. Eat, she said. I made the good soup. He ate the soup and worked the bellows in the afternoon and thought about core formation and what it would require and how close it was. And the evening was quiet and familiar in the way of things that are always there when you go back to them. In the morning, he returned to the sect and trained harder. The 5 months of cultivation between the tournament's end and the core formation threshold were the months when the word ahead changed from impossible to ordinary. He passed 6 of his cohort's members in cultivation stage, the ones who had been ahead from the ceremony and had advanced at standard system-guided rates, while he had advanced at faster than standard manual rates. Each passing was quiet and had no ceremony. He noted it in the accounting and continued. What struck him in these months was not the advancement itself, but the quality of it. The people he passed had cultivations that were efficient, clean, well-formed. They had followed their system's guidance faithfully and produced exactly what the guidance had promised. He could see this in their chi output, in the coherence of their technique applications, in the smooth automatic quality of their cultivation cycling. Good work, produced reliably. His own cultivation, in the same stage comparison, was less smooth and far denser. The distributed network had nodes in places that the standard pathway didn't reach. The cycling wasn't entirely automatic. There were sub-pathways that still required active attention to maintain, because his network had been built from scratch and not every secondary branch had fully integrated yet. It was, compared to a system-guided cultivation of the same stage, rougher and more demanding. And the density measurements showed, consistently, that it was 3 to 4 times more concentrated. He kept building. He had come too far by building to stop. Chapter 38. The 1,000-point consolidation. Wei Liang achieved core formation on a night in his 22nd month of training, and it was harder than anything he had been prepared for. He had been prepared for difficulty. The pre-system scrolls used language that was designed to be informative without being intimidating, but even measured language had a weight. The body and transformation, the dissolution that precedes consolidation, the night of the new foundation. He had read these phrases and understood that they described something significant. What the language had not fully communicated was duration. Standard system-guided core formation took between 4 and 8 hours. The system managed the chi consolidation pathway, prevented chi detonation, maintained the cultivator's vital functions during the high-energy transformation, and guided the forming core to the standard central reservoir compression pattern. 8 hours was considered a long breakthrough. 4 hours was considered fast. The range reflected individual variation within a standard process. The 1,000-point consolidation, as the pre-system scrolls described it, was not a variation of the standard process. It was a structurally different event, 43 distributed nodes reaching consolidation threshold simultaneously, each one compressing from foundation stage density to core stage density, with the compression of each node needing to be coordinated with the compression of all others to prevent catastrophic chi detonation across the network. The scrolls estimated 12 to 40 hours for this process, with the variance depending on the size of the distributed network and the cultivator's ability to manage the coordination manually. Wei Liang had 43 nodes. He did it in Old Shin's back room because it was the safest space he knew. Thick stone walls that would contain any chi discharge if coordination failed, familiar spatial dimensions, the presence of Old Shin, who had 15 years of experience managing damaged meridians and would know what to do if something went catastrophically wrong. He told his mother he was working on something for 2 days and would be back on the 3rd. He told no one else. He sat in the back room in the evening and began the process. Old Shin sat in the chair by the door and was there. The first 8 hours were technically demanding, but not painful. The chi in all 43 nodes had been at peak foundation establishment density for 3 weeks. The threshold had been crossed and the network was ready, and the consolidation process was, in its early stages, the same for a distributed network as for a standard one. Pressure building within each node as the foundation stage chi began to compress toward core stage density. He maintained coordination through the breathing exercises, which had been developed for exactly this function, not just cultivation circulation, but active management of chi dynamics across the full network. The next 8 hours were harder. The compression in each node was past the halfway point, which meant the energy dynamics were moving into the range where detonation risk was no longer theoretical. The coordination requirement increased. Nodes that compressed faster than their neighbors needed to be slowed. Nodes lagging behind needed to be encouraged without forcing. It was like managing 43 separate ongoing processes simultaneously, with each one affecting the others, in real time, without stopping. He managed it because he had spent 22 months developing exactly the proprioceptive resolution that this required. Every meridian in his body was a known entity to him. He had found them in the dark, in the first months, feeling for the taut-string sensation one by one. He had built his cultivation from that foundational knowing. The coordination requirement was extreme, but not outside the range of what he had been preparing for. At hour 16, 3 nodes that ran adjacent along his left shoulder blade reached a simultaneous pressure spike that pushed all 3 toward detonation simultaneously. This was the first serious crisis of the night. He recognized it from the specific quality of the pressure, too much, too fast, in a configuration that would propagate and redirect it. Not with a technique, not with conscious strategy, with the reflex that 22 months of managing chi flow had built into his body's operating logic. The redirect was imprecise, but sufficient. The spike passed. At hour 21, the right side of his meridian network began to advance faster than the left, creating a compression imbalance that the coordination system could not fully address with the breathing exercises alone. He spent 2 hours doing nothing but managing the imbalance, delaying right side progression while encouraging left side catch-up. It was the most boring 2 hours of his cultivation life. At hour 28, all 43 nodes were within 5% of each other in compression progress. This was the threshold beyond which the scrolls said the simultaneous final compression could be attempted. He rested for 20 minutes, passive maintenance only, and then began the final sequence. The final sequence lasted 3 hours and was the hardest thing his body had done. 43 nodes compressing to core stage density simultaneously created an energy output that the standard breakthrough configuration never experienced, because the standard configuration was 1 node. 43 nodes, even small ones, produced 43 times the simultaneous energy release. The backroom stone walls absorbed the ambient chi overflow. He held his body together through the technique that old Shun had spent the most time teaching him, which was not any formal technique at all, but the fundamental bodily practice of not panicking when the stakes were high and the options were few, of staying with what was happening and managing it as it came. At hour 31, all 43 nodes completed simultaneous compression. He was lying on the backroom floor. The first light of morning was coming through the high window. The crow that lived in the alley was somewhere nearby. He could hear old Shun breathing in the chair. He was at early core formation. The specific quality of the new state was immediately different from foundation establishment. Foundation chi had been dense and stable, with the weight of something carefully built. Core chi, the new core chi, distributed across 43 compressed nodes, was dense and mobile, with a quality he had not experienced before. Less like a structure and more like a tide. Foundation had been about holding. Core was about flow. He lay on the floor for a while and experienced the new chi without doing anything with it. The experience was not what he had expected. He had expected it to feel like more power, more capacity, more of the same thing he had been building toward. What it felt like was different. Foundation chi, at its most developed, had been dense and layered, like sediment compressed over a long time into something hard and patient. Core chi was moving, not restless. There was nothing anxious about it. It moved the way the river moved in the drainage channel at the forge, not because it was going somewhere, but because moving was its nature and it expressed that nature continuously. The 43 nodes were each fully compressed and settled, and from each one the chi flowed outward along the meridian lines to the others, and from the others back, a circulation that required none of his attention to maintain, because it was the natural state of the thing he had built. He understood with a clarity that the exhaustion of 31 hours made clear rather than obscuring, built something that worked by itself. The distributed network had always required maintenance. In foundation establishment, the maintenance was active, continuous, necessary. Now it was passive. The network maintained itself the way a well-made iron tool maintained its structure, not by doing anything, but by being well-made. He lay on the floor for a while and experienced the new chi without doing anything with it. Old Shin said, from the chair, "Done. Done," Wei Liang said. "How long?" 31 hours. A long silence. The scroll said 12 to 40. 31. Old Shin stood, slowly, and came to look at Wei Liang's meridian lines. The lines were visibly different in the morning light. Where foundation establishment had shown individual lines, core formation showed a web. Each of the 43 node sites bright, with visible connections between them, the network present on his skin as something that had substance and luminance. It's beautiful, Old Shin said. He said it precisely, as observation, without sentiment. I've read the descriptions in the scrolls for 15 years. I didn't imagine it would look like that. Wei Liang sat up. He looked at his hands. The web was visible on the backs of both hands, through the skin, glowing faintly in the morning light, with the specific steady quality of something that has been built over a long time from an honest foundation. How does it feel? Old Shin asked. Wei Liang thought about it. Like I've been carrying something very heavy for 2 years, and I've finally put it down, and I'm still strong from having carried it. Old Shun was quiet for a moment. Then he went and made tea. Chapter 39. The bureaucracy of exclusion. Sect leader Huang Zhongmin's response to the tournament result arrived in procedural form over the course of 3 months, and each action was smaller and more contained than the last, which was the tell of an intelligent person fighting on ground they understood was weakening. The first action was the tier rating board reminder. A memo arrived at all sect elders in the eastern region, signed by the board's administrative director, reminding them that inner disciple advancement required formal tier rating assessment. That tier rating assessment required system registration, and that conditional entries without system registration could not be assessed through the standard process. The memo was addressed to no one specifically. Its practical effect was specific. Elder Rong received a follow-up query from the board, requesting clarification on Wei Liang's status and suggesting that his advancement pathway was uncertain. Rong forwarded the query to Wei Liang with a note. He moved the proxy forward. Expected. The second action was the library restriction. The sect library's pre-system archive collection was reclassified from general access to restricted research access. Inner disciple clearance required. The reclassification happened on a Thursday afternoon while Wei Liang was at training. He arrived at the library on Friday morning and found the restricted access designation on the section he had been using for 8 months. He stood in front of the restricted section for a moment. Then he went to find Elder Rong. The archive restriction will require inner disciple clearance, Rong said when Wei Liang arrived. He had already heard. Which requires tier rating. Which requires system registration. Which I don't have. Wei Liang sat down. How long have I had full access to those scrolls? 8 months. The material you've covered in those 8 months is substantial. Rong looked at him with the focused, tired attention of a man who has been fighting the same battle from multiple angles for months. There is an emergency academic research clearance provision that allows a senior elder to grant temporary inner disciple access to researchers demonstrating active work on specific materials. It requires my signature and an annual renewal. He'll challenge it. Yes, eventually. But it takes time for him to find the specific procedure and challenge it specifically, and in the meantime you have access. He signed the clearance form and handed it to Wei Liang. Take what you need from the archive over the next 3 months. Assume 3 months is the window before the challenge arrives. The third action was more distant. 2 regional competition organizers who had inquired about Wei Liang's eligibility for upcoming events received letters from an unnamed party questioning the charter provision that had been used at the Convergence tournament, recommending that they obtain legal counsel before accepting similar entries. Both organizers, being practical people with no desire for legal complications, quietly removed Wei Liang's name from their preliminary inquiry lists. Wei Liang tracked all of this in the notebook. He was building a picture, not of specific attacks, but of a systematic strategy. Reduce the oxygen. Close the spaces where he could appear, demonstrate, establish a record. Keep the bureaucratic pressure constant and diffuse enough that any individual action was contestable, but the aggregate effect was suffocation. He's trying to make me invisible, Wei Liang said to Old Shun one evening. Not invisible, Old Shun said. Illegible. An invisible person doesn't exist. An illegible person exists but can't be officially recognized. The distinction matters because illegibility is much harder to fight. He can't revoke my cultivation. No. He can make it impossible to use your cultivation in any official context. Old Shin drank, which, in a cultivation world built on official contexts, amounts to the same thing practically. Wei Liang looked at his hands. The core formation network was fully settled now. 3 weeks since the breakthrough, and the integration of the new qi had been rapid, driven by the density of the foundation he had laid. The 43 nodes were stable and interconnected, and his. What's the counter strategy? He asked. Results, Old Shin said. Results in context that can't be made illegible. A win in a sanction match is a win in the record. A cultivation stage is a cultivation stage. He can restrict the library, but he can't restrict what you've already learned from it. He can prevent you from entering events, but he can't prevent you from having entered the ones you already entered. He paused. He's trying to cap your future. He can't rewrite your past. The Convergence tournament result is permanent record. Second place. Unseeded. No system. It's in the tournament's permanent archives. That record exists regardless of what Huang does to your registration status. Wei Liang thought about this. I need to keep generating results before he closes the last doors. Yes, Old Shin said. You have maybe 6 more months of available doors. The Regional Authority Evaluation Panel, Wei Liang said. The one he'll eventually convene to formally assess my status. Yes, that will be the last official door, and it will be stacked against you. I know. Wei Liang looked at the training notebook. Then I need to be at a cultivation stage that makes the stacking irrelevant. Not stronger than the panel. Too strong to ignore. He looked at the notebook, the accounting he had been keeping since the 2nd month, the one that tracked cultivation stage relative to cohort and the slow closure of the gap. The numbers in it now were different from what they had been a year ago. A year ago, the gap to Feng Hao had been 2 stages. Now it was 4 months. A year ago, the gap to core formation had been unmeasurable. Now it was measured in weeks. The library restriction was a problem. He had been in the pre-system archive for 8 months, reading the theoretical foundations that the oral transmission Old Shun had given him built on. He had not finished. There were scrolls he had not reached, sections that were still unread, connections he had not yet made. Rong had bought him 3 months, probably, before the challenge arrived. He spent those 3 months reading with a different intensity than he had before, not the open-ended reading of someone with infinite time, but the specific, strategic reading of someone who is cataloging what they know and what they still need. He made a list of the most important gaps and worked through them in priority order. The distributed core formation mechanics were at the top. He had the principle from Old Shin's teaching and the early-stage documentation from the scrolls, but the detailed mechanics of what happened during the consolidation process were spread across several texts he had not yet fully read. He read them. He built the understanding. He put it in the training notebook in the specific, compressed notation he had developed over months of storing things he needed to be able to retrieve. When the library restriction came, he had covered what mattered most. The restriction still cost him, but the cost was acceptable. He trained the next morning with the specific focus of someone who understands what they are training toward and why the timeline matters. He thought, as he trained, about the difference between Huang's bureaucratic campaign and what a genuine confrontation with his cultivation path would require. Huang was fighting in the institutional domain, registration requirements, rating boards, procedural objections. These were weapons a man used when he could not contest the underlying thing directly. You put restrictions around what you feared rather than confronting it, because confronting it required acknowledging that it was worth confronting. The acknowledgement would come eventually. It always did, when the thing being restricted continued to grow regardless of the restrictions. The Convergence tournament result had been a version of it. Huang had not attended the tournament himself, had sent by Qing Shan, and Bai's report had contained accurate information about 2nd place, no system, permanent record. Huang had read the report. Huang had filed a procedural question to delay the quarterfinal and then let it fail. He was running out of things that could address the problem indirectly without addressing it directly. The direct confrontation would require someone to assess Wei Liang's cultivation honestly, in a context that could not be bureaucratically managed. That was the evaluation panel. That was where Huang would make his final move, with the last tools available to him, and where the years of work would either be enough or not be enough. Wei Liang trained. He intended it to be enough. Chapter 40, Assassins. The 2 men came on a Thursday in Wei Liang's 24th month, and what Wei Liang noticed first was the quality of their concealment. Most threats he had experienced had been direct, challenges in the training ground, sparring matches, the tournament's formal competition. The 2 men in the wooded hillside road used professional concealment. They had selected a position where the natural approach angle would bring a traveler inside the engagement zone before the trees cleared, had timed their position for midday, when light conditions were least favorable for extended detection, and had coordinated their placement to triangulate on the path's natural center line. He noticed the breathing of the near-side one from 40 meters away, not because it was unusually loud, because it had the specific cadence of someone who had been lying in wait for an extended period and whose respiratory rate had settled into the pattern of sustained physical and mental effort that hiding requires. He had been cataloging breathing patterns since Old Shun's sword-reading lessons. He knew what resting breathing sounded like, training breathing, combat breathing, and the specific waiting in concealment breathing that this was. He did not change his pace. He did not look toward the sound. He continued on the road and used the last 40 meters to plan. 2 men. From the chi pressure he could feel at 20 meters, the specific cultivation density that leaked through even disciplined concealment, mid-core formation, both of them. That was 2 full stages above him. The gap in raw chi was substantial. He was at early core formation. They were at mid. In a sustained fight at mutual optimal conditions, they would win by attrition. The engagement needed to not be a sustained fight at mutual optimal conditions. They stepped onto the road when he was inside their planned engagement zone. Their coordination was good, near simultaneous emergence from both sides of the road's center line, designed to create an immediate 2-on-1 encirclement before he could establish an exit angle. The technique was standard ambush methodology for professional cultivators, and it was well executed. What it was not executed for was an opponent who had been aware of them for 40 meters. He had already displaced, not far, a step and a half to the left of the road's center line, which was not dramatic, but was enough to mean he was not in the center of the planned engagement zone when they emerged. The near-side man's opening strike, calibrated for the center line position, passed 30 centimeters to his right. He redirected the trailing edge of it, not cleanly, because the force was significantly above foundation establishment level and his redirectional capacity was not yet fully calibrated for mid-core formation vectors, but enough to disrupt the follow-through. The first exchange ended without decisive contact on either side. The far side man was already at his secondary position. The two of them had coordinated effectively. The near-side initial strike had been designed to drive Wei Liang into the far side man's range. Wei Liang had not been driven there, which meant the far side man was slightly out of optimal position. He ran, not away from them, through the tree line on the near side, into the wooded hillside. He knew this hillside. He had walked it twice a month for 10 months. He knew the specific places where the undergrowth was dense and the ground was uneven and the sight lines were interrupted by the terrain's irregularities. He knew where the wet rock section was, and the steep gully, and the flat shelf above the gully where a cultivator could stop and be invisible from below. Their systems were processing terrain data in real time. A movement system would have adapted faster. Their combat systems were handling the terrain as a secondary consideration while maintaining combat priority. He could hear their approaches behind him, controlled, professional, maintaining mutual sight lines, not bunching up. Good training. The gully edge came up at 3 minutes. He turned there. The far side man's footing failed on the wet rock section at the gully edge, not a fall, but a stumble, the right foot losing purchase and the body compensating with the left in a way that broke the 2-count planting sequence. His system was updating the footing assessment. In the 1-second window before the update completed, the far side man's forward momentum was committed in a direction his footing could not fully support. Wei Liang was already inside his guard before the update completed. The contact was not decisive. He could not make it decisive against someone 2 stages above him, but it was solid enough to damage the man's guard arm and break the coordination between the two of them. They stopped. His chi reserves were at 55%. His ribs had taken a contact from the second exchange that he had redirected partially, but not fully, not cracked, but bruised. The far side man's guard arm was compromised. The near side man was reassessing. Their systems were running updated projections. Whatever the new projections showed them, a fight that had extended past the expected resolution time, an opponent who had damaged one of them, a terrain environment that was reducing their coordination advantage. The assessment had apparently changed enough that pressing was no longer the recommended option. They left the hillside, moving efficiently and without looking back. Professionals. Wei Liang sat on the flat shelf above the gully and breathed carefully. He took stock. Bruised ribs, functional, depleted chi reserves, 2 hours to recover, and a clear understanding of the situation. He thought, mid-core formation, coordinated, professional concealment, professional engagement protocol. This was not random. This was commissioned. He thought. The tournament result moved the timeline forward. Active measures have been authorized. He sat on the shelf for another few minutes, breathing carefully and thinking about the 2 men. Their approach had been professional, but not exceptional. Mid-core formation was significant resources, but it was not the best available. The coordination had been good, but not adaptive. When his displacement broke the planned geometry, they had not found a fast response. They were well trained for a standard ambush scenario, not for an opponent who already knew they were there. The next attempt, if there was one, would be different, more coordinated, more adaptive, possibly more than 2. The lesson learned from this attempt. Ambush requires the element of surprise, and the element of surprise was harder to achieve than most practitioners assumed, because surprise required not just concealment from the target's eyes, but from all of their senses. His senses had been developing for 2 years without the distraction of a system overlay. He heard things system-guided cultivators did not hear because they were not listening for them. Their systems handled threat detection and they had learned to offload it. He would need to improve the 2-on-1 counter techniques. Not because the assassination attempt had been close. It hadn't, in terms of outcome, but because the next attempt would be designed to address what had failed this time. He walked home. He was on the flat shelf for another 15 minutes. He used the time usefully. not waiting, but thinking. The way you think when you have just survived something, and the thinking is not frightened but accurate. He ran the two men's approach through his memory in detail. Professional concealment. Position chosen for sight lines. Midday timing for light conditions. Triangulating placement. All of that was good craft. Where they had failed, they had planned for an opponent who would arrive without awareness, which was the standard assumption for an ambush. They had not planned for an opponent who had been listening for threats since Old Shun had first described what listening meant 2 years ago, and who had been building the sensitivity to ambient sound and chi pressure that came from never having a system overlay filtering input for him. Every cultivator with a system had their threat detection outsourced to a degree. The system monitored, the system flagged, the system said, anomalous presence detected at 43 meters, and the cultivator responded. The system's monitoring was good, better than unaided human senses in most respects. But it was also bounded by what the system classified as a threat, which meant that things the system did not classify as threatening did not generate a flag. And the system classified threat by chi signature, the specific cultivation pattern associated with hostile intent in the database. Two mid-core formation cultivators lying in ambush were not producing hostile chi signatures. They were producing resting signatures, the patterns of people who were waiting. A system would flag them only if they deployed, by which point the engagement window had already opened. Wei Liang heard the breathing, not the chi. The physical fact of two people lying still in the undergrowth, with the specific respiratory cadence of sustained concealment, which was different from normal resting in a way he had learned to identify from 2 years of watching how people's bodies worked and Old Shin's lessons about what the body communicated that the conscious mind didn't control. That was the thing they had not accounted for, and that was the thing the next attempt would need to address if it was going to succeed. He made a note of it in the way he noted everything that mattered, precisely, filed, ready for use. He walked home. He knocked on Mei Suin's clinic door. Chapter 41. Recovery. Mei Suin's clinical face, when she opened the door and saw him, was intact, but barely. She had been developing it over 18 months of treating training injuries, broken ribs, chi depletion, and the various results of a cultivation practice that pushed physical limits consistently. The clinical face was good. It had a crack in it that appeared when what she was looking at was specifically him. She had him on the bench and scanning within 90 seconds. Ribs, he said. 3, she said, from the diagnostic tools. 2 bruised, 1 with a minor fracture. You know you have a fracture, and you walked 4 hours. I walked slowly. The chi depletion is at 40% reserve. That's from combat and sustained movement. She looked at him over the tools with the full attention expression rather than the clinical one. Who were they? Mid-core formation. 2 of them. Professional concealment and coordination. She was quiet for a moment. She applied the stabilization technique to the fractured rib first, the one that needed the most immediate attention, then the bruised ones in sequence. Her hands were precise and sure, the practice of someone who has been doing this for 3 years and whose system's healing guidance had been supplemented, increasingly, by her own developed judgment. Mid-core formation assassination attempt on an early core formation target means significant resource expenditure, she said. Not an opportunistic attack. No. Commissioned. Huang. Untraceable to him directly. But yes. She finished the rib treatment and moved to the chi depletion protocol, a specific combination of ambient chi channeling and circulation stabilization that she had developed for him specifically over the past year, calibrated to his distributed network structure rather than the standard recovery protocol that her system had provided. You held them off, she said. Not a question. Damaged 1. They retreated. 2 mid-core formation against 1 early core formation. She looked at him. How? I heard them from 40 meters. I wasn't where they expected me to be when they emerged. He paused. And I used the terrain against their coordination instead of trying to win a straight fight. You ran. Strategically. The corner of her mouth moved. Your ribs would disagree. The alternative was not having ribs to disagree. She sat across from him and was quiet for a moment, the specific quiet of someone who has something they need to say and is deciding how to say it. He's moving to active measures. Yes. That changes the situation. It changes one aspect of it, Wei Liang said. The cultivation work is the same. The evaluation panel is still the most important thing to prepare for. The assassination attempt is a tactical escalation but not a strategic one. It means he's running out of procedural options, which is actually useful information. It also means he'll try again, she said. With better information. Better coordination. Possibly a different approach. Possibly. Wei Liang looked at his hands. The core formation network was visible even now, through the chi depletion. He thought about the still water. What doesn't oppose or yield redirects. I'll vary my travel patterns. and developed the two-on-one counter techniques more specifically. She looked at him for a long time with a full attention expression. Then she said, "You don't process fear the way other people do." "I process it," he said. "I just have a different relationship with it." "What relationship?" He thought about how to explain it accurately. "Fear is information," he said. "It tells you something is dangerous. I process the danger and determine what to do about it, and the processing absorbs the fear." He paused. "What I don't have is the fear of the fear, the second-order anxiety about being afraid. Most people have that. I don't know why I don't." She was quiet for a moment. Then, "Your father." "Probably," he said. "He was a blacksmith who died in a beast tide with no cultivation. He knew exactly what he was and what he wasn't, and he did the work in front of him every day. I watched him do it." He looked at his hands. "I think the relationship with fear comes from him." She was still looking at him. The clinical face was not there at all now. "I think about you when you're not here," she said. She said it simply, the way she said everything that was real. He looked at her. He thought about the road to Stonegate, and what she had said at the clinic door before he left for the estate, and all the things that had been waiting for space. "I think about you too," he said. It was a different kind of saying it than telling her he noticed her competence or appreciated her diagnostic work. She knew that. He knew she knew. They sat in the clinic with the lamp between them and the things that needed saying filling the space without pressure, because they had learned each other slowly enough that there was no urgency. "Rest 3 days," she said. 2. 3. "The fracture needs the stabilization. You know this." She put away the tools. "Come back on Sunday." He went home. He rested for 3 days. He came back on Sunday, and they talked about things that were not cultivation, and he ate the food she made in the back of the clinic while she finished her patient records, and neither of them made declarations because neither of them needed to. On Monday he trained. Chapter 42, Falling Rain. Wei Liang developed the falling rain technique in the 4 months after the assassination attempt, and the development process was the most systematic piece of technique construction he had undertaken. The problem it was designed to solve had been identified at the tournament finals, against core formation opponents who significantly outmatched him in raw chi density. His redirectional techniques failed because they required absorbing part of the force vector, and core formation vectors could exceed his absorption capacity. The still water stance worked well for opponents near his stage or 1 stage above. Against 2 stages above, it could work for a period but ultimately broke down when the accumulated force overwhelmed the redirect margin. What was needed? A technique that did not require absorption. He had been thinking about this since the moment Han Ruofeng's technique had overwhelmed his redirect in the tournament finals. He had been thinking about it with the specific focus of someone who knows the exact shape of the problem they are trying to solve. The shape was, how do you defeat a force you cannot absorb, redirect, or overpower? The answer, when it arrived, was not from the cultivation scrolls. It was from the forge. His father had taught him, as a child, that you could not work iron that was too hot. It was too fluid, too responsive, too difficult to shape precisely. You worked iron in the window when it was hot enough to move but cool enough to hold form. The window was specific. The window was everything. A system's defensive coverage had a window too. Not a temperature window, a processing window. When a system received a single high-thread input, it assigned maximum processing resources to that input and generated a high-confidence defensive recommendation. This was fast and effective for standard combat. But when a system received multiple simultaneous inputs of varying threat levels, it had to prioritize, and the prioritization process, however fast, was not instantaneous. And in the non-instantaneous space, some inputs were being handled at reduced coverage. 36 microstrikes in 2 seconds, each at a slightly different angle, each one small enough that no individual strike registered as high threat. But the aggregate arriving faster than the system's threat prioritization process could fully assign coverage to all 36. The aggregate effect, if the timing was right and the angle variation was sufficient, would be similar to rain. Each drop small, many of them, no single one decisive, but collectively able to accomplish what no single strike could. He had been observing system defensive prioritization behaviors for 18 months. He had watched the training ground, watched matches, watched the Fong Luo match and the tournament matches and the 2 mid-core formation assassins on the hillside. He had a substantial internal database of how system defensive coverage responded to multi-vector threats. He mapped the angle variation requirements first, the minimum angle delta between consecutive strikes that would force a separate system threat classification, rather than allowing the system to batch adjacent strikes into a single higher threat category. Based on his observations, the minimum was approximately 4 degrees. 36 strikes, each 4 degrees offset from the previous, could cover a full hemisphere of attack vectors if properly sequenced. The physical requirement, 36 strikes in 2 seconds meant each strike had a time budget of approximately 55 milliseconds. That was within the range of physical possibility, but not comfortably. He had never trained anything at that speed. His form work would need to develop the specific wrist and forearm mechanics that could operate at near maximum speed while maintaining the angle variation. He spent 2 months on the mechanics alone, drilling the speed and angle variation without thinking about whether they were connecting with anything. Just the motion, 36 small strikes in 2 seconds, each 4 degrees offset, repeated until the pattern was structural. His arm was numb by the end of each session. He trained it anyway. He spent the next month integrating the technique with the still water pre-deployment, learning how to transition from the passive stance to the full falling rain execution without a tell that would allow a system to flag the incoming technique and prepare a prioritized defense. At the end of 4 months, he ran the falling rain against practice dummies at the training grounds early morning session before other disciples arrived. The results were consistent. 96% of executions completed the full 36 strikes within the 2-second window with adequate angle variation. The 4% failures were when his concentration broke midway through and the angle variation narrowed to below the 4-degree threshold. He ran it at 96% and accepted that as the deployable threshold. Oldshan saw the first training ground demonstration. He watched without speaking for the duration of the execution. When it was over and the dummy's outer defense surface was shredded across a hemisphere of angles, he was quiet for a moment. He was not quiet in the way of someone who was processing an unexpected result. He was quiet in the way of someone who has been watching a specific process for 2 years and has just seen it complete a stage that he had been waiting to see completed. "How long have you been working on that?" he said. "For months. Including the conceptual development? 6 months total." The concept arrived at the tournament finals, in the moment when Han Ruofeng's technique overwhelmed my redirect. "You built a response to a specific failure in real time during a match and spent 6 months developing it into a deployable technique." "Yes. Without a system prompting the development pathway. Without a system prompting anything," Wei Liang said. "Yes." Oldshan looked at the dummy's surface again. "That is what the pre-system tradition produced when it worked correctly. Not the technique. The technique is yours and would never have existed without your specific history. What the tradition produced was the cultivator who could build the technique, who looks at a failure and asks what principle the failure reveals, who derives an answer from his father's forge, who spends 6 months making the answer reliable because he understands that an answer that works 80% of the time is a liability in a real fight." He paused. "The system would have suggested the falling rain concept to you eventually, in some form. But your version of it would not have been the system's version. Your version is built around the specific architecture of your father's thinking about iron, which is not in any database anywhere." Wei Liang looked at the dummy's surface. "When I deploy it against a live opponent, a core formation cultivator with a system actively managing the prioritization, the system will adapt after the first full deployment," Oldshan said. "Its threat library will update. The second deployment, in the same match, will meet higher coverage." "I know. So the first deployment must produce a result significant enough that a second deployment in that match isn't necessary. Or the angle variation must be large enough that the system's threat classification for the second deployment is genuinely different from the first, not the same pattern, so the adaptation doesn't fully apply." Oldshan considered this. "You've already thought about the counter." "The counter is obvious," Wei Liang said. "I thought about it before I finished the technique. A technique without a clear counter-response is a technique that gets deployed once and never again, because everyone will have the countermeasure by the second time you use it. The response to the counter is that falling rain isn't a technique with a fixed pattern. It's a framework for variable execution. The 36 strikes can be sequenced in different orders, different angle clusters, different starting hemispheres. The 4-degree delta is the minimum. I can run it at 6 or 8 degrees for variation. The system's threat library updates on what it saw. What it saw in the first deployment is one variation of a parameterized technique. The second deployment is a different parameter setting. How many parameter variations can you run cleanly?" "Currently 3. He paused. "By the panel evaluation, I'll have 5. Oldshan was looking at him the way he looked at things when his estimation was undergoing revision. Not surprise. He had stopped being surprised by Wei Liang's development rate some months back. But the specific recalibration of someone who has been tracking a progression and has just been given a new data point that requires updating the trajectory line. "Tell Rome," Oldshan said. "Not the 5 variation count, not yet. But tell him the framework. The evaluation panel will want to understand whether what you're demonstrating can develop, or whether what they're seeing is a ceiling. Falling rain as a framework is not a ceiling. It is the proof of a method." Wei Liang nodded. He put away the practice form and stood with the training ground quiet around him. The early morning air still, the dummy's scored surface the only visible record of what had just been demonstrated. He thought about his father's window principle, not as metaphor now, but as architecture. The window between too hot and too fluid had been the space where real work happened. The window in a system's defensive prioritization was the same principle translated into a different material. He had found his father in the cultivation, again, the way he always found him, not as sentiment but as method, embedded so deeply in how he understood the world that he reached for it without thinking. He went to find Elder Rong. Wei Liang ran the technique again. The dummy shed its second outer layer in 1.97 seconds. Old Shen looked at the dummy's shredded surface. He looked at it for a long time. Then he said, "Your father would understand this." Wei Liang looked at the dummy too. The iron window principle. Working in the window that exists rather than the window you wish existed. And finding what fits through that window, Old Shen said. Which is what the falling rain is. Not a technique for fighting stronger opponents. A technique for finding the window in every defense. Wei Liang nodded. He ran the technique again. The dummy shed its second outer layer in 1.97 seconds. He went back to the techniques he was developing for the 2-on-1 counter strategy. 4 months of recovery had given him the specifics. Coordinated pairs exploited by disrupting the coordination rather than fighting both simultaneously. Single decisive strike to the coordination link. The communication between the two cultivators that made their joint approach more than the sum of two individual approaches. Disrupt that link, and you were fighting two separate people instead of one coordinated unit. He would be ready for the next attempt. He was fairly certain there would be a next attempt. He trained until the sun was high. Chapter 43. What Feng Hao said. Zhang Feng Hao appeared at the outer training ground on a morning in Wei Liang's 26th month, without his usual training group, without his system interface visible. He stood at the edge of the ground and waited until Wei Liang finished the form set he was in the middle of. "Teach me how you read a fight," Feng Hao said. Wei Liang set the short sword down. He looked at Feng Hao with the full attention he gave to people who said things that mattered. "Why? Because my system is wrong about everything." He said this with the specific flatness of someone who has been working toward an admission for months and has finally arrived at it. Not about cultivation theory. Not about technique efficiency. Not about power ratings. About fights. He paused. "It tells me what my opponent will probably do. It tells me what to do in response. I follow it. And in 43 matches over 3 years, I have never lost while following it." Another pause. "Then I fought you. And I stopped following it. And I still lost." He looked at Wei Liang directly. "So, I need to understand how to fight based on what I see, not what my system tells me to see." "What changed?" Wei Liang asked. "Not the tournament fight. That had been 6 months ago. Something had changed in the 6 months since. I've been working the old forms without system guidance," Feng Hao said. "The pre-system forms from before the ceremony. My system keeps flagging them as inefficient. I keep turning the flag off." He paused. "The forms feel different when I'm not following the system's correction overlay. Rougher. Less certain." "But," he stopped. "But more yours," Wei Liang said. "Yes." The word came out with an honesty that was visibly difficult. "Less certain. More mine." "That's where reading starts," Wei Liang said. "When you're fighting based on your own perception rather than your system's output." "But your perception is better than mine," Feng Hao said. "You've been training it for 2.5 years without system assistance. Mine has been atrophying for 3 years because my system was doing it for me. It hasn't been atrophying. It's been dormant." Wei Liang picked up the sword. "The capacity is there. Your father didn't give you a system. The world gave you a system. The capacity your father and your grandfather and everything in your history gave you is still there, underneath the system's guidance." He looked at Feng Hao. "I'm not going to teach you what I do. What I do is built from my specific history. Your specific history will produce something different. Then what are you teaching me? How to start building?" Wei Liang indicated the bench. "Sit down." Feng Hao sat. They spent an afternoon on the observation fundamentals, the pre-fight read, the in-fight pattern recognition, the specific qualities of attention that Old Shun had taught Wei Liang 17 months ago. Wei Liang taught from those foundations, not from his specific catalog or his specific techniques, because Feng Hao needed to build his own catalog and his own techniques from his own specific history. He was a good student. Better than Wei Liang had expected, which perhaps should not have been surprising. Feng Hao had always been capable, had always had the natural gifts that the Tier 5 system had recognized and accelerated. What he had lacked was practice applying those gifts without the system structure around them. The structure had been both support and limitation. By the end of the afternoon, Feng Hao had made real progress on the first observation fundamental, the pre-fight read. Not Wei Liang's version of it, which had developed from 2.5 years of specific history and needed to remain Wei Liang's. But the general skill of watching a person before an exchange and collecting specific, physical information about them rather than relying on the system's threat assessment output. Where the weight was, how the breathing was running, what the hands and feet suggested about readiness. Feng Hao had been watching opponents for 3 years with his system's interpretation overlaid on everything he saw. Removing the overlay was not comfortable, but the raw observational capacity was there, and in 2 hours of deliberate practice with Wei Liang offering specific correction, Feng Hao had started to find it. You read faster than I did at this point, Wei Liang said. I've been watching opponents for 3 years, Feng Hao said. Even if my system was interpreting everything, the raw input was going in. Yes, your eyes and your experience are real. The system's interpretation was sitting on top of them. When you remove the interpretation, the experience is still there. Wei Liang paused. It'll take months before you trust your own read over your system's output. But the read is already better than you think it is. Feng Hao looked at his hands. He had turned off the system interface at the beginning of the afternoon session, and it had been off for 3 hours, which was the longest he had operated without it since the ceremony. The absence had felt like silence at first. Wrong, too quiet, a malfunction. Gradually, it had settled into something else. Not comfortable, but honest. Your system, Wei Liang said, at the end of the afternoon, will keep flagging the things you learn here as inefficient. Not because they are inefficient, because they're outside the parameters the system uses to measure efficiency. I know, Feng Hao said. You'll need to decide, every day, whether to follow the system or your own judgment. For a while, your judgment will be worse. That phase ends, but you have to go through it. Feng Hao was quiet for a moment. He looked at his hands, the system interface visible as a faint ambient glow at the edge of his field of vision. I've followed it since the ceremony. Every cultivation decision, every training choice, every match. He paused. I don't know who I am in cultivation without it. That's the most important thing you've said, Wei Liang said. Because it's honest? Because it's the actual starting point. He looked at Feng Hao directly. You started cultivation at 16 with your system already there. You've never had to ask what your cultivation is, separate from what your system says it is. He paused. I started cultivation at 16 with nothing. I had to answer that question from day one. It's hard and it takes time, but you've been a cultivator for 3 years and you have a foundation to ask it from. He stood. Start with the pre-system forms. Work them until they stop feeling wrong and start feeling like yours. That's the first measure. Feng Hao stood too. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression that had been evolving over 2.5 years. From the comfortable certainty of someone who had never been genuinely challenged, through the cracks that the Liu Peng match results had started, and the library conversations had deepened, and the tournament fight had split open, to whatever this was. Thank you, Feng Hao said. Come back in a month, Wei Liang said. Let me know what's changed. Feng Hao nodded. He walked back to the main hall. At the gate, he stopped. Wei Liang. Yes. I told you before the tournament that there was a council meeting. About you being a problem to be resolved. He paused. There was another council meeting last week. He used different language this time. More urgent. He looked at Wei Liang across the training ground. He's not patient anymore. I know, Wei Liang said. Whatever he's planning, it'll happen soon. I know that too. Feng Hao left. Wei Liang went back to his forms and trained until the evening light changed. Chapter 44. The Ban Huang Zhongmin's formal complaint to the Regional Cultivation Authority was comprehensive, technically assembled, and filed on a Thursday morning in Wei Liang's 27th month, with the specific timing of a strike designed to land before the defense was fully established. The complaint ran to 8 pages and cited 15 specific regulations. At its core, a cultivator without system registration and without a formal tier rating posed an unverified power classification risk to sanction cultivation activities, because monitoring array equipment was calibrated to system tier standards and could not reliably assess power output from a non-standard cultivation structure. The complaint requested a formal hold on Wei Liang's participation in any sanctioned matches, competitions, or officially organized cultivation activities until his power classification could be determined through an approved process. The secondary claims were architecturally designed to close every door Rong had opened. The conditional outer disciple status was improperly granted, challenging the Elder Review Protocol usage. The tournament entry was based on a misapplication of the charter provision, recycling Huang's original objection argument, now with additional legal citations. And the emergency research clearance that had given Wei Liang library access was an improper use of elder authority that exceeded Rong's scope. Elder Rong brought the complaint to Wei Liang that afternoon with the expression of someone who had been expecting this and was not surprised by its timing. The ban, Wei Liang said. Effective in 30 days unless successfully contested. The contest mechanism is a review hearing before a panel of regional authority senior members. He laid the complaint documents on the table. The panel will have 7 members. Standard composition for this type of complaint. He'll have allies on the panel. 3. Confidently. One of the 7 is his former student. Rong looked at the documents with the focused exhaustion of a man who has been fighting a systematic campaign for months on grounds he knows are correct and knows the other side has better resources to fund. The remaining 3 are uncertain. The core of the uncertain contingent is Elder Zhao Linxian of the Greenwater sect. She was at the tournament. She watched 3 of your matches, and she has been in correspondence with the Greenwater sect senior leadership about what she observed. She hasn't decided. She's genuinely uncertain. That's different from playing both sides. Rong drank his tea. The question is what changes her vote from uncertain to favorable. Evidence, Wei Liang said. Specifically, evidence that the complaint's premise is wrong. Yes. The complaint argues that your power cannot be reliably assessed. If we can demonstrate that it can be reliably assessed, not through system standard tools, but through methods that the authority must recognize as valid under the cultivation doctrine's definition of cultivation rank, we undermine the complaint's entire foundation. Mei Suin's clinic records, Wei Liang said. 18 months of cultivation density scans. Useful but not sufficient on their own. A healer's clinic records don't carry the same authority as certified assessment data for an authority panel. He paused. I need a certified demonstration. A live assessment in front of the panel members, using the sect's monitoring arrays, with the system output visible to everyone in the room. And when my system output returns the standard error, the panel sees the error themselves, Rong said. In real time. And then they watch you win a match against their own evaluators. He looked at Wei Liang. The monitoring array output will show them the assessment failure. And winning the match will show them the assessment failure doesn't mean incapability. It means the assessment tool is measuring the wrong category. You've been planning this for months, Wei Liang said. I've been preparing for this hearing since you enrolled, Rong said. The only question was when he'd file the formal complaint. He took longer than I expected. He paused. He waited for the tournament result before escalating. He was hoping the tournament would produce a first-round loss that he could use to close the matter quietly. It didn't. No. It produced a semi-final win against a Tier 5 and a second-place finish. Which is why the complaint is 8 pages instead of 3. Wei Liang looked at the documents. The original cultivation doctrine argument, he said. The one you've been building for a year. It's ready. I filed it as a companion argument to the contest documents this morning. Rong paused. The doctrine defines cultivation rank by capability and comprehension, not by system assignment. The argument is that the complaint's procedural requirements violate the doctrine's foundational definitions. He looked at Wei Liang. It's airtight legally, but legal arguments require decision-makers who will hear them. The panel has 4 members who won't hear it regardless of its quality. He paused. I need Elder Zhao to hear it. The live demonstration will help her hear it, Wei Liang said. Yes. Rong gathered the complaint documents. The demonstration will need to be at your best. Not defensive best. Decisive best. He looked at Wei Liang. How long until you're ready? 6 weeks, Wei Liang said. The complaint's timeline gives us 10. Then I have 4 weeks of margin. He stood. I'll be ready in 6. He trained for 6 weeks with the specific preparation of someone going into a demonstration that was also a legal argument. The falling rain needed to be clean. The still water transition needed to be readable to observers who were looking for it. The techniques needed to be advanced enough to demonstrate genuine core formation capability and distinctive enough to demonstrate that the capability had no system error precedent. In the 6th week, he ran the demonstration sequence at full execution speed in the training ground at dawn, alone, and it was clean. The monitoring array logged it. The log showed exactly what it always showed for him. No archetype, error, non-convergent. And the technique sequence that the error flagging array had logged was undeniably, demonstrably, at core formation level. He was ready. Chapter 45. The doctrine. The copy of the original cultivation doctrine that Elder Rong produced at the review panel's pre-hearing evidentiary session was, by the condition of its binding and the age of its ink, approximately 200 years old. It was not the actual first edition that was locked in a vault in the Central Cultivation Authority's archives, but it was an authenticated copy from the 1st century after the system age began, made before the doctrine's pre-system language had been fully archived away from active reference. Rong had found it in the Iron Sword sect's restricted archive, where it had been sitting for decades in a section that no one had any reason to examine, because the pre-system documents were not relevant to current cultivation practice and no one had a reason to look at them. No one except a senior examiner who had been methodically preparing a legal argument for a year. The brief he had built around the doctrine was 40 pages. Wei Liang had read the full 40 pages twice and could cite the relevant passages from memory. The core argument was in the doctrine's third article, which defined cultivation rank not by system assignment, but by three things: demonstrated qi output at a sustained level, functional comprehension of a recognized cultivation path, and victory over ranked opponents in sanctioned or witnessed combat. Wei Liang met all three. He had demonstrated qi output in 5 sanctioned tournament matches. He had functional comprehension of a recognized path, the pre-system Pure Sword Dao, which was specifically named in the doctrine's cultivation path registry. He had victories over ranked opponents at the Convergence tournament, which was sanctioned, documented, and in the regional archive. The system-based tier rating requirement was 3 generations old. It had been added to the regional authority's operational framework as an administrative efficiency measure. Rome's brief argued, correctly, with documentation, that the administrative measure had been applied so consistently, for so long, that it had been gradually treated as foundational rather than procedural. But the doctrine's actual text was unchanged. The doctrine did not require system registration. The doctrine required capability, comprehension, and results. Xiaoru had been helping Wei Liang for 3 months, not formally, but in the practical way of someone with family connections to the council who could be useful and had chosen to be. He brought word from his family contacts 3 days after Rong's brief was filed. Elder Zhao Linxian had requested a private copy of the doctrine and the full brief and had been reading them. She's reading it seriously, Xiaoru said. Not as a favor and not as a political gesture. She's treating it as a genuine legal argument that requires genuine legal analysis. What do her contacts say about where she'll land? Wei Liang asked. Undecided. She asked 2 independent cultivation law scholars for opinions on the doctrine argument. Both opinions came back supporting Rong's interpretation. Xiaoru paused. She also asked for the monitoring array output from your tournament matches. The panel has access to those records, but she requested them specifically. Wei Liang thought about Elder Zhao Linxian watching the tournament, writing down a name, watching the monitoring array output as his matches showed system error after system error on a screen where the whole pavilion could see it. She watched the system fail to classify me 4 times in public, he said. And she's been sitting with that for 3 months. Yes. The live demonstration will settle it, Wei Liang said. She'll watch the monitoring array output in the room and see the system error again, and then she'll see what I can do, and the error will have a different meaning than it has in the abstract. Xiaoru looked at him. You're using the system's limitation as the argument. The system's limitation is the argument, Wei Liang said. Rong's legal brief makes the case that capability should be measured by the doctrine's criteria, not by system assignment. The live demonstration shows why, because system assignment cannot classify what I am. The assessment tool has a gap. The gap is not my problem. The gap is the tool's problem. Xiaoru was quiet for a moment. Then, when you first started training in that alley, I heard people talking about you. In the Forge District, the merchants, the academy students who walked past. He paused. They all said the same thing. That you were being proud. That you were embarrassing yourself by pretending you could cultivate without a system. That you'd realize eventually and go back to the Forge. I know what they said, Wei Liang said. Did it bother you? In the first week, Wei Liang said. After that, I was training and didn't have time to be bothered. He paused. What they were saying was a prediction. The way to answer a prediction is to do the thing they said you couldn't do. He thought about this. The other thing they were saying, the ones who were less dismissive and more careful, was that even if I could cultivate without a system, I couldn't do it fast enough to matter. That the system's acceleration was so significant that by the time I reached any meaningful stage, everyone I was competing with would be 3 stages above me, and the gap would be permanent. That the real advantage of the system wasn't just the techniques, it was the speed, and the speed was compounding. Was that wrong? Xiaoru asked. It was right about the early stages. I was significantly slower in the first year. What it was wrong about was the density. He looked at Xiaoru. A system optimizes for speed of advancement and efficiency of technique. It was not designed to maximize meridian density, because maximum density was not on anyone's list of cultivation goals 300 years ago. The goal was reliable advancement, not maximum density. So the pathway is sized for reliable advancement. He paused. My pathway was sized by what my body did when it had no system telling it the correct dimensions. It went wider, more branches, more nodes, more density, and density compounds in the upper stages in ways that speed of advancement doesn't. Xiaoru considered this. The pre-system texts say that. I've been reading some of them, since you showed me the archive. He paused. They're very old. And they're writing about something that hasn't been done in 300 years. I kept wondering whether they were describing what was possible, or just what they hoped was possible. Both, Wei Liang said. The principles they describe are real. I've tested them against my own cultivation results at every stage. The density projections hold. The compounding holds. But they were writing from what they had observed in themselves and in pre-system cultivators. And in 300 years, no one else has run the same test. He looked at the window. Outside, the afternoon training ground was moving through its routines. The thing they couldn't fully account for was what 300 years of system-guided cultivation would do to the larger context. All my opponents have systems. Every technique I've fought has been developed from system-era frameworks. The pre-system cultivators were writing about fighting in a world where everyone was using the same method. I'm using one method in a world where everyone else uses another. What I can do that they couldn't describe is use the structural differences between the two methods as my actual toolkit. The gap between the methods, Chaoru said. The system sees system-era patterns and responds with system-era counters. Everything I do is derived from principles that predate the system entirely. It's not just that my techniques aren't in the database. It's that the framework that would understand them isn't in the database. The system would need to know why water redirects around a stone to understand the still water stance. That's a physical principle that has existed since before anyone thought about cultivation. The system was never trained to look for it because no one in the system age needed to. Chaoru was quiet for a moment. Your advantage is everything that's been forgotten, he said. My advantage, Wei Liang said, is everything that was never needed until now. Chaoru looked at him. They were wrong about the speed thing. They were right about the speed thing. I was slower for 2 years. What I didn't know until Mei Suin's scans confirmed it, was that slower with more density would become faster with more density once the compounding kicked in. He looked at the doctrine in Elder Rong's hands. The pre-system cultivators knew this. It's in the texts. The problem was that no one in 300 years had tested it, because no one in 300 years had tried. Chaoru smiled. It was the smile of someone who has watched a long process arrive at its result and is glad to have been present. You're answering it, he said. I'm answering part of it, Wei Liang said. The rest of the answer comes after the panel. Chapter 46. Preparation for the panel. Old Shin spent the 2 weeks before the panel assessment working with Wei Liang on something he had not taught formally before, performance. Not performance in the theatrical sense. Performance in the specific sense of executing known techniques at their best level under observation and pressure, in a context where the observers were assessing rather than fighting, and where the assessment's outcome mattered not just to the result of the match, but to the legal and institutional case being made around it. The evaluators will use their systems to observe, Old Shin said, on the first day of preparation. Their systems will be running the standard combat assessment protocol. The output from those assessments will be visible on the monitoring array display in the room. I know, Wei Liang said. The panel members will watch the display, and they will watch you. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. What you need them to see, that the display's output is incorrect, and that what you're doing is real. The display will show error and non-convergent, Wei Liang said. And then the evaluators will lose the matches. Yes, but the sequence matters. If the system shows error, and you win immediately, it could be read as a fluke, a single lucky contact against a system that was still loading. You need the system to be fully active, fully running, fully engaged, and still returning error, while you perform techniques that are unmistakably advanced. He paused. Show them everything in sequence. Still water stance, so they can see the system flag it, and fail to classify it. The redirectional flow variance, so they can see the system analyze and fail. Then falling rain, so they see the full technique set deployed against an active defense. All three, in sequence, in a match. In each match, the panel needs 2 matches, minimum, to see the pattern repeat. They drilled the sequence for 2 weeks. Not just the execution, the pacing, the deployment order, the transitions between stances that would be most legible to a panel of assessors watching for something specific. Wei Liang had never trained with a performance intent before. Everything he had done had been for the fight itself. Training for legibility to an observer was a different skill, and Old Shin was precise about the distinctions. When you use the still water stance, Old Shin said, hold it for 30 seconds before transitioning. Long enough for the display to show the system working and failing. Do not rush to the decisive contact. That gives the evaluator more time to attack. Yes, that's the cost. The panel needs to see the system failing in real time, not just see the end result. He paused. You can hold the stance for 30 seconds against mid-core formation evaluators. You know this. I know, Wei Liang said. In the evenings of the preparation weeks, he reviewed everything he had learned from the pre-system archive before the library restriction had closed it. The archive had given him foundation principles, technique theory, philosophical context. He had spent 8 months drawing from it and had, in those 8 months, covered the majority of its substantive content. The restriction had hurt less than Huang had probably intended, because the timing had come 3 months after Wei Liang had already absorbed most of what he needed. On the last evening before the panel, Old Shen said, "You are ready." Wei Liang sat with his sword across his knees. The old short sword, his father's, with the red and black cord replacement, 3 years old now, and worn in the way of things that have been used honestly for a long time. "For the panel," Old Shen said. "And for what comes after?" "What comes after?" "Whatever Huang does next. The letter with the obsidian seal." Old Shen looked at him. "Whatever the next thing is. You are ready for it." Wei Liang looked at the sword. He thought about being 16 in an alley, swinging a tool in the dark. He thought about the Meridian Gateway and the first taut string feeling. He thought about Mei Suyin at the clinic door saying, "Come back to me," and Old Shen at the road junction saying, "Some roads you walk alone." "I know," he said. In the morning, he went to the panel. He woke early and worked through his morning forms in the dormitories quiet before the other outer disciples rose. The forms had changed over 3 years, not the movements, which were structurally the same as they had been from the first corrections Old Shen had offered across the alley. What had changed was the quality of the execution. 3 years of honest daily practice had taken the individual movements and made them structural. Not things he did, but things he was. When he entered the still water stance now, he did not enter it. He was it. The distinction was not philosophical. It was physical. The body's relationship with a well-practiced thing was different from its relationship with a learned thing, and the difference showed in match conditions, where the learned thing was something you had to choose to deploy, and the structural thing was something you were already doing before the choice arrived. Old Shen had taught him this word for it, sword ground. The quality that accumulated not from knowing the technique, but from using it honestly for a long time. He had thought, when Old Shen first described it, that it was a poetic concept. He understood now that it was as literal as the measurement of meridian density, not visible on any monitoring array, not measurable by any system tool, but present in the specific way that 3 years of honest work was always present in the thing it produced. He was going to the panel, and everything he had built over 3 years was going with him. The sword was a specific weight at his side. He had replaced the cord twice since the beginning. The first time at the 6-month mark when the original wrapping had frayed beyond function. The second time at 2 years when the first replacement had done the same. Each cord had been the same red and black braid his father had used on workshop handles. He did not know why he had chosen the same braid the first time. By the second time, he knew. It was a form of continuity, a way of keeping the thread between the sword's origin and its current use visible. His father had made the sword for cutting rope. Wei Liang was carrying it into a legal assessment that would determine whether 3 years of manual cultivation was worth anything in a world that measured worth by system tier. The thread was real. He walked across the early morning to the Cultivation Authority's building, alone, carrying the short sword and 3 years of daily work and the full record of what had been built, and the morning had the specific, clean quality of a day on which something is about to be decided. He was not afraid. He had processed the fear weeks ago, when the complaint arrived and the ban was issued and the timeline became clear. He had processed it the way he processed every threat, by looking at it directly, understanding its specific shape and weight, and determining what it required of him. It required him to be at mid-core formation and to be able to demonstrate that clearly in front of a panel that wanted to believe he couldn't. It required the doctrine argument to hold. It required Elder Zhao to vote the way the evidence supported voting. All of those things were in place. He had done everything that could be done. What happened now was what happened. Chapter 47, Ahead of Everyone. In the week before the panel, Wei Liang did something he had not done since the early months. He looked at the Iron Sword Sect's cultivator ranking board with the intent of placing himself on it. He was at mid-core formation. He had reached mid-core formation 3 weeks earlier, in the middle of a training session, without ceremony. The transition had been faster than Old Shen's estimate. The distributed network's accumulation rate at early core formation had been running above projection, driven by the falling rain drilling and the assassination attempts combat pressure stimulus and the sustained preparation work for the panel. He had noted it in the training notebook and continued. Mid-core formation. Zhang Fenghao was at early core formation, for months behind. Han Ruofeng, the tournament finalist who had beaten Wei Liang in the final, was at mid-core formation, achieved 2 weeks ago, according to the board. He was the strongest cultivator in Wei Liang's generation in the eastern region, and he was at the same stage. The rest of the Convergence tournament's top 8 seeded cultivators, 2 at early core formation, 3 still at foundation establishment, 2 at mid-core formation. Wei Liang was above or equal to all of them. He looked at the board for a moment. Then he went back to the training ground. The accounting was accurate and complete. He had started 2 stages behind every one of his cohort members who had received systems at the ceremony. He had closed that gap through 26 months of work done without guidance, without a shortcut, and without stopping. The closure was not an anomaly. It was arithmetic. He was not ahead of everyone. Han Ruofing was his equal at this moment, and Han had a Tier 6 system continuing to optimize his advancement. In 6 months, Han would likely be at late core formation. In 6 months, Wei Liang would also be at late core formation, by his accumulation rate's current projection. They would advance together from here. In the upper cultivation stages, where the density advantage of the distributed network would begin to exceed the system's optimization ceiling, the gap would invert. Wei Liang would pass Han Ruofing eventually, the way he had passed everyone else. Not through a sudden acceleration, but through the compound interest of a foundation that had been built denser than any system would have built it. He did not share this calculation with anyone except Old Shun, who had been doing the same arithmetic and arrived at the same conclusion. The compound rate is accelerating, Old Shun said, the evening after Wei Liang told him about the mid-core formation transition. Faster than my projections. The falling rain drilling, Wei Liang said. The technique development stress tests the meridian network differently than standard cultivation practice. The nodes are reinforcing under load. The assassination attempt too, Old Shun said. Real combat stimulus. 2 months of sustained technical development work. All of it coming together. He was quiet for a moment. The pre-system texts describe this phase. They call it the second acceleration. The first is the foundation breakthrough, when the distributed network's compounding begins. The second is in the upper core formation stages, when the density differential between the distributed network and a standard network becomes large enough that the compounding is visible in the advancement rate. What do the texts predict for the upper stages? That the distributed network's advantage becomes categorical rather than incremental above soul emergence. Old Shun looked at him. You're at core formation. Soul emergence is still some distance away. I know, Wei Liang said. I'm noting where it leads. Good. Old Shun poured 2 jars. Keep noting. You should tell your mother, Old Shun said, after a while. I will. After the panel. She's been watching for 2.5 years from 2 streets away. She deserves to hear it directly. Wei Liang thought about his mother at the bellows, saying, Your father used to say any work worth doing takes longer than you think it will. He thought about the soup. He thought about the morning after the ceremony when she had been at the bellows before he was and had told him about his grandfather and had not said what she was actually saying, which was, there are ways to live and work and matter that don't require what you didn't receive. He thought, she was right. She was always right. She had just been right from a starting point that was 3 years behind where he was now. I'll go home this weekend, he said. Good, Old Shun said. Now rest. The panel is in 3 days. Chapter 48. The review panel convened in the Regional Cultivation Authority's main hearing room, which had the specific gravity of a space where important decisions had been made for a long time. 7 panelists at a long table. Elder Rong to Wei Liang's left. The monitoring array's output display on the wall to the panel's right, activated and running. Huang Zhongmin was not present. He had sent by Qing Shan, who sat at the petitioner's table with the focused composure of a man whose job required him to argue positions he found legally weak and who had been doing this for 20 years. He was good at it. Elder Zhao Linxian occupied the center seat. She had the cultivation doctrine's copy in front of her, the one Elder Rong had provided. She had read it. Wei Liang could tell from the way she turned pages when she referenced it, with familiarity, not search. Rong's argument ran 40 minutes. He was precise and unemotional and thorough, citing the doctrine's 3rd article, the precedent cases, the legal scholars' opinions, and the factual record of Wei Liang's tournament results and Mei Suin's cultivation density data. He built the argument in layers: foundation, structure, evidence, conclusion. Each layer was supported by documentation that had been filed with the panel's secretariat 3 weeks in advance. Bai Qingshan's response ran 22 minutes. It was technically accomplished and philosophically thin. It argued from administrative necessity and practical standards rather than from the doctrine's actual text, because the doctrine's actual text did not support Huang's position and Bai knew it. The argument was designed to occupy the panel's time and give the 3 hostile members a framework to use, not to persuade the uncertain ones. Elder Zhao Linxian asked no questions during either argument. She looked at the documents. She looked at Wei Liang once, briefly, with the calm of someone completing an assessment they have been running for 3 months. The demonstration. The panel's 2 appointed evaluators, mid-core formation, both with Tier 4 systems, appointed by the authority secretariat without Huang's input, came forward. The monitoring array was fully active. Its output was visible on the display wall to everyone in the room. Wei Liang squared off against the first evaluator. The evaluator's system ran its pre-match assessment. Opponent identified. Cultivation stage, mid-core formation. System, none detected. Initiating full combat analysis. The combat analysis ran for 8 seconds. On the display wall, the panel watched. The system working through its standard assessment protocols, flagging anomalies, attempting pattern matching, running its recommendation generation. The system output, error, no archetype match. Combat classification, incomplete. Predictive model, unavailable. Threat assessment, insufficient data for reliable output. The panel read this from the display wall. Elder Zhao Linxian looked at it for a moment with no expression change. Wei Liang entered the still water stance. The evaluator's system updated. Passive defense technique detected. Classification, unrecognized. Recommendation, standard high-efficiency approach. They fought. Wei Liang held the still water for 38 seconds, longer than he had planned, because the evaluator system was generating visible updates on the display that the panel could read in real time, and each update showed the same result. Attempts to classify the stance, failures. Revised recommendations, failures. On the 6th update, the system stopped attempting technique classification and issued a general principles advisory. Wei Liang transitioned from still water to redirectional flow, and then to the 3-step still water close entry that had been his decisive move against Feng Luo. The match ended at the 8-minute mark. The monitoring array's combined output for the match was visible to the entire room. 46 classification attempts, 46 errors, 2 general principles advisories, and a match result showing Wei Liang victorious over a certified mid-core formation evaluator. The second evaluator's match was similar in structure and different in detail. Wei Liang deployed Falling Rain in the 4th exchange, not to end the match, but to let the display show the technique in full. 36 contact points in 1.98 seconds, each flagged separately by the monitoring array as the system tried and failed to categorize the trajectory set. The display showed a burst of error flags, 36 of them, in sequence, in under 2 seconds. The panel was very quiet. He won the second match too. The room was quiet in the specific way of people who have been watching something unfold that does not fit the categories they came in with. 3 panel members who had been Huang's allies from the start were looking at the display output with the carefully maintained neutral expression of people who have been given more than they expected to process and are choosing not to process it in public. The display showed 2 match results. Wei Liang over 2 certified mid-core formation evaluators, both using Tier 4 systems. The display showed 46 classification errors in the first match and 51 in the second. The display showed the Falling Rain's 36 simultaneous contact flags in a burst that had lasted 1.98 seconds and had broken the second evaluator's guard formation. There was no evaluation framework in the room that could dismiss what the display was showing. The monitoring array was the authority's own equipment. The evaluators had been appointed by the authority's secretariat. The only conclusion the display allowed was the one Elder Zhao Linxian was about to articulate. Elder Zhao Linxian looked at the monitoring array's summary output for several seconds after the second match ended. Then she said, "The complaint's central claim is that this cultivator's power level cannot be reliably assessed. This demonstration suggests the opposite. His power level can be reliably assessed by direct observation of match outcomes against certified evaluators at his stated cultivation stage. The assessment failure is in the system-based classification tools, not in the cultivator's capabilities." Bai Qingshan offered a counterpoint. Elder Zhao looked at him with the patience of someone who has made their decision and is waiting for the protocol to complete. The remaining 2 uncertain panel members had also been watching the display. Whatever they had seen, the system's repeated failures shown live, in a room they were sitting in, against cultivators they had themselves appointed, had been informative. The vote, 4-3 in Wei Liang's favor. The ban was overturned. The conditions, a formal combat evaluation within 90 days. There was a long silence in the room as the vote was tallied, and the clerk entered it in the record. 3 panel members who had voted against had the carefully composed expressions of people who have fulfilled their obligations and will be having a separate conversation about the result with the person who sent them here. Elder Zhao Linxian was looking at the monitoring array's summary display one more time. The 46 errors in the first match, the 51 in the second, the Falling Rain's 36 contact flags. Whatever she was looking for, she had found it several minutes ago. She was now confirming something she had already confirmed. Bai Qingshan gathered his documents with the professional composure of someone who had known the probable outcome for the last hour and had not let himself show it. He would file a detailed report. The report would be accurate. He was a man who filed accurate reports even when their accuracy was inconvenient, because inaccurate reports eventually produced consequences that were worse than inconvenience. Wei Liang stood in the hearing room and felt, in the core formation network's steady circulation, the specific quality of something settling. Not triumph. The tournament result had not been triumph either, or the first correct falling rain execution, or the moment the ban arrived, and he had known he would contest it. All of those had felt like increments. This was an increment too, a large one, in a context that mattered, with a legal result attached. But it was one step past one threshold, and the road ahead had more thresholds on it. Elder Roan walked out with Wei Liang and said, "He'll stack the evaluation panel." "I know. 5 evaluators, probably." Wei Liang looked at the afternoon light on the Cultivation Authority's courtyard. "Schedule it as late in the 90 days as you can." "Already planned." Roan paused. "The Greenwater Sec's formal offer will arrive in the next 2 weeks. If it arrives before the evaluation becomes moot. Then we need to make sure the offer arrives first," Wei Liang said, "or that the evaluation is so late in the window that the offer precedes it." "Working on both simultaneously," Rong said. Wei Liang nodded. He thought about the obsidian seal. He thought about a man who had a heaven-defying system and had never had a system return an error on a human opponent. He thought about what old Shun had said the morning after the breakthrough. The sword has no ceiling. The system always does. He did not know yet if that was true for the heaven-defying system. He would find out soon. The letter was already on its way. Chapter 49. The Black Seal. The letter arrived at the Iron Sword Sec's gate on a morning in Wei Liang's 30th month, carried by a courier in plain gray traveling clothes who handed it to the gate official, waited for acknowledgement of receipt, and left without identifying himself or explaining who had sent him. The gate official brought it to Elder Rong, who brought it to Wei Liang. It was smaller than he had expected, a single folded page in a plain envelope, sealed with wax pressed by an obsidian seal. The seal motif was simple, a circle with a single vertical line through it, which Rong said he had seen once before in documentation from 30 years ago. The simplicity was itself a statement. A man who needed no symbol beyond that had been doing what he did long enough that symbols were redundant. "Lord He Tantian," Rong said. Wei Liang took the letter. He read it twice, carefully. "He's not Huang's man," he said. "No. He Tantian is not affiliated with any regional sect. He has his own estate, his own students, and his own relationship with the Central Province Cultivation Authority. He is not Huang's anything." Rong sat. "He reached out to Huang, according to my sources. Or Huang reached out to him. The communication was real, but the outcome, apparently, was that He Tantian declined whatever Huang asked for and then wrote this letter independently." He became curious, Wei Liang said. "That seems to be the correct reading." Rong looked at the letter in Wei Liang's hands. "His system assessed your record and returned an incomplete projection. He found that interesting enough to act on." Wei Liang held the letter. He thought about what it meant to be the thing that made the most powerful system in the world produce an error. He thought about what old Shun had said months ago. The system error isn't because you're old. It's because you're original. "What does going to his estate mean practically?" he said. "It means traveling 4 days into the eastern mountains," Rong said. "It means meeting a soul emergence cultivator who has been fighting for 53 years and has never lost. It means his heaven-defying system will observe you, and whatever it concludes about you will be documented in his records. His records have authority. His records are recognized by the Central Province's Cultivation Authority as official assessment documentation, more authoritative than anything the regional authority produces." Rong paused. "If his system produces a classification for you, even the classification of unclassifiable, and he documents it under his seal, the regional ban and evaluation panel process become procedurally moot. You would have a Central Province certification that supersedes regional authority." Wei Liang looked at the letter. "He says he's curious. Not that he'll provide certification. No, he's not offering anything except a meeting. What he does with the meeting is his decision." Rong met Wei Liang's gaze directly. But a man at Soul Emergence who has run a system-optimized cultivation for 53 years, who has never encountered something his system couldn't classify, and who is genuinely intellectually curious, that man will document what he finds. "Because he's honest," Wei Liang said. "Because that's the character of his reputation. He's not been involved in the cultivation world's political games for decades. He doesn't trade in influence. He has so much power that influence has stopped being interesting." Rong paused. What's interesting to him now, apparently, is an anomaly. Wei Liang packed that evening. Mei Suyin came to the sect's outer gate in the early morning, before he left. She had a provision pack with the Qi nutrient protocol she had been refining across 26 months of watching his body work harder than any cultivation system had been designed for. She held it out. The journey is 4 days, she said. You'll deplete faster at altitude and in mountain ambient Qi. The protocol accounts for that. He took the pack. She did not step back. Come back, she said. That was never in question, he said. She looked at him with the full attention expression. She had said, months ago, that she thought about him when he was not there. He had said the same. They had not, since that clinic conversation, said the things that followed from that in direct language. They had been said in other ways, in the provision pack and the diagnostic tools, and the 3 days of rest when he came back from the hillside, and the Sunday clinic meals, in the things that people say when they know each other well enough to say things without words. Come back to me, she said. Yes, he said. It was the different yes. She knew. He knew she knew. He walked down the road, and she watched until the road turned. And both of them understood that when he came back there would be more time and more space, and they would use it. Old Shun was at the road junction where the path to the east split from the Ironhaven Road. He was not carrying anything. He was not coming. Some roads you walk alone, Old Shun said. I know, Wei Liang said. He stood at the junction for a moment. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong, Old Shun said. You're not going to fight him. You're going to meet him, and meet him honestly. And that is always the right approach with a man who has had 53 years to develop good judgment. He looked at Wei Liang with the expression Wei Liang had learned, over 2.5 years, to read as Old Shin's version of everything significant. The pride, and the concern, and the specific satisfaction of watching something he built exceed its original specification. You are ready, he said. For what? For whatever this produces. For the evaluation panel afterward, if it comes to that. For whatever Huang does next. For the Greenwater Sect's offer. For all of it. He paused. You've been ready for a while. You just hadn't been tested in a context large enough to confirm it. Wei Liang looked at his mentor. He thought about the alley, and the first correction, your grip is too tight, and the 2 crates in the jar of strong things, and the 15 years of Old Shin's own cultivation sitting in damaged meridians that had given everything they had left. He thought about the 1,000-point consolidation, 31 hours spread across 3 sessions, Old Shin working through the procedure with him step by step from the pre-system documentation he had spent 2 years hunting down in secondary archives. He thought about the morning Old Shun had arrived at the training ground at dawn without explanation and worked 3 consecutive technical corrections with him. The shoulder angle on the upward redirect, the foot position in the close entry, and the breath sequencing for consecutive falling rain deployments, and then left without saying a word, as though depositing something valuable and not wanting payment. He thought about Old Shin's face on the day the falling rain first worked against a live opponent. The careful, controlled expression of a man who was not letting himself feel anything yet in case it was too soon, which was its own kind of feeling. He thought about the damaged meridians, specifically, about what it meant for a man with broken cultivation pathways to have said yes, not to the initial training, which had been accidental and almost involuntary, but to every refinement after that. Every night session, every pre-dawn correction, every 2-hour notebook discussion about the principles in the pre-system texts. None of those had been accident. They had been choices, made by someone who had lost his own system and spent 15 years finding out what he still had, and who had recognized, in a grip-heavy 16-year-old at a forge alley, something worth helping. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me for accurate assessment, Old Shin said. He paused. His eyes had the quality Wei Liang had come to know as Old Shin's version of feeling something he had already decided not to say too directly. I taught because teaching it was the best available use of what I know. The fact that you were the one who showed up to learn it, that was your choice, not mine. You stayed when it was difficult. You asked the right questions. You built the right things. He looked at the eastern road and looked back. Whatever happens at that estate, it is real because you made it real. Nobody gave it to you. That is the part that cannot be taken away. He stopped talking in the deliberate way of someone who has said the important part and does not need to say more. Don't thank me for accurate assessment, Old Shin said again. Go. Wei Liang went. Chapter 50. The mountain estate He Tongtian's estate occupied the uppermost portions of 3 connected peaks in the eastern range, accessible by a stone bridge that had been there longer than the sect's system and had been maintained, apparently, by someone who understood that infrastructure in the mountains was a philosophical commitment. The ambient Qi at this altitude was different from the lowland Qi Wei Liang had trained in for 2.5 years, more concentrated, less channeled by human habitation, with a specific wild quality that his distributed network responded to with what he could only describe as recognition. The network's accumulation rate increased fractionally within a day of entering the mountain zone. He noted this and stored it. The altitude environment was actively beneficial to his cultivation. The estate's outer gate was tended by a young woman with an administrative system who logged his arrival with quiet efficiency. "You are expected," she said, "but there will be a preliminary assessment before admission." "I was told," Wei Liang said. 3 of He Tongtian's senior students appeared in the entrance courtyard within 15 minutes. They did not introduce themselves. The first one moved. The first student was at peak core formation, 2 full substages above Wei Liang's mid-core formation. He used a wind element combat system with the specific elegance of someone who had been training movement-integrated combat for years. The combination of system-optimized footwork and wind element attack coverage made him genuinely fast, and the first 2 exchanges were purely defensive on Wei Liang's side. In the third exchange, he used Falling Rain. He had not been planning to deploy it in the first match. It was his most developed technique, and he would have preferred to use it later, when the observers had established expectations. But the wind element student was pressing a gap close that would have been expensive to redirect conventionally, and the Falling Rain was the correct response. He used it. 36 microstrikes in 1.96 seconds. The wind element student's system flagged all 36 separately, prioritized the highest threat 7, and handled those 7 while accepting the remaining 29. The 29 accumulated to a contact that broke the student's guard formation. The student stepped back with the specific bow of someone who has experienced something they need to think about. The second student was at late core formation with a Tier 5 combat system. Wei Liang fought him for 6 minutes, reading the system's recommendation cycle from the student's subtle tells, exploiting the 3 windows he identified in the first 2 minutes, and ending the match with the still water close entry at the 6-minute mark. The third was at peak core formation with a Tier 6 dual element system. This was the match Wei Liang expected to lose, and he lost it. Not quickly, not without resistance, but clearly. The Tier 6 dual coverage at peak core formation exceeded his current stage's ability to exploit the system windows reliably. He went down cleanly at the 4-minute mark. 2 wins, 1 loss. The administrative assistant returned and said, "Lord He will see you." Chapter 51. First audience. He Tongtian was standing at the window of the audience chamber when Wei Liang was shown in. The window faced the northern peak, which was the tallest of the 3, and the view was the specific kind of view that existed at altitude, clean, far, uninterrupted by anything human at the edge of the visible range. He did not turn immediately. Wei Liang stood in the room and waited, and while he waited he observed the room. It was austere in the way of spaces that have been used seriously for a long time. Nothing decorative, nothing wasted, everything present because it needed to be there. The walls held 2 things: a map of the eastern cultivation territories with cultivation site markings, and a weapon mount holding an old sword with a blade that had been used enough to carry history in its finish. He turned. He Tongtian was 53 years old in the way that cultivation could make 53 look. Not young, but not old either. A specific category of age that had been refined rather than worn. His eyes were the thing. They carried more time than the rest of him suggested, which was what happened when you spent 50 years learning to look at things clearly. "You lost to Chen Wuyi," he said. "Yes." No hedging. The loss was the loss. He's my strongest student at this point. He studied Wei Liang with an attention that was different from combat assessment. Broader, more interested in understanding than in winning. He is Tier 6 dual element at peak core formation. You are mid-core formation, no system. The loss was expected. Yes. You maintained footing for 4 minutes. Chen does not routinely allow that. He gave me time to read his switching logic, Wei Liang said. I tried to exploit the 11-meter boundary zone. The dual coverage at peak core formation is tighter than at late foundation establishment. The window was smaller than what I had worked with at the tournament. He Tongtian was quiet for a moment. He had the quality of someone who was listening at multiple levels simultaneously, to the words, and to what the words revealed about the person saying them. You know the 11-meter boundary zone. From my tournament match against a dual-element user at the second round. Shuebingtian. I saw the tournament records. He gestured toward the chairs at the room's center. Sit down. They sat. Wei Liang had the sense, settling into the chair, that he was in the presence of someone who had been doing this, sitting with people and understanding them, for 53 years, and who had developed a specific expertise in calibration that had nothing to do with combat technique and everything to do with attention. Why are you here? He Tongtian said. Wei Liang considered the question as fully as it deserved. Because you were curious, and the honest response to genuine curiosity is to show up. He paused. And because what I am, What my cultivation is needs to be recognized by someone whose recognition cannot be contested. The regional authority is politically compromised. The Central Province Cultivation Authority is too far removed. You are neither. You are independent, your assessment credentials are recognized everywhere, and you have a system capable of doing what no other system has been asked to do, which is correctly classify something it has never encountered, Wei Liang said, or correctly acknowledge that it cannot. He Tongtian studied him. You expect it cannot. I expect it will try and fail, and then do what your system does when it encounters a genuine error. Document the failure honestly. Wei Liang looked at him directly. I've been an error in every systems database for 2.5 years. Diagnostic tools, monitoring arrays, combat assessments. All of them return anomaly flags, below threshold ratings, or outright errors. The information those errors contain is the most accurate description of my cultivation path available. He paused. I'm not asking your system to classify me. I'm asking it to confirm, with your authority behind it, that the error is real and the error means something. He Tongtian was quiet for a long time. His system was running its background analysis. Wei Liang could not see the interface, but in the weeks he would spend at the estate, he would learn to read the slight changes in He Tongtian's attention that meant the system was updating. My system, he said finally, has returned an incomplete projection on you since the first time it was directed at your record. 3 months ago, when Huang Zhongmin first reached out to me. He paused. I declined his request, but the incomplete projection stayed in my system's active memory. I have been thinking about it since. He looked at Wei Liang. I intend to understand it. I want to conduct a study. Yes, Wei Liang said. 12 senior students will spar with you in sequence. My system will observe and attempt to classify your technique set. The study will take 3 days. He paused. Not a trial. A study. I understand the distinction, Wei Liang said. He Tongtian looked at him with a question that had not been the stated question. How did you develop them? Your techniques. Not the principles you drew from, the actual development process. Walk me through it. Wei Liang took a breath. This was the question that the 12 matches would be designed to answer indirectly, but the direct form was also worth answering directly. The redirectional technique came first. I was watching a senior disciples match in my second month and saw a pattern in the way system-guided cultivators commit to their strongest attack angles at a specific range. The commitment creates a vector. A vector can be redirected if you meet it at the right angle with the right amount of your own force. He paused. My first 18 attempts at the still water variation failed. The 19th worked for 3 seconds. The thing I learned from the 18 failures is different from anything a system would teach. I learned the failure modes of my own body attempting this specific motion, which gave me a map of where the technique would work and where it would not based on my specific meridian layout and force distribution. That map does not exist in any technique manual. Because it is yours, He Tongtian said. Because it is mine. Wei Liang paused. The falling rain took longer. The principle came from my father's forge. The idea that a distributed strike pattern can defeat defenses that a single strong strike cannot, because the defense system has a finite processing bandwidth. My father used this to evaluate iron quality, stress it at many small points simultaneously, and the failure happens at the weakest point, which you could not identify by stressing at one large point. I spent 4 months developing the wrist mechanics to execute it at combat speed. Another 6 months making it consistent under conditions of chi depletion. Another 3 months extending the variation range so the angle distribution was wide enough to saturate a system's prioritization function. He Tongtian's expression was the expression of someone whose understanding is being updated in real time. His system was running its continuous passive analysis and returning, Wei Liang knew, its consistent error output. The development timeline, he said slowly. 13 months for a single technique. For the version that works reliably, Wei Liang said. There were usable early versions at 4 months. But usable early versions fail when the opponent is very good. I needed the one that works when the opponent is very good. And you have always known, He Tongtian said, when something was done well enough and when it was not. The sword tells me, Wei Liang said. He Tongtian was quiet for a long moment. Something settled in his attention, not agreement, which he had already given, but the more specific acknowledgement that comes from understanding the shape of a thing rather than merely its existence. One more thing, He Tongtian said. He was looking at Wei Liang with the full weight of his 53 years. I want to fight you at the end. Yes, Wei Liang said. Chapter 52, 12 students. The study took 3 days, as planned, and Wei Liang won 8 of the 12 matches. He had expected to win fewer. The 4 losses were instructive. The Tier 6 dual-element student from the admission test, as expected. A Tier 5-movement system user who was simply operating at a speed that exceeded his current counter techniques for movement class opponents. A draw against a Tier 4 Earth system user that the monitoring array called as a loss on accumulated contact points. The Earth system's formations had been damaged, but had not fully broken, and Wei Liang had run low on chi before the critical contact. And a genuine loss against a Tier 5 combat system user at peak core formation whose form was so refined, over so many years of intensive training, that the tells Wei Liang could read in his first 3 exchanges were almost too small to act on. He had found them by the 4th exchange. By then, the chi deficit was too large. The 8 wins were, collectively, the most detailed combat data his system had ever received about Wei Liang. He Tongtian had the heaven-defying system run its full analysis after each match. 4 of these analyses, Wei Liang was present for, by invitation. He watched the display from the corner of the room, while He Tongtian reviewed each match's output. The pattern was consistent across all 12 matches. The heaven-defying system produced comprehensive analysis of the students' performances, every technique, every system recommendation, every decision point, documented and analyzed with the depth that 53 years of the world's most powerful system provided. On Wei Liang's side, the analysis showed physical tracking data, position, force output, contact timing, chi measurement at the monitoring array's maximum resolution, and a growing list of documented anomalies. What the system could not produce, for any of the 12 matches, a technique classification for any of Wei Liang's techniques, a combat archetype, a predictive model. The recommendations it generated for the students were, in the system's own output, flagged as general principles only, subject analysis incomplete. By the end of day 2, the heaven-defying system had encountered Wei Liang in 12 high-quality combat observation sessions and had not been able to classify a single one of his techniques. After the 12th match, on the 3rd day, He Tongtian sat in his study for a long time without saying anything. Wei Liang sat across from him and waited. The silence was comfortable in the specific way of silences between people who are both engaged in thinking. Through the window, the afternoon light on the northern peak was changing as it always did at altitude, sudden, clean, the shadow line moving across the rock face with a precision that had nothing to do with human observation but invited it anyway. Wei Liang had been watching that shadow line, in the evenings, from his guest room. It moved at a specific rate. He had been timing it. He thought about what 3 days of study had shown him about He Tongtian. Not primarily about his combat style, though that had been observed, but about the character of his attention. Every question he had asked during and after the matches had been precise, useful, and genuinely curious. He had asked about Wei Liang's decision processes, about the principles behind his technique choices, about the gaps in his coverage and how he compensated for them. He had never asked about the ban, or Huang Zhongmin, or the evaluation panel. The political context of Wei Liang's situation appeared, in He Tongtian's attention, to be entirely beside the point. What was not beside the point was the cultivation itself. There was something in that. A man who had 53 years of the world's most powerful system, who had been watched and praised and studied by the full apparatus of high cultivation politics, and who had arrived at a place where what interested him was not influence or assessment or the movement of pieces on a board, but the quality of a thing. Whether a thing was real and genuine and had been earned. Wei Liang had met, in 2.5 years of cultivation, exactly 2 other people whose attention worked this way. Old Shin was one. Mei Suyin was another. The fact that He Tongtian was a third, at soul emergence, 53 years in, at the peak of everything a system could produce, said something about what the peak of things produced when it was reached by someone honest. My system has encountered every major combat archetype in the cultivation world, He Tongtian said finally. Every system class, every major technique tradition, every regional school of cultivation from the eastern provinces to the western ranges. In 53 years, it has always found a match. Sometimes a partial match, sometimes a high uncertainty match, but always a match. He paused. Your techniques do not match. Not partially. Not approximately. They produce consistent classification errors across 12 high-quality observation sessions. Yes, Wei Liang said. Why? Wei Liang had been waiting for this exact question. Because my techniques were not derived from any system error source. They were derived from pre-system principles, personal observation, and my specific history. My father was a blacksmith who understood iron better than he understood most things. I watched him work for 13 years. The approach to material, the watching, the listening, the building from first principles, that is in every technique I've developed. He paused. Your system has seen everything in the system era, but it has never seen someone who spent 13 years watching a blacksmith work iron and then applied that to sword cultivation without a system to mediate the application. He Tongtian looked at him for a long time. The system's training data encompasses the full history of system-era cultivation, he said, and the archived pre-system tradition, which is documented in the Central Province's Cultivation Authority records. He paused. The pre-system techniques are in the database, not as active technique trees, as historical records. My system can recognize them. Then it would recognize the principles I drew from, Wei Liang said, but not what I made with them. The application is the gap. The application is mine, Wei Liang said. The principles are 300 years old. What I built from them was built from those principles filtered through my specific experience. No compilation of historical technique data will contain my father's approach to iron, or the specific drainage channel at our forge, or the 26 months of daily observation I brought to every sparring match I watched. Those elements are genuinely new. He Tongtian was quiet again. Outside, the mountain air was moving across the peaks with the specific quality of high altitude, dry, clean, more alive than lowland air. His system was running its background analysis, updating, trying again. On the last day of the study, He Tongtian said slowly, my system issued itself a notation. Not an error flag. A notation. The notation said, Subject Wei Liang. Combat methodology is non-convergent and does not correspond to any compiled archetype. Recommend classification as independent path. Wei Liang was still. It classified me. It classified the fact that it cannot classify you, He Tongtian said, which is a distinction that matters to me, but perhaps less so to the regional authority that needs your situation documented. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. I will document this under my seal. The heaven-defying system's recognition of your path as an independent path, with no system archetype match. That documentation will be distributed to the Central Province Cultivation Authority and the Regional Authority. Thank you, Wei Liang said. Don't thank me for accuracy, He Tongtian said. Your path is real. What is real should be documented. He stood. There is still the match. Yes, Wei Liang said. 3 days from now, He Tongtian said. After I have spent 2 days reviewing the study data. Yes. Sleep. Rest. Eat your healer's protocol. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that contained, Wei Liang thought, a form of recognition. Not the recognition of a system analyzing a target, but the recognition of a person who has seen genuine work and is acknowledging it. You are a serious cultivator, he said. I have not said that to anyone outside my own students in 15 years. Wei Liang said nothing. He bowed. He went to his room and slept better than he had in weeks. Chapter 53. The sparring series the 2 days before the duel were not empty. He Tongtian scheduled review sessions with Wei Liang in which they went through the study data together, both of them looking at the monitoring array output from each of the 12 matches, He Tongtian asking questions and Wei Liang answering them. The questions were specific and technical. Why this movement in the third exchange of match 7? Why the still water stance transition point was at that moment rather than a second earlier? What the decision logic was for the falling rain deployment in match 9 when a simpler entry had been available. Wei Liang answered each one specifically. Because the answers were specific, there had been a reason for each decision, derived from what he had read in the match, and the reasons were articulable. Most cultivators, He Tongtian said, on the second day, when asked why they made a specific combat decision, described the system's recommendation. I know, Wei Liang said. They say my system recommended it, with the complete confidence of someone who understands why something is right without needing to understand the reason. He paused. You say, because his breathing pattern at that moment indicated a recharge cycle and the window was clean. You have reasons. The reasons are yours. Yes. Your system is you, he said. It was not the first time he had said this. He had said it in the first audience. But it was the first time he said it with the specific weight of someone who had spent 2 days reviewing 12 matches of data. The recommendations that a system provides in real time, you provide to yourself through observation and reasoning. The technique tree a system optimizes, you optimize through personal development. The cultivation rate a system tracks, you track in a notebook. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. Everything a system does for a cultivator, you do for yourself. Slower, Wei Liang said. In the beginning. Yes. In the beginning, slower. And with far more uncertainty, and far more chance of error. He paused. And far more ownership of the result. Wei Liang thought about ownership. About the way his father's approach to iron had been his father's, not copied from a manual, not optimized by a tool, but built from 30 years of working with the material and understanding it. The iron that was understood was worth more than 10 pieces merely hammered. The sword that was understood, your techniques cannot be predicted by my system, He Tongtian said. because they were not built by a predictable process. They were built by you, and you are not a process. A system would argue I am a process, Wei Liang said. It would classify my decision-making as a pattern. My system has tried 17 times in 12 matches. Each time, the pattern analysis fails. He looked at the display showing the study data summary. Not because your decision-making is random, because it is consistent with your principles rather than consistent with an archetype. Principle-consistent behavior does not look like pattern-consistent behavior to a pattern recognition engine. Wei Liang absorbed this. He thought about it through the evening and most of the night, lying on the narrow bed in his guest room while the mountain air moved outside. By morning, he had arrived at something. He was not sure yet how to say it, but it was something about the difference between being consistent with a pattern and being consistent with yourself. He trained the next morning in the estate courtyard, running his forms at the pace he had developed over 2.5 years. Not fast, not slow, each movement given its full time, each transition completing before the next began. He Tongtian watched from the upper corridor for a while and said nothing. That afternoon, they had the last review session. He Tongtian opened it by placing the Day 2 combat session data on the table and saying, I want to talk about what your system does. Wei Liang looked at him. I don't have a system. You have a system, He Tongtian said. It is yourself. He indicated the data. In 12 matches, the heaven-defying system has documented your decision-making process extensively. Not just what you do, the timing, the angle, the execution, but the underlying logic, which becomes visible over enough high-quality observation. A system processes inputs and generates recommendations. You process inputs and generate decisions. The difference between the two is the processing architecture. He looked at Wei Liang. What is yours? Wei Liang thought about this. Observation first, he said. Not theory, not prediction from known types. What is actually in front of me, in this moment? What the person is doing, what their body is telling me before they decide, what their history of choices in this match suggests about their next one. I build a current state model from what I can see, and I act from the model while staying open to revision. A system does something similar, He Tongtian said. The difference is the database it draws from. Yes, a system's model is built from compiled history. Everything that has ever been observed, classified, and recorded. When I observe an opponent, my system, as you're calling it, checks that observation against what I know, which is 31 months of specific experience with specific people and specific situations. He paused. A compiled database is larger, but my experience is specific to me. It includes things that were never worth recording because they only mattered to me, in my situation, against my particular opponents. The drainage channel, the alley forms, the specific weight of old Shin's corrections on a cold morning. Things that are not in any database, He Tongtian said. Things that are not in any database. He Tongtian was quiet for a moment. He had the look of a man working out an implication. The heaven-defying system has encountered cultivators who deviate from system guidance, he said. It has encountered cultivators who combine unusual technique combinations, who develop modifications to standard technique trees, who fight with high degrees of independent judgment. None of them have produced the consistent classification failure you produce. He looked at Wei Liang. The difference is not the quality of the independent judgment. It's the foundation it's built on. A cultivator who deviates from their system is building a deviation from a system-structured base. The underlying model is still system architecture. What you deviate from is not a system. It's 30 generations of your family working iron in Iron Haven, and a weapons master who lost his meridians and spent 15 years finding out what remained. He paused. There is no archetype for that foundation. No historical record. The heaven-defying system cannot match against something that has never appeared before. Tomorrow, He Tongtian said, at the session's end. Yes, Wei Liang said. I want you to understand what you are going into, He Tongtian said. He was not saying it as a warning. He was saying it as a man who respects precision. I am at soul emergence. You are at midcore formation. The gap in Rachi is not marginal. My techniques operate at a level that your current stage cannot match for power output. I know. I am not going to fight you gently, he said. I know that too. What I will do is fight you honestly. The heaven-defying system will be fully active. I will follow its recommendations where I trust them. I will deviate where I feel it is correct to deviate. He paused. It has been telling me, since the first match of the study, that it cannot predict you reliably. I have been testing what it means to fight without reliable prediction. For 2 days, Wei Liang said. I've had 2.5 years. He Tongtian looked at him. Something moved in his expression, not quite humor, but the internal version of it. Yes, he said. You have the advantage there. Wei Liang went to sleep thinking about what it meant to fight someone who was genuinely his superior and who was also, for the first time in their cultivation life, uncertain. Chapter 54. What the system returned the morning before the duel. He Tongtian called Wei Liang to the study and showed him the heaven-defying system's complete formal assessment. Not the in-match analysis data, the formal document that the system had compiled from the full study, the format that was recognized as official assessment documentation by the Central Province Cultivation Authority. The document ran to 6 pages and was organized in the standard assessment format. Identity fields, cultivation stage, system class, power classification, combat archetype, predictive model, and supplementary notes. Wei Liang read it with the attention he gave to anything that would be used as documentation. Identity fields, correct. Cultivation stage, mid-core formation, confirmed by direct chi scan. System class, none detected. Power classification, exceeds standard tier 3 equivalent at mid-core formation stage. Specific power architecture is non-standard and does not correspond to registered cultivation structures. Additional quantification is not possible within current assessment parameters. Combat archetype, non-convergent. No archetype match within tolerance range of any registered combat methodology in the heaven-defying system's full operational database. Predictive model, unavailable. Consistent failure to generate reliable predictive model across 12 high-quality observation sessions. Pattern consistent behavior absent. Principle consistent behavior present, but not amenable to archetype-based prediction. Supplementary notes. This assessment constitutes the first instance in the heaven-defying system's 53-year operational history where an assessed cultivator has produced consistent archetype match failures across multiple high-quality observation sessions. Standard assessment protocols are insufficient for this subject. Recommended action. Create new classification category. At the bottom of the supplementary notes, in a field that the heaven-defying system had generated without being asked, classification, pure sword Dao, independent path, pre-system derivation, novel application. Wei Liang read the last line twice. He set the document down. It created a new category, he said. Yes, He Tongtian said. My system has not created a new classification category in 53 years. The taxonomy was established at the beginning and has been refined but not fundamentally extended. He looked at the document. You required extension. What does the classification mean practically? It means the heaven-defying system formally recognizes pure sword Dao, independent path, as a legitimate cultivation classification. Under the Central Province Cultivation Authority's assessment protocols, which recognize my system's documentation as authoritative, that classification is valid and cannot be challenged by any regional authority. Huang Zhongmin cannot contest it. Not on substance. He could attempt a procedural challenge, argue that my documentation is incomplete, that the assessment process was irregular, that the new classification category requires additional review. Those challenges would take years and would be decided by the Central Province Authority, which is not sympathetic to regional political arguments. He paused. In practice, no, he cannot contest it. Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. 2.5 years of cultivation. 6 months of systematic institutional exclusion. 2 assassins on a hillside road. A library restriction and a ban and a stacked panel. And at the end of all of it, a formal classification from the most authoritative assessment instrument in the world, recognizing what he had built as real. This will be distributed, He Tongtian said, to the Central Province Cultivation Authority and the Regional Authority both. I've already filed the notice. When did you decide to do that? Wei Liang asked. On the second day of the study, He Tongtian said, when the 9th match returned the same error as the first, and it was clear this was not a calibration anomaly. Wei Liang looked at the document for a moment longer. Then he put it down and looked at He Tongtian. Huang Zhongmin came here, he said. Yes, he arrived 2 weeks ago, before you. He Tongtian said it with the specific neutrality of a man reporting a fact. He requested my public declaration that my system had not produced a valid classification for you, to be used in his regional authority challenge. He requested a formal statement that your cultivation was unclassifiable and therefore non-legitimate. And he requested a brief pause. My recommendation that you find a different cultivation path. What did you say? I declined all 3. He was matter-of-fact about it. And then I told him that my system had classified your path as pure sword Dao, independent path, and that the documentation would be distributed. He paused. He left. Wei Liang thought about Huang Zhongmin leaving the estate with the understanding that the institutional mechanism he had been building for 2 years had just been rendered inoperative. Not defeated, Huang was not the kind of man who would call this a defeat. He would call it a setback and regroup. But the setback was real. He's not finished, Wei Liang said. No, he has other resources. Personal influence, sect authority, the ability to make things difficult through channels that are slower than legal documentation. Heitongtian paused, but his institutional tools are gone. He was using the institutional tools to do the heavy lifting, the bans, the panel stacking, the registration challenges. Without those, he's reduced to personal influence, which is slower and harder and more visible. Visible is better than procedural, Wei Liang said. Visible can be answered directly. Yes. Heitongtian stood. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Chapter 55. Huang's last move. The account of Huang Zhongmin's meeting with Heitongtian reached Wei Liang in the full detail from two sources. Heitongtian's own account, which was precise and minimal, and Qiao Ru's intelligence from the council contacts, which was more textured. Huang had arrived with his senior legal representative and two Gilded Sky sect inner disciples as witnesses. He had come in the formal capacity of a regional sect leader on a diplomatic visit. The relationship between his sect and Heitongtian's independent cultivation estate was long-standing, dating back to a resource-sharing agreement from 2 generations ago. He had used that relationship as the frame for the meeting. He had been received. He had been heard. He had made his requests in careful, formal language that positioned them as administrative necessities rather than personal attacks. He had cited the regional cultivation order's stability, the importance of consistent assessment standards, the precedent risks of classifications that operated outside the established framework. Heitongtian had listened. Then he had declined all 3 requests, told Huang about the documentation, and wished him safe travel. Qiao Ru's intelligence added the detail that Huang's expression, during the declination, had gone through several stages before settling into the face he wore when he was accepting a loss and filing it as information. He was not a man who raged. He was a man who adapted. He'll use personal channels from here, Qiao Ru said when he relayed this. His direct authority in the region is still substantial. He has student disciples in most of the regional sects, business relationships with most of the prominent cultivator families, and personal relationships with the local governance structure. He paused. None of those can ban you or restrict your library access, but they can make things annoying. Travel obstacles, resource scarcity, social friction. That's a background noise problem, Wei Liang said. Not a structural one. Yes, the structural tools are gone. Qiao Ru looked at him. You won. I won the institutional battle, Wei Liang said. The cultivation work is the same as it was. Heitongtian's documentation changes my legal status. It doesn't change what I need to do next, which is late core formation, then peak, then whatever is above that. He paused. The same thing I've always been doing. Except now I don't have to fight on 2 fronts simultaneously. Qiao Ru was quiet for a moment. He looked at Wei Liang with an expression that had developed over 3 years of watching. From the early distance after the ceremony, through the beast-tied alley where Wei Liang had saved him from 3 wolves without waiting for system guidance, through the slow reconciliation that had proceeded through action rather than words. The expression was something like admiration, but more specific than that. More personal. I want to ask you something, Qiao Ru said. Yes. When you were training in the alley, in the first year, before anyone was paying attention, before the Liu Peng matches, or the Feng Luo match, or the tournament, did you know it was going to work out? Did you know you were going to get here? Wei Liang thought about the question with the honesty it deserved. No, he said. I knew I was building something. I knew the building was real. I didn't know what the building would become. He paused. I knew that stopping would definitely not work. So continuing was the only available option. That's it, Qiao Ru said. That's the whole strategy? That's it, Wei Liang said. Every day, continuing was the only available option. Qiao Ru was quiet for a moment. Then he said, your system would have told you the probability distribution, whether it was worth continuing. And if the probability had been unfavorable, you would have stopped, Qiao Ru said. Not accusingly. As a genuine question. Maybe, Wei Liang said. Or maybe I would have continued anyway. Because I didn't have a system to tell me the probability distribution, I never had to decide whether to follow it. He paused. That was, it turns out, the most useful thing about not having a system. Qiao Ru looked at him for a moment. Then he said, I'm asking my system fewer questions these days. That's a start, Wei Liang said. Chapter 56. The last lesson. Wei Liang received Mei Suin's message on the 18th day of his stay at the estate. She had sent a courier, the reliable courier she had been using for the clinic's supply orders for 2 years, who knew the eastern road and could make the mountain approach. The message was in her handwriting, which he recognized from the clinic's notation cards. Compact, clear, every letter placed with intention. Old Shin collapsed. His meridians. Come when you can. He left within the hour. The 4-day road back to Ironhaven he covered in 3.5 days. moving at the pace that his mid-core formation chi could sustain without depletion, which was faster than he had been able to move at Foundation establishment. He arrived at Mei Suin's clinic in the evening of the third day to find her still there, the hours she kept when a patient needed watching. When, he asked. 2 days ago. He had been declining for a while. I've been watching it for 3 months. The last month of his preparation work with you was more strain than he could safely absorb. She was precise and quiet about it. His damaged meridians have been compromising since the curse 15 years ago. The intensive work this year accelerated the compromise. He knew. Wei Liang said. Yes, he knew. She looked at him. He kept going. He went to the weapons shop. Old Shun was in the back room. On the bed, he had apparently moved there at some point in the past month, with the specific economy of someone who knew where they were going to be when the final accounting arrived and had arranged accordingly. He was awake. You came back, Old Shun said. Of course, Wei Liang said. He sat in the chair beside the bed, the chair he had sat in for the 1,000-point consolidation, for the breathing exercise sessions, for countless evenings of the strong thing and things worth saying. The duel, Old Shun said. 2 days from now? I'm going back tomorrow. Good. Old Shun looked at the ceiling. His hands were on the blanket, and the meridian lines on them were visible even now. Damaged, yes, but present. The marks of a cultivation life that had been real. You're ready. You said that at the road junction. I'm saying it again, Old Shun said. From closer. He was quiet for a moment. Tell me what you've learned at the estate. Wei Liang told him. The 12-match study. The heaven-defying system's consistent errors. The classification document. The conversation about principle-consistent versus pattern-consistent behavior. He Tongtian's own uncertainty about whether his cultivation had reached its ceiling. Old Shun listened with his eyes closed, but Wei Liang could tell he was listening because his breathing changed with each significant point. He asked you what you do when your system can't classify you. Old Shun said, when Wei Liang finished. He asked how I know I'm improving. And you said the sword tells you. Yes. Good answer. Old Shun was quiet for a moment. The sword without intent. Wei Liang said nothing. I've been trying to find the right language for it for 15 years, Old Shun said. He was speaking slowly, not from weakness, but from the care of someone who has been working toward a specific precision. I wrote it down 3 times. Burned it twice. The language kept betraying the thing. He was quiet. Here is what I understand. I'm listening, Wei Liang said. Sword without intent is not a technique, Old Shun said. You know that. It's not a state you achieve and have. It's not enlightenment in the sense of a permanent new condition. He paused. It is what happens, what can only happen, when the understanding of the sword is so complete, and the practice so deep, and the accumulated experience so thorough, that in the moment of genuine necessity, the correct response arises before the decision is made. He paused. Not before thinking. Before deciding. There is a difference. The response is there because it was already built, Wei Liang said. Yes. Every correct technique you've drilled 10,000 times. Every pattern you've read in 100 opponents. Every principle you've traced to its source in the pre-system texts or your father's forge or the drainage channel. All of it exists in you. In the moment of necessity, the necessity asks the question and the accumulated understanding answers. No mediation. No system. No, I decide to do X. Just the answer, arising from everything that was built. Wei Liang sat with this for a long time. He thought about the 17 times the falling rain had failed before the 18th worked. He thought about the 6 months of retraining the foot position in the close entry until the new position was more natural than the old one. He thought about every pre-dawn form session, every notebook entry, every piece of match footage he had watched and re-watched while asking himself not, what should I do, but why did that work? The accumulation of it. 26 months of daily, specific, honest work. Not the work of someone who was grinding for advancement, but the work of someone who was trying to understand the thing they were doing. The accumulated understanding. Not the work. What the work became. Outside, Iron Haven's evening was beginning. The smoke from the forge district, the sound of the market closing, the specific ambient texture of a place that had been home for 20 years. The important thing, Old Shun said, after the silence, is not that it's faster than a decision. The speed is a consequence, not the point. He paused. The point is that it is correct. The decision, when you mediate it consciously, can be wrong. You can decide under pressure, under fatigue, with incomplete information. The decision made by the accumulated understanding is not made under those conditions. It is made by everything you've built, in the absence of interference. It is more correct than the decision because it has more of you in it. Wei Liang thought about what that meant. About what more of you meant when applied to a sword technique. The technique you decided to use had the you of this moment in it. Tired or fresh, scared or confident, the current state you. The technique that arose from the accumulated understanding had the you of everything in it. Every you that had trained that technique. Every you that had failed and found the correction. The complete record. This is why it can't be faked, he said. Or accelerated by a shortcut. Yes, Old Shin said. Because what it draws on is real. You cannot have the response of someone who has done 20,000 repetitions if you have done 2,000. The system can add modifiers and supplements and optimization overlays, but it cannot replace the 20,000. It can make the 2,000 feel sufficient, right up until the moment it isn't. At soul emergence, Wei Liang said, the ceiling you and He Tongtian described. The ceiling arrives when the system has given everything it can give, and what remains is the gap between 2,000 and 20,000 that was never actually closed. Old Shin paused. You've never had the 2,000. You've only had the 20,000. He was quiet. The gap doesn't exist for you. That's the ceiling you don't have. You've been getting close to it, Old Shin said. I've been watching. In the Fong Luo match, there were moments. In the tournament semifinal. Moments where you moved without deciding. He paused. You always noticed, afterward. You would look slightly surprised by what your body had done. Yes, Wei Liang said. Those moments will become more frequent. And then they'll become the ordinary state. Old Shin was quiet for a while. After the duel with He Tongtian, you'll understand what I mean. He is a man who has been mediated by a perfect system for 53 years. He has never had an unmediated response to a cultivation problem. You will fight him, and in that fight, there will be a moment where you are operating without mediation and he is operating with it, and the difference will be visible. Even though he's at soul emergence, Wei Liang said, even though power solves many problems, mediation creates one that power cannot solve. He paused. The system is between He Tongtian and the moment. 53 years of excellence, yes, but also 53 years of the system in the middle. Wei Liang looked at his mentor, the man who had shouted a grip correction across an alley because he couldn't help himself, who had said, I wasn't teaching you for 3 months before admitting he was, who had given his damaged meridians for 2 years of preparation because a student needed it. The note, Wei Liang said. Mei Suyin said you left a note. Not yet, Old Shin said. I haven't written it yet. He looked at Wei Liang. But I know what it will say. What? The sword has no ceiling. The system always does. Wei Liang sat with that for a long time. When Old Shin's eyes closed and his breathing settled into the long, shallow rhythm of someone who was conserving what remained, Wei Liang stayed for a while in the chair. He looked at the back room that had been his training ground for 2.5 years, the chest with the scrolls, the sword rack on the wall, the 2 crates that had served as seats for more significant conversations than most rooms housed in a lifetime. He went back to He Tongtian's estate in the morning. He carried what Old Shun had given him. Chapter 57. Changed when Wei Liang returned to the estate. He Tongtian was in the observation courtyard. He had been there when Wei Liang left, and he was there when Wei Liang returned 4 days later, and nothing in his posture suggested he had been waiting. He was simply there, observing the mountain, which was what someone who had 53 years of cultivation and a soul emergence relationship with the world tended to do when there was nothing else required. He looked at Wei Liang when Wei Liang came through the courtyard gate. His system ran its standard passive analysis. Wei Liang had learned to read the change in He Tongtian's attention that meant the system was updating. The analysis ran. It completed, or attempted to complete, which was the more accurate description, and He Tongtian's expression shifted slightly. Something is different, he said. My teacher died this morning, Wei Liang said. A pause. I'm sorry. He taught me the last thing last night. Wei Liang stood in the courtyard with the morning's mountain air around him. He had been working toward telling me for 2 years. The sword without intent, He Tongtian said. Wei Liang looked at him. You know the concept. The pre-system texts describe it. I've read them all. He paused. My system cannot locate it in my own cultivation. The concept requires the absence of mediation, and I have been mediated for 53 years. He looked at Wei Liang steadily. Is that what's different? I don't know yet, Wei Liang said honestly. Old Shin said it wouldn't be obvious until the right moment tested it. He Tongtian ran the system analysis again. Whatever the analysis returned, it produced in his expression the specific change that Wei Liang had come to associate with the system failing to complete a projection. Not the frustration of error. He Tongtian had long since accepted the system's errors on Wei Liang as data rather than failure. Something more like confirmation. My system, he said slowly, is returning a different output than the study period generated. What output? During the study, it returned error, classification incomplete. Now it's returning. He paused, looking at the display only he could see. Nothing. It's not attempting classification. It's simply not engaging with the analysis function. It stopped trying, Wei Liang said. Yes. He Tongtian looked at him with the full weight of his 53 years. That has never happened. Not once. My system has always tried. Even when it failed, it tried. He paused. Not attempting is different from attempting and failing. Wei Liang thought about what old Shun had said. The decision has already been made by everything you've built. The system encounters the accumulated understanding and has nothing to classify it against, because classification requires a category, and what Wei Liang now carried was not in any category. Tomorrow, He Tongtian said. Yes, Wei Liang said. He went to his room and held the short sword for a long time and thought about his father and old Shun and the specific quality of things built honestly with your own hands. Then he put the sword down and slept, and in the morning he was ready. Chapter 58. The duel. They met in the main courtyard as the morning light reached the peaks. No monitoring arrays. No audience beyond the 12 students arranged in a wide perimeter, and even they stood far back, not from instruction, but from the instinct of people who understood the weight of what was about to happen. Wei Liang stood at his end of the courtyard with his father's short sword at his side, and the core formation network alive in his meridians, 43 nodes present and connected in his. He Tongtian stood at the other end, and the quality of his presence in the courtyard was what soul emergence made. Not aggressive, not threatening, simply there in the specific way of something very large and very still. They looked at each other. I told you I would not fight you gently, He Tongtian said. I remember, Wei Liang said. I also intend to follow my system's guidance where I trust it. And I told you I have been testing what it means to fight without reliable prediction. Yes, I have found, He Tongtian said, that without reliable prediction, I fight from principles. He paused. And without principles application, I fight from instinct. And I have been, for 53 years, not practicing instinct. He looked at Wei Liang with the honest attention of a man who has done his accounting. You will have an advantage in this match that has nothing to do with cultivation stage. I know, Wei Liang said. Then let's begin, He Tongtian said. And the morning air shifted with the specific quality of a soul emergence cultivator releasing the careful management of their qi and allowing their cultivation to be present in full. The first exchange was brief and decisive in one direction. He Tongtian covered 30 meters in under a second, and the strike that followed was a soul emergence technique. Not a specific named technique from a tree, but the pure expression of 53 years of compressed cultivation applied to a single movement, and Wei Liang's redirectional technique met it and absorbed what it could, which was approximately 35% of the vector, and the remaining 65% drove him 12 paces back. He did not fall. He regained his position and entered the still water stance. He Tongtian paused. He looked at the stance with his system active, running the analysis. The system returned its new output. Nothing. Not attempting. He Tongtian's expression was the expression of a man who has been told, again, that the tool he has relied on for 53 years has nothing for him here, and who has decided to proceed without it. He advanced on general principles, which were, as Wei Liang had said many times, good principles. He was technically the most refined cultivator Wei Liang had faced by a categorical margin. His movement was 53 years of systematic improvement. His technique selection was 53 years of accumulated judgment. His qi deployment was 53 years of efficiency optimization. Every strike was correct. Every transition was precise. And his movement had habits. 53 years of system-guided training had built habits in a He Tongtian's form that his system had never flagged, because his system had never encountered an opponent who could identify and exploit them. The habits were subtle, far subtler than Fenghao's habits, far subtler than anything Wei Liang had previously cataloged. They were the habits of someone who had reached the top of a very tall mountain and could afford to be comfortable there. But they were there. Wei Liang read them in the first 10 minutes. Not all of them. He would not have time to catalog everything. But 3. A weight shift to the right shoulder that preceded the longest range technique. A specific breath pattern before maximum power deployment. And a very slight, very consistent pause in the transition between the end of one technique and the beginning of the next, where the system was calculating the follow-up sequence and the physical body was, for 0.4 seconds, without its guidance. He cataloged them and waited. The match continued. For 30 minutes. Wei Liang was fighting someone who was objectively his superior in every measurable cultivation dimension and who was fighting with 53 years of excellence and no system guidance. He Tongtian pressed him continuously, not vindicatively, but with the relentless professionalism of someone who had decided that this match deserved everything he had. Wei Liang was driven back repeatedly, absorbing partial redirects of techniques that exceeded his capacity, recovering and returning to position, reading, waiting. He was taking damage. The cumulative effect of partial redirects of soul emergence techniques was significant, and his chi reserves were depleting. He was at 55% at the 20-minute mark, 43% at the 30-minute mark. Each partial redirect cost less than the full impact would have, but it still cost. He noticed, in the 11th minute, a quality change in He Tongtian's approach. The heaven-defying system was giving recommendations and He Tongtian was testing them, but the testing had a different character than standard system-guided combat. He was not applying the recommendations with the automatic trust that 2 decades of high-level system work built. He was applying them provisionally, and in the second after applying them, evaluating whether the result matched the recommendation's prediction. In the cases where it matched, his transition into the follow-up technique was smooth. In the cases where it did not match, where Wei Liang's response had diverged from the prediction, He Tongtian's next second had a fractional hesitation. The hesitation was not exploitable yet. It was 0.2 seconds at most, and He Tongtian's recovery from hesitation was 53 years of excellent training automatically covering for the gap. But it was there, and every time it occurred, Wei Liang filed it. In the 19th minute, he tried the falling rain for the first time. He deployed it at a moment when He Tongtian was in a transition between technique sequences, the specific transition he had cataloged from the 12-student study as the juncture where the heaven-defying system's calculations cycled to the next recommendation. The transition was 0.6 seconds at that cultivation level, and in those 0.6 seconds, even a soul emergence cultivator was operating on general instinct rather than system guidance. The falling rain in the transition window landed 22 of its 36 strikes before He Tongtian's system cycle completed and the new recommendation engaged. The 22 were not enough to break anything critical. His chi reserves and defensive formation were operating at margins where 22 microstrikes at Wei Liang's current power output produced acknowledgement rather than breakthrough. But the system, when it came back online, had received 22 contact events to process simultaneously, and the processing time was 0.4 seconds. He Tongtian stepped back and looked at Wei Liang with an expression that contained, very specifically, recalibration. The falling rain is designed for the processing gap, he said, not with accusation, with the recognition of someone whose system has just shown him something it had missed. Yes, Wei Liang said. It exploits the bandwidth limit. Your system is processing each contact event individually, which is standard. The falling rain is designed to exceed individual processing speed. Wei Liang was holding still water stance, reading He Tongtian's posture for the tell that would precede the next technique. Your system's total bandwidth is sufficient, but it routes through individual event processing first. He Tongtian looked at him for 2 full seconds, which at combat level was a significant pause. Show me the full technique, he said. I just did, Wei Liang said. Show me the full technique at the angle variation range you described in the second review session. In the middle of a match, you said the higher variation range saturates the prioritization function. I want to test the saturation threshold. Wei Liang deployed the full variation falling rain in the next exchange window. 36 strikes with the complete variation arc, the angle distribution that spread across a 34-degree horizontal field and a 27-degree vertical field simultaneously. At mid-core formation power output, individual strike force was not the issue. The issue was the combination of processing demand and directional unpredictability. The heaven-defying system's prioritization assigned threat weights and flagged the highest weight 14 for active defense. The remaining 22 landed distributed across He Tongtian's defensive formation. 22 weak strikes at soul emergence defensive margins still produced minimal structural impact. But the system had needed an additional 0.7 seconds to process the full variation set. He Tongtian's expression had, at the end of those 0.7 seconds, the specific quality of someone whose understanding has been updated in a significant way. At void return power output, Wei Liang said, the 22 undefended strikes are not weak. No, He Tongtian said, looking at a middle distance that was probably the system's internal display. At void return output, those 22 would be decisive. He paused. You built this for the stages above you. I built it for opponents who have a system, Wei Liang said. Every opponent above me will have a system. The technique only works against systems. He Tongtian looked at him with the specific attention of someone who is seeing a thing and thinking about it at the same time. Then he nodded once, with the clean precision of a man who has received accurate information and acknowledged it, and the match resumed. He was taking damage. The cumulative effect of partial redirects of soul emergence techniques was significant, and his chi reserves were depleting. He was at 55% at the 20-minute mark, 43% at the 30-minute mark. Each partial redirect cost less than the full impact would have, but it still cost. At the 35th minute, he stopped deciding. He had been approaching it for a while. He had felt it in the tournament semifinal, in the moments Feng Hao had mentioned. He had felt it in the falling rain against the study students, when the technique executed faster than his conscious direction could have produced. He had been approaching it. Old Shun had said, "It arrives when the necessity asks the question and the accumulated understanding answers. It is not a state you achieve. It is what happens when everything is ready." In the 35th minute, the necessity asked. He Tongtian was deploying his longest-range technique, the one preceded by the right shoulder weight shift, and the weight shift was there, and the pattern Wei Liang had built over 35 minutes of reading this specific fight was complete, and the accumulated understanding of 2.5 years of everything answered. The sword moved, not before he decided. Instead of a decision, the sword was already moving in the direction it needed to move, at the angle it needed to be at. In the window the weight shift had opened, because everything he had built knew that this was the moment, and the correct response was this. He was inside He Tongtian's guard before the technique deployed. The blade touched the collar of He Tongtian's robe. Contact. He Tongtian stopped. The heaven-defying system went offline. Wei Liang stood with the sword touching the collar and waited. 11 seconds passed in absolute silence in the courtyard. Then the system came back online, and He Tongtian's expression changed in the specific way of someone returning from somewhere very far away. "Draw," He Tongtian said. "Draw," Wei Liang said. Chapter 59. 11 seconds. The analysis of the 11-second system downtime occupied the day after the duel. He Tongtian approached it with the same focused precision he brought to everything. Reviewing the monitoring log data from the courtyard's archive records, cross-referencing with the heaven-defying system's internal event log, consulting the pre-system technical documentation he had accumulated over decades of studying his own cultivation's limits. Wei Liang was present for the full review, by invitation. The system's internal event log showed standard operation throughout the match, with ongoing analysis attempts that consistently returned the new output, no engagement with classification function, rather than the error output from the study period. In the 35th minute, a contact event was logged, physical, below standard threat threshold, and the system attempted to process it. The processing attempt encountered what the log described as input characteristics outside all operational parameters. Not outside known technique archetypes, which was the standard error category. Outside operational parameters, meaning the system's processing framework did not have a structure for handling the specific quality of what it was receiving. The system went offline while it attempted an emergency framework update. The emergency update failed to complete within 11 seconds because the input characteristics did not fall within the update's new parameter range either. After 11 seconds, the system restarted from baseline, which resolved the processing lock. The contact was not the issue, He Tongtian said. The contact was minimal force. He paused. What the system encountered was the quality of what generated the contact. Not a technique it hadn't seen. Not a novel archetype. Something structurally different from anything in its operational framework. Sword without intent, Wei Liang said. Yes. He Tongtian looked at the log. My system is designed to analyze intentional actions. Every technique, every decision, every movement it has ever processed has been an intentional action by a cultivator. Even novel techniques are intentional. Someone decided to do them. He paused. In 35 minutes of watching you fight, it had been trying to process intentional actions and returning no engagement. And then it received something that was not an intentional action. Because it wasn't decided, Wei Liang said. Because it was not a decision, yes. The sword moved because the accumulated understanding resolved the necessity without mediation. And my system has no category for an unmediated cultivation response. He was quiet. It has never encountered one. No cultivator in 53 years of operation has ever produced one in my system's observation. Wei Liang looked at the log data. He thought about old Shin on the backroom bed saying, the decision has already been made by everything you've built. Your system mediates between you and the moment, Wei Liang said. Between your understanding and your action. Every cultivator in the system age has that mediation. It's the cost of the acceleration. The system gives you speed of advancement and takes the unmediated response in return. Yes. He Tongtian sat with this for a long moment. In 53 years, I have never known what I was trading away, because everything I had was from the system, and I had nothing to compare it to. He looked at Wei Liang. You are the comparison. He stood and walked to the window. The northern peak was in afternoon light. The shadow line Wei Liang had been watching for 18 days moving in its slow, precise arc. He Tongtian looked at it for a moment, and then at the event log, and then at the window again. I want to describe what I experienced, he said. In the 35th minute, Yes, Wei Liang said. I had been fighting you for 35 minutes without reliable system guidance. The system had been recommending general principles, and I had been applying them. But the feedback loop I use, apply, observe, system evaluates response, system refines recommendation, that loop was incomplete. The system could observe what you did, but could not predict the next action or recommend a specific response to it. So you were fighting from your own observation, Wei Liang said. Yes. 53 years of observation training, applied directly, without system mediation. And the honest assessment is that my direct observation, after 53 years of mediated operation, is slower than I thought. He paused. Not because the training was poor. The training was the best training available. But the training was trained to work with the system. My observation and the system's processing were meant to work together. Without the processing half, the observation alone is slower. Because observation was never asked to be the whole loop, Wei Liang said. Exactly. The system handled everything from pattern recognition to action selection to execution timing. My role in the loop was to observe and provide the observation as input. A very good role. A very well-trained role. He looked at his hands. A role that turned out to be only half of what a full cultivator needs. Wei Liang looked at the event log. He thought about Old Shin saying that the system gives you speed of advancement and takes the unmediated response in return. He thought about every system using cultivator he had watched in 2.5 years, and the specific way their combat moved, the clean efficiency, the optimal selection, the complete absence of hesitation. And then he thought about what was underneath that cleanliness. The unasked question. The observation skill that was never required. The 35th minute, he said, when the sword moved. I felt it, He Tongtian said. Not as a combat event. As a quality. Something arrived in my space that was different from everything that had preceded it for 35 minutes. And it was different in a way my system had no framework for. When it attempted to process the quality, shut down, Wei Liang said. Not shut down. The system shut itself down, which is a distinction. He looked at the log. The shutdown was the system's own protective mechanism. It encountered input that would corrupt its operational framework if it tried to force process it, and it chose to restart from baseline rather than corrupt. It made the right choice. He paused. The right choice for a system, which is not the same as the right choice for a cultivator. A cultivator couldn't choose to restart from baseline, Wei Liang said. No. If a cultivator's understanding encounters something outside its framework, the cultivator has to handle it in real time. He looked at Wei Liang with a full and direct attention, which is what you did for the entire match. Without a framework large enough to contain what you were facing. And you handled it. Your system mediates between you and the moment, Wei Liang said. Between your understanding and your action. Every cultivator in the system age has that mediation. It's the cost of the acceleration. The system gives you speed of advancement and takes the unmediated response in return. Yes. A pause. In 53 years, I have never known what I was trading away. Because everything I had was from the system, and I had nothing to compare it to. He looked at Wei Liang. You are the comparison. And the system's ceiling, Wei Liang said. The ceiling you described. The deceleration in the upper stages. The sense of refining rather than discovering. Yes. That's the mediation, Wei Liang said. The system can optimize everything it has category for. It cannot discover what it has no category for. In the lower stages, the categories are sufficient. Everything a beginning cultivator needs to learn is within the system's framework. But in the upper stages, where the frontier of cultivation is genuinely new territory, the system has no map, He Tongtian said. And without a map, it generates general principles and tells you you're on track. Wei Liang paused. Which you are. By every metric it can measure. But the frontier is past the last metric. The room was quiet. The mountain outside was quiet. He Tongtian looked at the event log for a long time with the expression of a man processing something that changes the shape of things. I cannot do what you do, he said. Not at this stage. Not with 53 years of mediation built into my cultivation's architecture. He paused. But I know, now, what is past the ceiling. Yes, Wei Liang said. And I will spend the next stage of my cultivation working toward it. He looked at Wei Liang. Which is more than I could have said a month ago. He stood and went to his desk and wrote the formal addition to the classification documentation. A supplementary note recording the 11-second system downtime, its cause, and the assessment category he proposed, sword without intent. Manifestation of sword hard at the level of principal consistency, exceeding system operational parameters. He signed it and sealed it with the obsidian seal. This goes in the permanent documentation, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. They went to the evening meal together, which was the first time Wei Liang had eaten at the main table with the estate's full contingent. The 12 students were quieter than usual, with the specific quality of people who have witnessed something important and are still placing it. Chapter 60. What remained 3 weeks after the duel, the evaluation panel convened. The panel was 5 cultivators at core formation. Elder Rong had been right about the stacking, for had known relationships with Huang's network. One was independent, but the He Tongtian documentation had arrived at the regional authority 10 days earlier, and its legal weight was not contestable in the panel's jurisdiction. The panel's mandate was to evaluate Wei Liang's core formation cultivation and confirm his stage. The documentation confirmed it had already done so, from a more authoritative assessment source than anything the panel could produce. The panel still ran the evaluation. Procedurally, it had to. Wei Liang fought 5 cultivators in sequence, core formation, all of them, and won 4 matches and drew 1. The one draw was an extended match against a Tier 5 evaluator who pressed him to 28% chi reserves before the match was called. The panel voted 4-1 to ratify his core formation rank. The dissenting member abstained rather than voting against. No one voted against. Huang Zhongmin, watching from the observation gallery, left before the final vote. He did not say anything. The look on his face, as Chao Ru described it afterward, was the look of a man who has completed his calculation and found the result unacceptable but real. He left. He did not formally concede anything. He did not make a statement. He filed no further challenges. The Gilded Sky sect's involvement in Wei Liang's status became, without announcement, a closed chapter. The evaluation's result was entered in the regional authority's permanent record. Wei Liang, Iron Sword Sect, core formation confirmed, mid-core formation substage, pure sword Dao, independent path. The classification field, for the first time in the regional authority's records, contains something other than a system tier. Elder Rong brought the paperwork to Wei Liang that evening. It's done, Rong said. Part of it, Wei Liang said. The institutional part. Rong looked at him with the expression he had worn since the early months of their collaboration. The expression of someone who chose a hill to stand on because he believed in what was on top of it, and has now confirmed the choice was correct. What comes next is your part. It was always my part, Wei Liang said. Yes. Rong gathered the papers. He paused, with the quality of a man who is about to say something he has thought about carefully. In 4 years of cultivation administration, I've seen several hundred cultivators move through this system. The system tests, the advancement verifications, the panel evaluations. And I've seen many people with genuine talent. Real talent, properly developed. He looked at Wei Liang. What I have not seen before is someone who made the institutional system do the right thing by being impossible to ignore. Who forced the system to acknowledge what it was supposed to acknowledge, by having done the work so clearly that the acknowledgement had no honest alternative. I didn't plan to force it, Wei Liang said. I know. That's why it worked. He paused. Good luck with the part that comes next. Greenwater Sec's formal offer arrived this morning. I know. You'll accept it? The independent cultivator sponsorship, yes. The formal membership offer, no. Wei Liang thought about the weapons shop and the forge and Iron Haven and the 2 streets between them. I'm staying independent. Rong nodded. Good, he said, with a precision that meant he agreed but wouldn't say more about it. That evening, Jiang Fenghao was in the training ground, in the dark, working the pre-system forms he had been developing for 4 months. He was alone. His system interface was invisible, not suppressed, but simply not active, which was something Wei Liang had not seen from Fenghao before. He looked up when Wei Liang came through the gate. You passed, Fenghao said. Yes. And He Tongtian's documentation. Also yes. Fenghao looked at the training ground. He was quiet for a moment. Then, I watched the panel match footage. All 5 of your matches. My system analyzed them. He paused. It returned errors on all 5. It always will, Wei Liang said. I know. He looked at his hands. For months of these forms, he said. My system still flags them as inefficient. I've been ignoring the flags. What do the forms feel like? Fenghao was quiet for a moment. Mine, he said. They feel mine. He looked up. My shoulder doesn't drop before the downward strike anymore. I know, Wei Liang said. I've been watching. Fenghao made a sound that was not quite a laugh, but was in the family of one. Of course you have. He stood. The planting sequence. Still working on it. It'll take another month, Wei Liang said. The planting sequence is the deepest set of the 3. Your system installed it in the first 6 months. Manual retraining, Fenghao said. Manual retraining. Wei Liang looked at him. You know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. Fenghao picked up his training blade and returned to the form set he had been in the middle of. He did not use his system's correction overlay. He worked through the form from his own judgment, catching the planting sequence at its root and redirecting it, the way you redirect a flow by changing the terrain. Wei Liang watched for a moment. Then he walked to the far end of the training ground and ran his own forms in the dark, the two of them working in the quiet of the autumn training ground, each from their own path, the short sword and the training blade moving in the night air. He had been running these forms for 2.5 years. In the first week, the forms had been information, angles and positions and sequences extracted from the pre-system documentation, applied to a body that was doing them for the first time. By the third month, the forms had been training, the positions becoming more natural, the transitions losing their conscious effort. By the first year, the forms had been practice, something he did not to learn but to reinforce what he already knew. By the second year, they had been something else. Not quite preparation, not quite maintenance. Something between those, a thing that had no name in the technique manuals because it was not a technique. The forms were what remained after everything else had been done correctly. When the principles were understood and the techniques were reliable and the cultivation was real, and you still came to the training ground before the sun and ran the forms in the dark, not because you needed to, but because the relationship between yourself and the work was ongoing and the work asked to be continued. Not obligation. Something more like the way you visit the grave of someone important. Not because it does anything, but because the act of returning is the acknowledgement that the thing was real and you know it. He ran his forms. Across the training ground, Feng Hao's blade moved in the dark, working the planting sequence from the root, doing the slow, patient, honest labor of manual retraining. Neither of them spoke. The autumn air was cold and clear and held the sound of blades and breathing, and the specific silence of serious work being done by two people who had chosen their paths and were still walking them. The following morning, Wei Liang visited old Shun's grave. Mei Suyin was there before him. She was standing at the stone with a small jar of the strong thing, found in the weapons shop's back room, she said, when she had been settling his affairs, and she set it against the stone with the precision of someone placing something exactly right. Wei Liang stood beside her. They were quiet for a while. The morning had the specific quality of the morning after something large, clear, and a little raw, with the feeling of space where something had been. He left a note, Mei Suyin said. She took it from her pocket. A single folded page, written in the steady hand of someone who had written it before the shaking started. She read it aloud. The sword has no ceiling. The system always does. She folded it and put it back in her pocket. She looked at the stone for a moment. Then she looked at Wei Liang. He found the language, Wei Liang said. Yes, she said. He always found what he was looking for. They stood together for a while longer. The Forge District's first sounds of the morning were beginning. The hammer ring, the bellows breath, the particular percussion of productive work being done by people who understood their material. What comes next, she said. Wei Liang thought about the ceiling that moved, and late core formation in its future, and peak core formation after that, and the stages beyond, and the distributed network with its 43 nodes, and no maximum density, and no fixed limit. He thought about He Tongtian at the frontier of his system's range, looking out. He thought about the note in Mei Suyin's pocket, 9 words that had taken 2 years to find their form. He thought about his father. He thought about what it meant that his father's approach to iron, the honest, patient, material-first approach that had made him a good blacksmith in a city that had better-known smiths, had turned out to be the foundation of something the cultivation world had not seen in 3 centuries. His father had not known that. He had not known he was teaching a cultivation philosophy when he was teaching ironwork. He had known he was teaching his son to pay attention to what he was working with, to listen to the material, to not pretend the iron was something other than what it was. His father had been right. Not about cultivation. His father had known nothing about cultivation, about how to work, about the relationship between a person and the material they were working with, about what it meant to do something honestly and for a long time and without shortcuts. He had been right about the thing that mattered, and the thing he was right about turned out to matter in a domain he had never entered. The same thing, he said, further along the same road. She turned from the grave and looked at him with the full, complete, straight-line attention that had been given to him consistently, quietly, across 3 years of all of it. Mei Suyin, who had taken on an extra shift to cover his chi nutrient protocol when the materials were expensive, who had come to the convergence tournament without being asked and had taken notes, who had sent the courier to the estate in 6 words, who had said, "Come back to me at the gate." 3 years of quiet, steady, complete presence from a person who was paying full attention to everything. And after that, she said. He looked at her. He thought about the road to Stonegate and the injunction and what she had said when he left for the estate and the different yes. "I've been meaning to tell you something," he said. "For about 2 years. "I know," she said. "For about 2 years, I've been filing it in the things to address when there's time-space. There's time now, she said. Yes, he said. There is. He told her. She listened. They stood at the grave in the morning and talked about things that were not cultivation, and the morning held everything it held. The sword was at his side. His father's sword. Honest, functional, worn with real use. The meridian network in his hands had 43 nodes and no fixed maximum density and no system ceiling and no end in sight. The network that had taken 31 hours of manual consolidation work and had produced a distributed architecture that no cultivation manual had described because it had not been designed from a manual. It had been discovered the way you discover anything that is actually there, by looking carefully for a long time, without assuming you already knew what you were going to find. Somewhere in the cultivation world, He Tongtian's classification documentation was being received by the cultivation authorities that needed to receive it, and something that had been called impossible for 3 centuries was becoming official record. An independent path, a recognized way. The first in 53 years, not the first ever, because what Wei Liang had done was not unprecedented in the deep history of cultivation before the System Age, only unprecedented in the System Age, which was itself a fact worth knowing. 3 centuries of no independent paths did not mean independent paths were impossible. It meant the conditions for them had been absent. The conditions were, apparently, not as absent as everyone had believed. In a training room at the Iron Sword sect, Jiang Fenghao was drilling the planting sequence without system guidance, finding the deep-set habit and redirecting it manually, the way you fix anything real, by hand. He was not, as far as Wei Liang could determine, planning to abandon his system or walk the independent path, or do anything dramatic. He was doing something more modest and more difficult. He was asking his system fewer questions and observing more carefully with his own eyes, and he was learning, slowly, what he saw when the system was not interpreting it for him. That was enough. That was, in fact, the beginning of something. In the Gilded Sky sect's administrative wing, Huang Zhongmin had moved his attention to other matters. His framework for the world was intact. It had been tested and had survived, by his accounting. The test had also produced a permanent record he could not revise, and in the cultivation authorities' files, a classification category that had not existed a year ago. He had not made the category. He had tried to prevent it. The category existed anyway, because the thing it described was real, and what is real cannot be undone by not acknowledging it. He would work with this. He was an administrator, and administrators worked with reality. At the forge in Iron Haven, Wei Liang's mother was working the bellows. The fire was right. The iron was coming out correctly. She did not know yet what had happened at the estate, and at the panel, and at the grave. She would know on Sunday, when he came home, and she made soup, and he told her. She would listen with the full, complete attention she had always given to things that mattered. She would not say anything immediately. She would finish the soup, and then she would look at him across the table with the expression she had given him at 17 when he told her he had found a teacher, and she would say, your father was right. He would say, I know. And they would sit together, in the kitchen that smelled of broth and iron and home, and the work would continue, the way any real work continues, through the person who carries it, forward into the road ahead, one day at a time, in the honest company of the sword that had no ceiling. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.